This is Audible.
Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Death in Yellowstone, Accidents and Foolhardiness in the First National Park by Lee H. Whittlesey, narrated by Stephen R. Thorne. In the wilderness, you're never very far away from the edge, and if you take it for granted, it will come up and bite you. Elliot Brown, 1993 Rescued Cross-Country Ski Party, Aspen, Colorado. What fools these mortals be. Shakespeare, A Midsummer Night's Dream. Introduction to the second edition. It has been almost 18 years since Roberts Reinhardt published the first edition of this book, and during that time, I have found that the book has held up fairly well in its information. In my original introduction, I asked readers to write if they knew of additional fatalities that I had missed. Sure enough, a few people provided me with actual new cases of old deaths. Bruce Graham, a researcher in Livingston, Montana, turned up an additional and early 1898 thermal burn fatality that I now include here. Paul Schullery of Bozeman found the early drowning of Matthew Carey, as well as an 1881 death by freezing. Bob Harridan of Bozeman reminded me of deaths I had omitted involving Mark Swift and Hugh Galusha. Janice Weekly of Tulsa put me on the trail of solving the long elusive death of Sari Bolding, and many other correspondents provided me with additional details for already known incidents. Their names appear in the acknowledgments, and those new details are now presented in this edition. As I expected, in 1995, I missed a few Yellowstone fatalities that were buried deeply in history. I turned up many of these myself during the past 17 years from the emerging Internet, especially in newspapers. More on that in a moment. It is good for the record that these stories can now be presented here. Alongside these new stories, my original reasons for writing the book remain in place. I wrote it, 1, because all the stories represent fascinating history, 2, because the stories have legal ramifications for park managers, and 3, because the book teaches important safety lessons. I would like to believe that the original version of this book has influenced the park's safety record, if only in small ways. Regardless, the onward march of such incidents in Yellowstone has continued, and so this new edition chronicles more than 60 additional human deaths. Many are from the recent period 1996 through 2012, but a fair number are older ones formerly buried in history. I reiterate here that the book does not address human deaths from auto, motorcycle, or snowmobile wrecks, nor does it address high-elevation heart attacks or deaths from illness. Far too many of those exist for me to pursue them all. Those kinds of fatalities continue to keep our law enforcement rangers busy in Yellowstone during all seasons, but we can now prevent some of them from becoming fatalities. By way of example, several park rangers at Fishing Bridge RV Park, aided by a neighbor with a defibrillator, were able to save the life of a 67-year-old heart attack victim on July 19, 2012. The man was not breathing, and his heart had not been beating, perhaps for as long as 20 minutes, when life support personnel recovered a pulse. Since my original Death in Yellowstone was published in 1995, other authors have joined me in writing about deaths and injuries in other national parks, and in at least one of those cases I spoke on the telephone to an author. My friend Butch Farabee joined Michael Guillieri to produce Off the Wall, Death in Yosemite, 2007, and Guillieri also produced Over the Edge, Death in Grand Canyon, 2001. We swapped some information, and I thank those authors for that. Almost as interesting to me as the many death incidents themselves are references I found to the way that early Yellowstone residents and writers responded generally to the subject of deaths in the First National Park. A New Jersey subscriber to the Livingston, Montana Post wrote to that newspaper in 1892 asking if any tourists were ever murdered in the Yellowstone National Park. James C. McCartney one of the founders of the village of Mammoth Hot Springs in 1871 and the credited founder of the town of Gardner, Montana in 1880, responded to the inquiry by stating that he knew of no such murders except for the ones that occurred during the Nez Perce War of 1877. McCartney mentioned Charles Kenck and Richard Dietrich without mentioning the violent deaths of at least 2 members of the Nez Perce tribe, an old woman and a teenaged boy, whose names we do not know but who are now chronicled in this book. Just as interesting is the full-page newspaper article that appeared in the Washington, D.C. Times in late 1905, provoked by the thermal death of Fanny Weeks a month earlier. The article was Dangers of the Yellowstone Park, where a Washington woman has just lost her life. In exchange for the great pleasure nature gives in this marvelous workshop, wrote the author, who was probably John E. Sheridan, she exacts her price, and the price is high. It is death. Written in a style calculated to scare, this long article must have terrified its readers. Under every hand's breadth of the beauty, warned the writer about Yellowstone, lies a pitfall. But then the writer ventured into unproven science when he claimed that vapors from the geysers were generally poisonous and produced a narcotic effect that must have stupefied Miss Weeks into a semi-conscious state, causing her to fall into boiling water. That was stretching it, and so was the writer's statement that the brink of Lower Falls was a spot where many venturesome sightseers have lost their lives. The writer correctly warned of the beautiful colors of hot springs and geysers, and the panoramic vistas that attracted visitors into venturing too closely onto thin crusts and near to dangerous drop-offs. He ended with a note of horrific warning for his readers. Somebody, from time to time, must be drawn down into the fires to pay Mother Nature's price of a life for the delight of the thousands. Regardless of his tendency to deeply dramatize, this writer knew that caution was required in Yellowstone, as it still is today. As that article illustrates, and as I stated in the first edition of this book, the nation's newspapers have been and continue to be fertile sources of park history. More and more of these tales are coming to light as a vibrant internet makes them available to us, and because of it, I am able to present many new, actually old, stories in this revised volume. Through the lens of this emerging mass of historic material, I am constantly reminded that Yellowstone visitors from all 50 states and from many other countries returned home to write interesting accounts of their trips for their local newspapers. Thousands of those accounts have been turning up for the past 7 to 10 years, and I hope I live long enough to see many of the others that will so emerge through time. Meanwhile, I am presenting and citing many of the new, old ones here for you, in addition to chronicling the more recent fatal incidents that occurred in Yellowstone from 1995 through 2012. Original introduction and recent additions. The park can kill. A child has died in a particularly horrible fashion in Yellowstone Park. He wandered off the boardwalk at a geyser basin and fell into a boiling hot spring. Our hearts suffer with the parents. But we know that there may be other deaths in the park this year from less rare incidents, such as bear maulings. Death is a frequent visitor in raw nature, and Yellowstone Park, despite the cabins and roads, is raw nature. The park is the untamed and unfenced wildlife and the amoral energy of thermal wonders. It cannot be treated lightly. When it is, it erupts in death. We have seen other visitors in the park who left the paths and boardwalks. We have seen visitors in the park who sat their children on bears in order to take a picture. They were lucky. The park is not Disneyland Rocky Mountain version, nor is it a zoo with moats and fences separating the wild and the domesticated. For all the trappings of men, it is wilderness, and the man who fails to accept it as such dies. More money for more rangers to enforce the park's rules would help. But until that time, we urge all visitors and urge all Montana and Wyoming residents to warn visitors again and again to obey signs in the park, to remember that Yellowstone Park is wild. The park is raw nature, and it can kill. Editorial, Billings Gazette, July 1st, 1970. That sobering editorial summed up some of the dangers in Yellowstone National Park and noted that wilderness itself can bring death. Certainly no one who comes to Yellowstone expects death or injury to visit. Indeed, death seems antithetical to the reason for the park's being. Yellowstone was created in 1872 as a public park or pleasuring ground for the benefit and enjoyment of the people, and the park seems to proclaim life. But there are very real dangers in true wilderness, and that is part of our fascination with it. A longtime researcher of wilderness areas has noted in defining them that places where one cannot be killed by a wild animal are not wilderness areas. In fact, the word wilderness comes from wilder, a wild animal. Yellowstone National Park, of course, is managed as a wilderness area. Many visitors to Yellowstone and other national parks enter the gates with a false sense of security. These persons wrongly believe that the animals are tame and that the place surely is a lot like a city park with swings, horseshoe pits, golf courses, swimming pools, and total safety, a place where lawns are watered and mowed regularly, and fallen tree branches are picked up and carted away, all nicely managed, nicely sanitized. But national parks are not like that. They are places where nature and history are preserved intact, and intact nature includes dangers. Why would anyone write a book like this? The obvious answers are these. There are illuminating safety lessons to be learned, there is fascinating history in the stories, and there are legal ramifications for park managers. Certainly, the stories are heart-wrenching, but they teach us. I first became interested in this subject during my quest for information while I was a bus tour guide and later a park ranger at Yellowstone. My interest continued at law school, where I studied many wrongful deaths and personal injury cases involving Yellowstone National Park. Death is a subject that often comes up on any Yellowstone tour or in any naturalist question and answer session, because this oldest of national parks does have some dangerous facets. While not pleasant, the subject is always relevant, timely, and interesting. It serves to illustrate why the park has rules and regulations, and why we must exercise reasonable care in our play. As I delved into the subject of fatalities and injuries in Yellowstone, it became at once apparent that there were those caused by nature and those caused by man. In the latter category are car and snowmobile wrecks. These number in the hundreds and are not terribly interesting, so I have omitted them. But some in the man-caused category, such as murders, airplane crashes, and stagecoach accidents, are novel, interesting, and instructive, and so I have included them here. Of course, all of the nature-caused fatalities are novel and instructive. After all, how often in contemporary America does someone get killed by a grizzly bear or by falling into a boiling pool? In other national parks, deaths and injuries occur in some of the same ways: drownings, falls, falling trees, falling rocks, lightning, and so on. But Yellowstone adds the novel ones: hot springs, grizzly bears, bison, and poisonous gas. Most parks simply do not have the great variety of dangers of Yellowstone. Zion National Park, Utah, reports falls from rock climbing and a few drownings, but not much else. In Tennessee's Great Smoky Mountains National Park, deaths from falls, falling trees, lightning, and a few freezings are the rule. In Yosemite, Grand Teton, Mount McKinley, and Rocky Mountain National Parks, mountain climbing incidents occur commonly. And in California's Sequoia National Park, drownings are the leading cause of violent death, but there are some instances of each of a few others. At the time of this book's original writing, a visitor who was struck by lightning in Sequoia was suing that park for failing to provide notice of such danger, failing to warn of the storm, and failing to provide lightning protection. The judge ruled that such notice, warning, and protection fell within the discretionary function exception to the Federal Tort Claims Act and dismissed the case. In 2011, Yosemite National Park occupied the spotlight for deaths in national parks. By late August of that year, 16 people had died there from falls, drownings, and other causes. Following the philosophies presented in the earlier edition of this book, a national writer decried attempts to make nature tame and lawyer-vetted. There will always be steep cliffs, deep water, and ornery and unpredictable animals, wrote Timothy Egan, in that messy part of the national habitat not crossed by climate-controlled malls and processed food emporiums. If people expect a grizzly bear to be benign, or think a glacier is just another variant of a theme park slide, it's not the fault of the government when something goes fatally wrong. Upon reading that column, a co-worker of mine wondered whether there should be stupid meters erected at each park entrance gate. That is, of course, a gentle poke at visitors who are naive or not paying attention or hiking barefoot on a wet and steep slope. But some visitors need to be reminded that nature can be dangerous. Meanwhile, the fatal goring of hiker Robert Boardman in 2010 by a rogue mountain goat in Olympic National Park resulted in a lawsuit against that park. A U.S. district judge dismissed this case in late 2012 based upon governmental immunity under the discretionary exception to the Federal Tort Claims Act, but plaintiffs still had the right to appeal to the Ninth Circuit. Dangers and wilderness go hand in hand. That is part of the attraction of wilderness, and danger is part of the allure. The fundamental way in which we in America view wilderness, with its raw man-against-nature aspects and the potential for adventure, is rooted in the idea that wilderness has dangers. Many would argue, God save us from sanitized wilderness experiences. Indeed, where would the inspiration, the adventure, the interest, in short, the fun, be without some risks? In the final analysis, it is impossible to safety-proof a national park, and those parks are often more akin to Jurassic Park than to Disneyland. Although the title of this book uses the word accidents for the sake of communication, I want to make it clear that most of these incidents were caused by foolhardiness or negligence, or, in the cases of suicide and murder, were purposeful. Stupidity and negligence have been big elements in these stories. Very few were true accidents, especially in the death by nature section. Yet no one still living wants to be blamed for or feel guilty about one of these incidents. So in recounting their stories about death incidents, most of those still living will go to great lengths to avoid blame or guilt by rationalizing their actions, by claiming the incident was a total accident rather than due to anyone's negligence, or even by fabricating parts of a story. I am not condemning anyone for this. I am simply stating that it happens. Many lawyers believe that true accidents, acts of God, occur very rarely, and that someone's individual negligence is more often a factor in a death incident. Perhaps that is one reason the public does not like lawyers, because we do not wish to believe that. But in researching this book, I have come to the conclusion that, at least in most of these Yellowstone cases, the lawyers are correct. Many people do not understand the sometimes subtle difference between negligence and a true accident, act of God. In negligence, a person who had a legal duty to another person breaches that duty, and as a result causes harm. In an act of God, a true coincidence happens, and no one can be blamed. My friend Butch Farabee and his co-author Michael Guillieri, who wrote Off the Wall, Death in Yosemite, have counted at least 48 deaths in that park since 1914 from people falling over waterfalls, including 3 in one incident in 2011. Like me, these authors attribute many of those deaths to the victim's personal negligence. People attempt brutal hikes in extreme heat or ski in extreme cold. They hike or ski alone. They drink too little water or too much alcohol. They go rafting without life jackets. They climb over guardrails and disregard signs. They go rock climbing alone in sandals. They hike barefoot on steep and even wet slopes. They enter rivers to cool off even when they cannot swim. And Gillieri, a near 40-year veteran of wilderness guiding, also blames carelessness when people are taking photographs and when they are making jokes about falling, with the joke itself sometimes causing an actual fall. Family members of a victim sometimes want to blame someone besides the victim, but the victim is often the one at fault. Considerable research was necessary to turn up much of this material, as Yellowstone National Park itself does not have complete records. I utilized all of the annual reports of the superintendent and all of the monthly reports of the superintendent, which unfortunately exist only for the period 1917 through 1967. I also used all known park press releases and those case incident reports that were reachable under the Freedom of Information Act. Finally, I utilized area newspapers in great measure and personal interviews, as well as the large bibliography I amassed in writing other books and articles. Newspapers, as every historian knows, must be used with care, most often as a supplement to more reliable sources. Unfortunately, with all of their potential inaccuracies, caused by deadlines, distance, and other factors, newspapers are sometimes our only sources for fleeting bits of history, pieces that get too easily lost in the forward march of time, and pieces of strictly local history that get published nowhere else. So it is with some of my stories. They are fragmentary and nearly lost, rescued here only by means of scattered sources. For the more recent incidents, I have tried to save the details by interviewing participants where I knew of them. Well over 300 deaths are chronicled here, and I, of course, instinctually realize something very important about this. Every one of these deaths is or was an intensely emotional story for someone. I have learned a great deal about that from this research. I have learned about the delicate, almost tender approach that is necessary when a writer is required to deal with the emotions of some very good people in order to find out the facts. I have learned that perceptions and memories can vary, even among the very persons who were present at a given incident. I have learned that the incidents and their attendant circumstances can be exceedingly complex and open to vastly different interpretations, even among fellow participants. I have learned that memories fade over time and that reminiscences can be fallible, but that we must consult them both in order to be fair to the parties involved and to try to do justice to the story's correctness. And I have learned to beware of the armchair quarterback comments of those persons who were not present at a given incident. It is logical to assume that the record, as presented here, even after extensive efforts, is incomplete. There may well be a number of instances of someone being injured in Yellowstone Park and then dying later in some faraway location. In those cases, the park may never have been notified of the death, and I have no way to find it. If you know of such a fatality involving Yellowstone, please write to me at Post Office Box 228, Yellowstone National Park, Wyoming, 82190. Finally, the central messages of this book, aside from fascinating history, must be these: play safely and think before you act. Part 1. Death by Nature. Chapter 1. Hold fast to your children. Death in hot water. He maketh the deep to boil like a pot. Job, chapter 41, verse 31. It is a mystery why anyone would dive head first into a Yellowstone hot spring merely to save a dog. But that is precisely what happened on July 20th, 1981. David Allen Kerwin, 24, of La Canada, California, and his friend Ronald Ratliff, 25, of Thousand Oaks, parked their truck at Yellowstone's Fountain Paint Pot parking lot at around 1 o'clock that afternoon. While the men looked at the hot springs, Ratliff's dog, Moosey, a large Mastiff or Great Dane, escaped from the vehicle and jumped into nearby Celestine Pool, a hot spring later measured at 202 degrees Fahrenheit. The dog began yelping, and someone nearby quipped, "Oh, look, the poor thing." Kerwin and Ratliff rushed to the spring and stood on the edge of it. Ratliff and another bystander both saw that Kerwin was preparing to go into the spring, and the bystander yelled, "Don't go in there." Kerwin yelled back, "Like hell I won't." Several more people yelled not to go in, but Kerwin took 2 steps into the pool, then dove head first into the boiling water. One witness described it as a flying swimming pool type dive. Visitor Earl Welch of Anniston, Alabama, saw Kerwin actually swim to the dog and attempt to take it to shore, go completely underwater again, then release the dog and begin trying to climb out. Ronald Ratliff pulled Kerwin from the spring, sustaining second-degree burns to his feet. Welch saw Kerwin appear to stagger backward, so the visitor hastened to him and said, "Give me your hand." Kerwin offered his hand, and Welch directed, "Come to the sidewalk." As they moved slowly toward the walk, Kerwin managed to say, "That was stupid. How bad am I?" Welch tried to reassure him, and before they reached the walkway, Kerwin again spoke softly. "That was a stupid thing I did." Welch was suddenly overwhelmed with the feeling that he was walking with a corpse. He could see that Kerwin's entire body was badly burned, as the skin was already peeling off. It seemed to Welch that Kerwin was blind, for his eyes appeared totally white. Another man ran up and began to remove one of Kerwin's shoes, and the men watched, horrified, as the skin came off with it. "Don't do that," said Welch, and Kerwin responded very tiredly, "It doesn't matter." Near the spring, rangers found 2 large pieces of skin shaped like human hands. Kerwin experienced third-degree burns over 100% of his body, including his entire head. He was taken to the clinic at Old Faithful, where a burn specialist, who was coincidentally on duty, who could do little for him other than to pump in intravenous fluids at a high rate. Bob Carnes, a ranger who saw him at the clinic, remembers thinking that Kerwin did not have a chance for survival. He was blind, and most of his skin was coming off. Tony Sisto, Old Faithful's acting sub-district ranger, was also there, and he agreed. "He had no vision," said Sisto, "but was fully conscious. He talked amiably with his caretakers, in no pain, asking the nurses to save his belt while they cut off what remained of his clothes." Ronald Ratliff's dog died in the pool and was not rescued. Oils from its body later made the hot spring have small eruptions. Kerwin died the following morning in a Salt Lake City hospital. In the men's truck, rangers found the park's warning literature and pamphlets. Kerwin and Ratliff had not read any of them. The idea of being boiled to death in a hot spring is a truly terrifying one to any rational person. Notwithstanding the Billings Gazette editorial at the beginning of this book, hot spring deaths have occurred much more commonly in Yellowstone National Park than have grizzly bear deaths. The park has around 10,000 hot springs, geysers, mud pots, and steam vents scattered over its mountain plateau. Though collectively called thermal features today, all are technically hot springs. Most are hotter than 150 degrees Fahrenheit, 66 degrees Celsius, and many reach temperatures of 185 to 205 degrees Fahrenheit, 85 to 96 degrees Celsius. Water boils at around 198 degrees Fahrenheit at this elevation. These hot springs are dramatic and exquisitely beautiful features that are also very dangerous. The 1905 writer mentioned in the introduction spent great amounts of space warning of thermal dangers and then stated that the beautiful color of hot springs was an attractant. Death lurks in the path of those who venture near, fascinated by the dazzling array of hues. Out of 20 known human deaths from hot springs in Yellowstone, 8 have been children, not including 3 teenagers. Generally, these children were not being closely supervised by their parents in dangerous thermal areas at the times of their deaths. Because children are often oblivious to dangers around them, it is imperative that parents watch them closely in the park. Adults, too, can be oblivious, so we must hold fast to our children, regardless of their ages. Injuries from hot springs in Yellowstone began early. Although no known records exist of fur trappers 1822 to 1840 or prospectors 1863 to 1869 being injured or killed by Yellowstone's hot springs, perhaps it happened. Nor do we know of Native American injuries or deaths from hot springs. But beginning in 1870, with the party that received credit for discovering Yellowstone, people began to be injured in the area's hot springs, and the injuries were nearly always as a result of their own carelessness. Truman Everts of the 1870 Washburn expedition was separated from the main party. Lost for 37 days, he wandered to Heart Lake to seek warmth from the hot springs there, and inadvertently burned his hip in one of them. In 1871, the first known thermal injury occurred when Macon Josie and photographer H.B. Calfee entered the area. In attempting to help a deer out of a similar predicament, Josie fell almost completely into a horrible seething pool in Upper Geyser Basin near Old Faithful. His partner Calfee noted, "I assisted my companion as quickly as possible, but in 1/2 minute he was badly scalded from his waist down. He was so badly scalded that when I pulled his boots and socks off, the flesh rolled off with them." Calfee pulled Josie out and constructed a travois to carry him on, dabbing their remaining flour onto his raw and bleeding burns. The travois proved unsatisfactory for this pathless country, so Calfee rigged an arrangement in which Josie could sit with his legs crossed over the horse's neck to prevent pain to his burns. They traveled west in that manner to an old settler's place on the Madison River, and then north to the Gallatin Valley and Bozeman, Montana. I have tried, unsuccessfully, to find Macon Josie's grave, probably somewhere in Montana, or anything else about him that would reveal whether or not he died from his injuries, for they were severe. If he died shortly after leaving Yellowstone, he would represent the first human death from a hot spring in park history. But for now, Josie's fate remains a mystery. As the numbers of tourists in Yellowstone Park increased, so did the chances of visitor injury. One possible thermal injury incident, if it is true, is known for 1882. According to a lengthy 1882 newspaper article, traveler Walter Watson fell into a long and deep geyser tube about 2.5 miles from Fire Hole River that summer, while accompanied by 3 other men who gave him up for dead and left. According to Watson, the water into which he fell, some 50 feet below, was only warm, not hot, a most unusual situation in Yellowstone thermal areas. He stated that the geyser began to rise a few hours later, carrying him to the top of the well just before it got very hot and erupted. If the whole thing was a tall tale, it was a long and detailed one. At least 2 thermal injuries are known of for 1883. One of the injured was former U.S. Senator Roscoe Conkling of New York, who visited Mammoth Hot Springs that summer. A lover of hot baths, Conkling asked park resident G.L. Henderson for the use of his bathhouse near Capitol Hill. Unfortunately, Conkling did not know that cold water had to be added, and believing all to be in readiness, stepped into the tub. He immediately sprang out, crying, "Great God, I am scalded!" Henderson rushed to his assistance, dumping a bucket of snow into the bath, and ordered Conkling back into it. After some time, Conkling was much better. Hot spring injuries began occurring in greater numbers in the 1880s as visitors to Yellowstone increased. A Mr. Crossman was scalded in the fountain paint pot in 1884, a young boy that same summer who convalesced at Marshall's Hotel, and another man in the artist's paint pots in 1888. A lady visitor was burned in 1889, and another, a Mrs. Dwyer, in 1890. Henry Mudeking, a concessionaire employee at West Thumb in August of 1893, started a long parade of thermal injuries and deaths at that location when he strolled out one moonlit evening to the Thumb Geyser in company with 2 hotel girls. While monkeying around on the formation, he broke through the crust into boiling water, badly burning his legs. Taken to Fort Yellowstone, he spent 2 months in the hospital there before riding the train home to St. Paul. Mudeking would not be the last employee to be injured at West Thumb. Ross P. White of Ames, Iowa, a tour guide and reportedly also Wiley camp manager there, was guiding a group at Thumb on or about September 18, 1913, and fell into a hot spring while simultaneously walking backward and talking to his group. Ross White was badly injured. A newspaper article stated that the spring burned almost every particle of skin from the body of the college senior. Army soldiers were not exempt from injuries in the hot springs, which they were supposed to be guarding. One was burned in 1896, another in 1899, and a third in 1900. A mother and daughter were badly scalded at Thumb paint pots in 1901, and a Chinese visitor in the same place the same year. The two women injured in 1901 made newspapers around the country, for they were from a well-known New York family. Traveler writer G.S. Terrill chronicled their deaths in Thumb paint pots, but the victims did not die. Instead, the death story Terrill heard from his brother-in-law was simply an embellishment of their injury. The incident occurred at Thumb paint pots on July 6, 1901. Eliza Garvin, Mrs. John L. Zabriskie, age about 64, and her daughter Louise G. Zabriskie of Brooklyn, New York, were walking near the paint pots when Mrs. Zabriskie fell into one mud spring up to her armpits. Her daughter rushed up, grabbed the mother's skirts, and attempted to pull her out. The fabric gave way, however, and the daughter fell backward into the paint pot behind her, landing in a sitting position. The two ladies, badly burned, were hastily washed off with warm water, dabbed with witch hazel by persons at the nearby lunch station, wrapped in blankets, and taken on the steamboat Zyla to Lake Hotel. Mrs. Zabriskie was in the worst shape of the two, burned across her breast and shoulder along with her legs and hands, while her daughter was burned mainly on her legs. The women were conveyed to Mammoth Hot Springs, where Surgeon J.B. Ferguson of Fort Yellowstone cared for them. According to later newspaper reports, both survived, but spent months convalescing. The two women were from a prominent Brooklyn family, such that the woman's son, Dr. John B. Zabriskie, upon receiving a telegram from Dr. Ferguson, immediately boarded a train and headed for Yellowstone. The women's names were misspelled, often as Labriskie, in many newspapers, until their hometown paper picked up the story. One of the worst alleged death incidents from hot springs in Yellowstone involved 4 Chinese laundrymen in 1889, but the best guess is that it never happened. For one thing, it supposedly occurred in the winter, a time when almost no one was historically present in the interior of Yellowstone, let alone 4 Chinese men running a laundry. And for another, the injury supposedly occurred in Canyon City near the Yellowstone Park, a new mining town. This geography was obviously confused, for there is no Canyon City in or near Yellowstone, and there are no accessible thermal springs at the location known as Canyon in the park. At least 2 newspapers picked up the story in early February, slugging it Cheyenne, Wyoming territory, and proclaiming that Yet Singh had established a wash house in a tent directly over a boiling spring. The story claimed that the spring suddenly erupted as a geyser one night, scalding the 4 men to death and throwing their bodies some distance away. A week later, Illustrated Police News, the 19th century's National Enquirer, picked up the story in garish style and trumpeted it as boiled Chinamen in the Yellowstone Park region, even including a large woodcut drawing of bodies, pigtails, and washtubs being spouted into the air, and stating that it was a most singular fatality by which 4 Chinamen lost their lives. This ridiculousness can be no other than a retelling and expanding of the Chinese laundry fable that was already making the rounds in Yellowstone by 1889. In that tall tale, a Chinese man running a laundry at Old Faithful supposedly was blown to Shanghai when the spring, over which he had pitched his laundry tent, erupted. But reality is much more serious. As of 2013, at least 20 persons are known to have died from hot spring injuries in or near Yellowstone National Park, including the David Allen Kerwin fatality. The first 3 were children. The details of the first human death from a hot spring in Yellowstone seem to be lost, but relatives of little James Joseph Stumbo are convinced that it happened. James was born November 21, 1882, at Rock Creek, Wyoming, and moved with his family to Livingston, Montana in 1886. He died February 22, 1890, at the age of 7. According to descendants of his family who still live in Livingston, James died after falling into a hot spring in Yellowstone National Park. That information appears in the History of Park County, Montana, 1984, and in a local tour book. A search of 1889 through 1890 issues of the Livingston Enterprise and the Livingston Post newspapers fails to turn up the details of the story. However, descendants told me it has been known in their family for more than 100 years that little James's death happened that way. Unfortunately, we currently know nothing else about it. But apparently it began the long, heart-wrenching history of human deaths from hot springs in Yellowstone. The second such known fatality was also that of a child, and it occurred on October 5, 1898. On that day, 9-year-old Charles Walter Pring of Stacy in Custer County near Miles City, Montana, traveled with his parents by wagon to Yellowstone. The Livingston Enterprise reported, "The family was in the vicinity of Norris Geyser Basin Wednesday of last week when the youth, preferring to walk for a change, had preceded the vehicle and on reaching the geyser basin was walking by use of a cane over the formation. He reached a point where the crust near a boiling spring gave way, precipitating him into the water. He was alone, and relying on his own efforts, succeeded in climbing out onto the solid formation where he was found by his parents. Both legs and his left arm and side were horribly scalded. The surgeon from Fort Yellowstone was summoned, the wounds dressed, and the boy removed to the cottage hotel at Mammoth Hot Springs, where he lingered in agony until relieved by death last Saturday, October 8th. The body was brought to this city Monday evening and interred in Mountain View Cemetery." The Livingston Post newspaper added that the family had driven its wagon up from Custer County, but that since the unfortunate occurrence resulting in the death of their son, they have decided not to return to their former home, but will locate in another part of the state. Those devastated parents would not be the last to change their home location to a different one because of a death incident in Yellowstone National Park. Refer to David Childers, Chapter 11. Little Lester LeDuc, 4, was scalded to death at LeDuc Hot Springs, 8 miles north of the park, on July 23, 1905, when he fell into a bathing spring that was characterized as one of the hottest in eastern Montana. The child's father, Julius LeDuc, ran the bathing resort at Hoare, Montana, and the child was buried in the Hoare Cemetery. The grave is unmarked today. Nothing more is known about this incident, which represents an early human death from a hot spring in the Yellowstone region. Another early fatality from a hot spring in the park occurred in 1905. There was much national newspaper coverage of this event, and it also resulted in the full-page Washington Times article, "Dangers of the Yellowstone Park, where a Washington woman has just lost her life," which I discussed in the new introduction to this book. On Friday, August 18, 1905, Fannie A. Weeks, aged 51, and a clerk for the U.S. Treasury Department in Washington, D.C., was traveling by Wiley stagecoach around Yellowstone's dirt road system. Her stage driver, Robert Wiley, was a divinity student whose guided trips were extremely interesting, according to park photographer Jack Haynes, who remembered him. Wiley's uncle, W. W. Wiley, owned the stagecoaches and tent camps in which Weeks was staying. At Old Faithful, Robert Wiley walked his tour group around the geyser area. Weeks was very interested in the hot springs, and Wiley warned her at one point that she was too venturesome. The incident occurred near Grand Geyser. Standing at the edge of the crater of one of the springs there, probably Turban Geyser, Weeks, all dressed in black with a veil over her face, removed her smoked glasses to clean them of mist. Haynes believed that she stepped backward without thinking and into the pool, sinking clear to her hips in water of 185 to 200 degrees Fahrenheit. But in a letter dictated from her hospital bed before she died, Weeks stated that the edge of one of the geysers gave way with me and let me down into the boiling cauldron. I am terribly scalded from the elbows. Am now at Livingston in a helpless condition and under medical treatment. Do not know when I shall be able to be forwarded to Washington. She landed in the spring feet first with the water up to her waist. Seeing and hearing her standing in the water screaming in pain until she became unconscious, Robert Wiley immediately jumped into the pool himself and pulled Weeks onto the side of its crater. She had a lot of petticoats on, and these, soaked as they were with hot water, continued to inflict burns for some time afterward. Wiley was himself badly burned on his legs, arms, and hands, and according to Jack Haynes, skin grafts were required to alleviate some of his injuries. Fanny Weeks was so severely burned that little hope was held for her recovery, but she lingered on at Livington's Ebert Hotel for 3 weeks, finally dying on September 4th. Her companion, an Eliza Hartman, remained at her side until the end, when Weeks' remains were shipped to Washington, D.C. for interment in Rock Creek Cemetery. Although newspapers, including a front-page story in the Washington Post, reported the incident as occurring at Grand Geyser, Jack Haynes remembered it many years later as happening at nearby Turbine Geyser, but did not know that the woman had died. Indeed, Turbine Geyser has a much deeper and more precipitous well than Grand Geyser, and would probably have more likely been the feature being looked at from close range. Confusion over which spring was the fatal one in the Weeks incident was to continue. In 1914, a Wiley Camping Company guide conducted some visitors over the formations north of Old Faithful Geyser and breathlessly whispered the horrifying story to his minions, claiming that Fanny Weeks had fallen into the vault spring near Giantess Geyser. The lady was wearing glasses and taking notes, said the guide. Absorbed in her note-taking with glasses steamed, the unfortunate woman walked straight into the pool. Even though the precise location and details of the incident had become muddled, park tour guides still told the story 9 years later. It was apparent from the earliest park days that the hot springs were dangerous, and various attempts were made to warn visitors. An 1883 park employee, George Thomas, cautioned travelers that walking at Norris had to be slow and careful because of the danger of dropping into a hole and being scalded to death. By 1888, park tour guide G.L. Henderson had apparently posted a warning sign at Norris Geyser Basin's Porcelain Terrace. Henderson noted that visitors ought not to cross this basin without a competent guide, and then it is at the risk of their lives. There is a sign board marked Dangerous, easily seen from the road. Theodore Garish, in 1886, commented on the notices printed on boards in great black letters. Do not walk on the formations. Traveler Charles Gillis reported that in 1892, we frequently saw signs put up by the government. Do not drive on here, and danger. And as one would expect, each time there was an injury, or especially a death, it served as a new impetus to erect danger signs. 2 injuries, plus the 1919 death of James Hughes, prompted the park superintendent to acknowledge the need for such signs. A small boy broke through the geyser formation near Giantess Geyser and burned his feet quite seriously. This was known to be a dangerous place, and danger signs were posted, but as is often the case, they were not heeded. With increased travel, the time seems to have come when more than signs at some places in the geyser basins are needed to keep people out of trouble, as often the danger signs are not taken seriously. At this very place, one lady asked if it was really dangerous or if the sign gave the name of the geyser. Another said it was not dangerous, for she walked over it and it did not break through. A photo from park archives, probably taken in the 1930s, shows Ranger Harry Trishman standing next to a sign near Giantess Geyser which reads, Dangerous. By 1905, park photos show that narrow board planks had been laid over the ground at Norris Geyser Basin for visitors to walk on. But full board walkways for visitor safety would not make their appearance in most Yellowstone thermal areas until the 1960s. Indeed, black-topped paths were in existence from the 1930s until the 1950s, paths which were very bad for the delicate ecology of the thermal areas. Thermal area walkways must, of necessity, be portable to allow for changes in the springs as well as for the protection of visitors, hence the boardwalks today. On July 8, 1919, A 4-year-old boy named James Baxter Hughes from Gaydon, Louisiana, accidentally backed into a small hot spring at West Thumb Geyser Basin. He died the next day at Old Faithful Inn from shock caused by his burns. It is not known which spring was involved. The park superintendent attributed the boy's death to his guardians not carefully watching him. Another West Thumb area hot spring fatality occurred on August 24, 1926. At about 8 p.m., the Reverend Gilbert A. Eakins, 27, pastor of the Presbyterian Church of Saratoga, Wyoming, accompanied by his wife, Patty, small son, and parents from Bourbon, Indiana, were walking around the thermal area when Reverend Eakins slipped and fell into an unspecified hot spring. In attempting to get out of the pool, he backed into another one. Confused by the pain from hot water, he lost his footing and fell headlong into the first pool. He was completely immersed, but managed to crawl from the spring unaided. Eakins remained unconscious to the end, but he died from shock on the way to Mammoth Hospital. Ranger Wendell Keat, a doctor, was nearby at the road crew bunkhouse when he heard screams and cries for help. Keat ran to the geyser basin behind Mr. Halstead, a government truck driver. When I arrived, I observed a man staggering through the trees toward the road and screaming at the top of his voice for help, that he had fallen into a pool and was burned all over. Calling to Halstead, who was holding him, not to handle him roughly, I took hold of the man and, asking Halstead for his knife, laid the man on his back and proceeded to cut away his clothing as carefully as possible, for I could see even in that dim light that the skin had been slipped from large areas on his body and extremities. In 2 minutes, a large crowd had been attracted to the scene, including all the employees of the road camp and the camping company. While I was cutting away his clothing, I asked for a comforter to lay him on so as not to get any foreign material into the areas which were burned. By this time, my wife arrived with the car and Ranger Miller with my medicine kit. As soon as his clothing was all removed, I administered 1/2 grain of morphine. I commandeered all the olive oil and cooking oils from the delicatessen and the road camp. Mrs. Evans of the road camp had 3 pints of olive oil, with which I covered the entire body, and then obtained 2 clean sheets from the camping company. I wrapped Mr. Eakins in them so that the trunk and extremities were completely covered, then soaked the sheets in oil. I gave mineral oil by mouth to relieve the burning which the esophagus and trachea had sustained when the victim had gulped hot water into his mouth and swallowed it. The fact that Eakins' head was submerged increased his certainty of death, because his burns were then nearly as bad internally as externally due to the swallowing of hot water. One of the scariest things about falling into a hot spring is realizing that one could indeed remain fully conscious for many painful hours while awaiting death. Following this incident, Patty Eakins attempted to recover money from the government through congressional action, but apparently failed. She stated that she believed that compensation was due because this particular pool lies so close to a walk which is open for public use in getting onto and off a pier, which appears to be used for boats and for fishermen. It seems there should be some railing or rope around this pool. The Reverend Eakins would not be the last person to experience this horror. Rollo Gallagher of Salt Lake City, Utah, died from injuries he sustained on August 15, 1927, when he fell into a hot spring near Fire Hole Lake in Lower Geyser Basin. Gallagher ventured out onto a thin crust formation, which failed to support his weight, and he was precipitated into the hot spring. Initially, his injuries were not thought to be life-threatening, and he was advised at West Yellowstone to go to the hospital at Mammoth. Instead, Gallagher elected to drive to Salt Lake City without treatment, and died shortly after he arrived there. This considerable delay in receiving medical attention was probably at least partly responsible for his death. Park visitors since the earliest days have been curious about the water temperatures in thermal areas. Even today, they can often be seen bending down to touch the water. The temptation to touch is almost irresistible. That temptation proved to be the undoing of George H. Brown, 52, of Lampasas, Texas, on the afternoon of August 24, 1928, the same day that Reverend Eakins had been killed 2 years earlier. Brown and his party approached a hot spring immediately east of Excelsior Geyser at Midway Geyser Basin, probably present Indigo Spring. While bending over to stick his hand into the water, he lost his balance and toppled into the spring, which today measures around 200 degrees Fahrenheit. Brown was entirely submerged in the boiling water. His two frantic sons managed to extricate him, scalding their arms in the process. The unfortunate man was rushed toward the Mammoth Hospital, but death occurred before he arrived there. Brown was conscious for the 4 hours prior to his death. He left a wife and 9 children, and his funeral back in Lampasas was a major event. In 1929, a hot spring death resulted in the giving of a Yellowstone place name. That year, Georges Landoy, age 42, the editor of the French newspaper Le Matin at Antwerp, Belgium, was visiting the Old Faithful area with a party of European journalists. On July 3rd, at 3:45 p.m., Landoy had been watching Grand Geyser erupt when he saw Castle Geyser begin its eruption. He ran toward Castle, not watching where he was going, and fell into a very hot spring, apparently present Belgian pool. About 50% of his body was severely burned, both legs to the hips, the left buttock, and the left hand. Landoy was taken to Old Faithful Lodge for first aid and then to the Mammoth Hospital. He died on July 5, 1929, at 5:30 p.m. There are conflicts in the accounts of this incident. 2 different newspaper reports gave the location of the spring as Castle Geyser, and a third one gave the location as a discharging geyser in the upper basin. These accounts all say that the incident happened at Castle Geyser, where its eruption hit Landoy. But I believe that the monthly superintendent's report and the Old Faithful logbook are the more reliable sources. It makes more sense for the man to have been killed falling into a pool than for him to have been killed by being splashed by an erupting geyser. Moreover, an archival letter gives the location of the pool. It states that Landoy at Grand Geyser, with his eyes on the Castle Geyser, walked directly into this small pool. The pool into which he fell is one that is shallow all around its edge and deepens to a small central throat. Horace Albright, who was superintendent of Yellowstone during the 1920s, stated in 1962 that Landoy, a famous Belgian editor, was walking backward to photograph Grand Geyser when he fell into the spring. That quiet hot spring was subsequently given the name Belgian Pool for Landoy by unknown park persons. The Landoy incident and the 3 other thermal deaths that occurred between 1926 and 1928 added up to 4 thermal deaths in 4 summers. These episodes stimulated safety discussions in the park. It is remarkable that there are not more accidents, wrote Park Superintendent Roger Toll to the Director of the National Park Service, NPS. Toll thought that if the park had more clearly defined trails through thermal areas, then people who leave trails will do so at their own risk. A lawyer who read of the Landoy death wrote to Toll, urging him to put up fences and warning signs in thermal areas. And letters from the Park Landscape Division made it apparent that the Landoy incident was an important event in the evolution of designated thermal area trails and log warning signs. Injury incidents no doubt contributed to the birth of those trails as well. The monthly superintendent's reports from the 1920s are loaded with instances of people being burned in the face by looking down into the cone of Old Faithful Geyser. As incredibly imprudent as this may seem, around 10 persons were injured in that decade by doing it. An early instance of this happened in 1901, when a German military surgeon, known only as Dr. Sellerbeck, fell into the cone of a geyser well at Old Faithful. He was burned, but survived. During the 1930s, 4 persons died in Yellowstone Hot Springs, and numerous others were injured. The deceased victims were 1 adult, 1 child, and 2 teenagers. Little Joy Merlene Haney, age 3, of Firth, Idaho, was traveling with a group of 17 persons who stopped at Biscuit Basin on July 13, 1932. At 1:45 p.m., while the group watched Jewel Geyser spouting its beautiful fountain 25 feet high, Joy was momentarily unsupervised. When the geyser erupted, Joy and her mother jumped back in surprise. The mother heard her child scream, looked down, and saw the child immersed all the way up to her neck. She had stepped backward into a small nearby hot spring and was scalded very severely. Although party members quickly pulled her out, Joy Haney died the following night at the Mammoth Hospital. The pool was measured at 150 degrees Fahrenheit, not hot enough to cause instant death, but hot enough to cause excruciating pain for 30 hours prior to death. The spring into which Joy Haney fell was described as being 3 feet long, 2 feet wide, and about 2 feet deep. It was located about 30 feet south of Jewel Geyser and may have been present Shell Spring. 16-year-old Edgar A. Gibson of Tulsa, Oklahoma, suffered a similar fate on July 18, 1933. There are two conflicting accounts as to how this incident occurred. The superintendent's version says his party was touring the Steady Geyser area in Lower Basin when another boy dared Gibson to walk across what appeared to be a solid formation, but was really hot mud. Gibson sank to his thighs, receiving severe burns, from which he later died. This version is corroborated by the Old Faithful logbook that states Gibson fell through hot mud at Steady Geyser and was burned severely on his legs and thighs. The newspapers reported that Gibson's touring party of teenagers stopped at Old Faithful to walk around the geyser basin. Gibson stepped onto what he thought was a stone at the edge of a hot spring. Instead, it was a thin crust of sinter, which gave way and precipitated him into the scalding water. Owen Fredrickson, age 15, was a maid at Old Faithful Inn that summer who was pressed into emergency service to help medics minister to Edgar Gibson. "I had to help the nurse give him a hypo," she wrote. "It was pitiful to hear him groan, and I had to sit there and hold his head and hear it all. Poor kid. And just before he left, he tried to smile to me, and I just burst out and cried. I couldn't hold it back anymore." Regardless of which version of his story happened, 40% of Edgar Gibson's body was scalded, and that was enough to cause his death on July 25th, after he lay in agony for a week at Mammoth and Livingston hospitals. The newspapers also reported that overconfidence might have played a part in Gibson's death, as he had been in the park a year earlier and no doubt believed himself to be familiar with the section being visited. While in the hospital, he wrote several letters to Owen Fredrickson. She was devastated to learn that her cute boy had died. "I just couldn't sleep all last night thinking of him. He just wrote me on Saturday and told me he was slightly better, and now he is dead. I just can't write anymore." Another teenager must also have suffered terribly. While fishing just north of West Thumb on August 14, 1935, Glenn LaRue Howard, 16, of Max, Nebraska, became separated from the rest of his party but continued to fish alone. Somehow, he tumbled into a rather deep hot spring to a 6-foot depth. It must have been difficult and painful to pull himself out, but the youth did it. He then wandered into a timbered area in search of other party members and was found half an hour after his scalding plunge. The hot spring that Howard fell into was located about 200 yards north of King Geyser. A note in the naturalist's log stated that his skin peeled off from his neck to his toes. Given first aid at West Thumb, he was sent by ambulance to Mammoth, accompanied by his parents. With burns covering 95% of his body, he died the next day at the Mammoth Hospital. The West Thumb Geyser Basin claimed a second fisherman on July 3, 1936. At about noon on that day, James W. McPherson, 36, of Ogden, Utah, succeeded in hooking a nice trout at a location some 200 yards north of Fishing Cone along the lakeshore. In his excitement, he failed to notice a hot spring that was 4 feet in diameter and 3 feet behind him, perhaps present Man-Trap Cone. McPherson stepped backward into the hot spring, immersing himself up to his neck. His wife pulled him from the pool immediately and was herself fairly burned. 2 rangers and a traveling physician gave McPherson first aid at the scene, but he died the following day at the Mammoth Hospital. The West Thumb Geyser Basin seems to have been a place of many thermal injuries and deaths over the years. The numerous such incidents that occurred there finally resulted in the lakeshore being closed to fishing, probably for all time. Fishing Cone, the famous hot spring surrounded by Yellowstone Lake, in which park visitors since 1870 cooked fish right on their fishing line, itself injured at least one of those fishermen in 1921 when he stepped into it. The death of McPherson at West Thumb in 1936 was followed 13 years later by that of a 5-year-old boy. Robert Kasich, his parents, and 2 brothers, all from Berwyn, Illinois, were visiting the West Thumb area on the evening of Thursday, July 14, 1949. At around 6:30 p.m., Robert was walking along the east side of the West Thumb cafeteria building, then located just east of the present restrooms and southeast of the ranger station. 3 hot springs were all very near the foundations of the building. The ground near the edge of one of the pools was very slippery, and Robert lost his balance and tumbled into it. His 10-year-old brother Phil attempted to pull him out, but could not, and ran for help. Caro Miller, a dishwasher at the cafeteria, looked out the window and saw Robert thrashing in the pool. She yelled, and her boss ran out the door to find 2 of Hamilton's employees pulling the boy from the spring. Robert had 2nd and 3rd-degree burns from his neck to his toes. Ranger Irvin Lloyd cut the boy's pants off and wrapped him in a sheet. 6 hours later, at Mammoth Hospital, Robert Kasich died. According to his father, Robert's brother Phil carried guilt about the incident for most of his life, even though the tragedy was not his fault. That same season, little Karen Lee Anderson, 4½, of Grand Coulee Dam, Washington, was visiting Black Sand Basin near Old Faithful with her mother. At 11:30 a.m. on September 13, 1949, she pulled away from the woman who was holding her hand, ran to a hot spring near the creek, and fell into it. Karen sustained 2nd and 3rd-degree burns over 90% of her body. She died very quickly. By coincidence, a friend of Karen's family had taken Robert Kasich to the hospital a month earlier at the time of his death. In memory of Karen, and indirectly of their son, Robert Kasich's parents named their new daughter, born in 1950, after Karen. Karen Anderson was probably fortunate to succumb quickly. Danny Lewis of Austin, Minnesota, was not so lucky. The 6-year-old boy was fishing with his father, William Lewis, on the Firehole River on June 13, 1958. His misstep happened at the large hot spring named Ojo Caliente, Spanish for hot spring, in Lower Geyser Basin. Danny fell into that superheated spring and then lived for 2 more days. His 5-year-old sister Jean was there too. I was holding his hand, she remembered. He let go and just slipped into the spring. He was a good patient later, was singing, was in no pain. We took his clothes off and wrapped him in a blanket. Danny P. Lewis died on June 15th from 3rd-degree burns over all of his body, except his head and neck. Ojo Caliente is one of the park's hottest springs, at 198 to 202 degrees Fahrenheit. 2 of Yellowstone's 19 hot spring deaths happened because young adults were attempting to hot pot swim in hot springs. Both were park employees. The vast majority of the park's hot springs are 50 to 100 degrees too hot for swimming. On the evening of July 12, 1967, Brian Parsons, 20, of Nanuet, New York, an employee of the Yellowstone Park Company at Lake Lodge, and a biology major at SUNY New Paltz, decided to go on a late-night excursion with friends. It was his birthday. They drove some 48 miles to the Nez Perce Creek area north of Old Faithful and hiked up the creek in near darkness. The imprudent group did not secure a fire permit, nor did they even have a flashlight. Parsons and his friend Ronald May, 18, of Cheyenne, Wyoming, wandered away from the main group to go swimming illegally in one of the hot springs. In the dark of around midnight, Parsons somehow fell or dove into a hot spring of around 180 degrees Fahrenheit. May attempted to rescue him and sustained second-degree burns to both of his legs. Parsons was covered with second- and third-degree burns over 90% of his body. He lived for some 12 days afterward in a Salt Lake City hospital, but finally died. Because he was greatly enamored of the outdoors and the creatures found there, friends established a biology scholarship in his name, which has ever since been awarded annually at his university. The same hot spring that killed Parsons also killed Donald Watt Cressy on the night of June 29th and 30th, 1975. This pool on the Nez Perce Creek was given the name Dead Savage Spring by the U.S. Geological Survey shortly after Cressy's death. A savage, in Yellowstone parlance, is a park concessionaire employee. Cressy, aged nearly 21, was a third-year Old Faithful Lodge employee from Bellevue, Washington. On the evening of Sunday, June 29, 1975, Cressy and 10 to 20 other employees and visiting friends of Cressy attended a large, late-night hot potting party on Nez Perce Creek. Cressy somehow got into the wrong pool, the one later measured at 179 degrees Fahrenheit. When the party broke up, apparently no one missed Cressy, for the rest of the group drove home without him. This was suspicious to investigating park rangers, and the FBI was called in to investigate. Cressy, the senior cook at Old Faithful Lodge, had not been popular with everyone, and that fact, plus the group's returning home without him, made the rangers look at foul play as a possibility. Cressy's body remained in the pool all day Monday, and when he failed to show up for work on Tuesday, a search began. On Wednesday, his body was found by a young child who was fishing with his father. Not all of it could be recovered because it had been cooking in the spring for more than 2 days. Two of Cressy's visiting friends from that summer, Sandy Farncombe, Bennett, and Shannon Bruce, Wilson, have carried the burden of Cressy's death in their heads for some 40 years. Both women have wondered whether Cressy was purposely pushed into the hot spring that killed him, and both of them had been with Cressy at various times to the site of his final moments. He wasn't the easiest person to get along with, says Shannon Wilson. He'd worked at Yellowstone before and knew his way around, so an accident never seemed very likely to me. Sandy Bennett had worked with Cressy 2 years earlier. She and her friend Shannon, with 2 other friends, went back to visit him during the fateful summer, staying at his cabin at Old Faithful. He was having a hard time, says Sandy, and told us that the people working there were not very nice, that he was having problems, and he seemed very worried. He talked about going home. We left Yellowstone 1 week before he died. Some 40 years later, the 2 women are still friends and agree completely with each other about what they remember. They both remain unconvinced that Cressy's death was an accident. Sandy's postscript goes back to 1973, when she first accompanied Don Cressy and the others to the fateful site. I went with Don and a bunch of employees to the same place where he was later found. We all went hot potting. I remember walking down a path and Don pointing to a hot pot that was marked with a white cross. He said to never go in that one as it was too hot. Back in Seattle, I heard about Don's death on the radio and could not believe it. I wrote a lot of letters back then and remember writing to my friends that still worked in Yellowstone. They told me that Don was found fully clothed in the hot pot marked with a cross. They also told me that his car was not at the place that he was found, so that he must have rode with someone else. I have been haunted by this for years and have always believed that he was murdered. Another of their fellow employees and friends, Barbara Oxford, Bedivere, also worked with Don Cressy, and she agrees. To her, the incident was not an accident. She was told by a Yellowstone Park Company insurance worker a couple of years later that there was still movement in the Cressy case. She said she could not go into details, says Barbara, because it was still under investigation, and just that it was drug-related and others were involved. Exactly how Cressy fell into the pool is a mystery, but possibly it was a simple misstep in the dark. Ann Tricoli was one of the members of the actual swimming party. She stated that Cressy led the way to the pool and that once we were there, someone, I think Don, dove in. Jean LeBeur was shocked that someone would dive into the pool, but Don had been there before and must have known what to expect. We all got undressed. There were other people, 7 or so, already swimming when we got in. After that, I never saw Don in the pool. There was no one left in the water when we got dressed. Upon reading this, I assumed Cressy simply dove into the wrong spring in the darkness, but another party member, Miriam Fry, stated that Cressy undressed and was completely naked when she saw him dive into the pool. His body was found fully clothed, but nevertheless, his death was ultimately ruled accidental. A plausible scenario is that Donald Cressy spent the evening swimming with other party members, got out of the 110-degree pool, put his clothes on, and then fell, or possibly, but less likely, jumped into the other, much hotter spring while all alone. With all parties apparently assuming he rowed home with someone else, no one missed him. The possibility that he was pushed into the pool is intriguing, but ultimately unprovable at this point. The sudden, searing tragedy which had perhaps the greatest impact on Yellowstone Park and the National Park Service occurred on June 28, 1970. In the middle of that afternoon, Andy C. Hecht, 9, of Williamsville, New York, was walking with his vacationing family along a boardwalk near Crested Pool in the Old Faithful area. That awesomely beautiful hot spring had so captivated early visitors to the park that it received a slew of romantic names, among them Fire Basin, Circe's Boudoir, and the Devil's Well. A puff of wind apparently blew the pool's hot vapor into Andy's eyes, momentarily blinding him at a turn in the walkway. Some accounts claim Andy tripped at the edge of the boardwalk, which had no guardrail. At any rate, he plunged into the pool, where the temperature was over 200 degrees Fahrenheit. Andy tried vainly to swim a couple of strokes, then was scalded to death and sank. According to 2 national magazines, the last glimpse his mother had of him was seeing his rigid, stark white face, the mark of his pain and apprehension of death, sinking into the boiling water. Andy's father stated that they did not see him fall. He was behind them on the boardwalk when they heard a splash, turned around, and saw in horror that he had fallen into Crested Pool. Regardless, his body sank out of sight. 8 pounds of bone, flesh, and clothing were recovered the following day. The accounts of other witnesses conflict with those of the parents. Several persons, including Andy's sister Margaret, were witnesses or near witnesses to the tragedy, and 2 of them say he ran into the pool. Margaret stated, "I was walking behind Andy. We were going at a pretty slow pace, and I saw him coming close to the edge, and I go, 'Andy, watch out!' Then I heard this splash, and I grabbed his hand. I couldn't hold on much longer. Then I couldn't see him because of the steam. And the next thing I knew, I couldn't see him again, and he was down." Polly Eash, 15, of Greensboro, Maryland, was also a witness, and she said, "I saw him swing around and run into the pool. As he went into the pool, his hands were up and his legs were in motion running. He just simply ran down the slope into the pool. Everyone was screaming and hollering." Polly's friend, Amy Myers, also 15, of Denton, Maryland, corroborated Polly's account. "The boy did not trip that I noticed. He just ran right into the center of the pool. He just ran, actually running right into the pool with both hands up over his head." Ron Reeder of Roseville, California, was another nearby stroller. He says, "I heard some screaming and ran to the edge of the pool to see a boy with his arm raised sink out of sight." Several witnesses remember hearing the father yell, "Andy," several times. Walter Layfield of Parkersburg, West Virginia, remembered that 2 or 3 persons physically restrained the father from going into the spring after his son. And a nurse at Lake Hospital, Carroll Lake, remembers overhearing Andy's father, James, saying something like, "He, Andy, was right behind us, and I heard him say, 'I wonder if this water really is hot.'" Around 4 the next morning, James Hecht, unable to sleep in his motel room despite heavy sedation, arose to compose a letter to Secretary of the Interior Walter Hickel about what he thought were inadequate safety procedures on the part of the National Park Service. Dr. Hecht, a chemical engineer in Richmond, Virginia, urged Hickel to take positive action to prevent similar future accidents. Dr. Hecht and his wife began a drive to force the National Park Service to commit to improved safety in the national parks. He testified before a Senate subcommittee accusing the NPS of failing to give adequate warnings in pamphlets and brochures about the dangers of thermal pools and of failing to erect guardrails. Dr. Hecht also filed a wrongful death lawsuit against the Park Service and another suit to force the government to give him information on fatalities in the then 258 national park units. An initial tort claim asked for $1 million. Hecht's wrongful death lawsuit was eventually settled out of court for $20,000. Other timely thermal injuries added impetus to Dr. Hecht's campaign. Shortly afterward, 14-year-old Cameron Smith slipped into a Yellowstone hot spring, suffering severe burns over 70% of his body. Moreover, hot spring injuries, as opposed to deaths in general in Yellowstone during the 1960s, were high, and this also added fuel to Dr. Hecht's crusade. Of course, most, if not all decades between 1890 and 1970 exhibited similarly high thermal injuries. Reported injuries in Yellowstone hot springs numbered at least 9 in 1961, 9 in 1962, 7 in 1963, 7 in 1964, 5 in 1965, 18 in 1966, 17 in 1967, 12 in 1968, 12 in 1969, and 10 in 1970, for a total of 106. It all looked pretty dangerous to Dr. Hecht. But as usual, things were not that simple. In all cases in the 1960s, except where a geyser erupted unexpectedly, the causes were attributable to visitor carelessness. Often, visitors were walking in places they were not supposed to be, were intoxicated, were traveling in darkness, lost their balance, or were looking at animals instead of watching where they were going. Additionally, at least 3 injuries occurred in the 1960s because visitors were trying to rescue a dog illegally off-leash. Other injuries occurred from overconfidence, disregard for signs or warnings, camping illegally, or careless running instead of walking in thermal areas. These still represent most of the reasons for hot spring injuries in Yellowstone. Jim and Amy Hecht's campaign did result in increased funding for a number of regional safety officers in the NPS and more warnings in handout literature. Increased attention to safety and warnings continues in NPS ranks today, and safety is now a major concern in national parks nationwide. Angry at the NPS for what they perceived as insufficient safety precautions, the Hechts pushed for a while to have guardrails put up around every Yellowstone, or at least Old Faithful area, hot spring. Said Amy, "I don't care. I want fences around all 150 of those pools." That was, of course, an unreasonable and illogical suggestion. Yellowstone has around 10,000 hot springs. Legally, the NPS is required to give only reasonable warnings of hidden or obvious dangers. In fact, in a 1990 case which centered on the death of a climber in Grand Teton National Park, the U.S. 10th Circuit Court of Appeals ruled that the NPS does not have to make every possible effort to provide protection from backcountry dangers. But as author Paul Schullery has noted, people react to tragedy with rage. They are confused and frustrated and need to strike out. They need to hate or get revenge. They need to blame. They need, most of all, to avoid blaming themselves. Sometimes someone else is handy. Sometimes that someone even deserves the blame. Many dumb things have been done in the park by managers. Some of those things have hurt people. But occasionally stupidity in park administrators or occasional tragedy among park visitors is not a good barometer of the health of the wilderness. When someone is hurt in the park and the need to blame aches for fulfillment, you can almost count on the innocent resource getting stuck with part of the bill. While Dr. Hecht's campaign has had some arguably positive results, such as the now annual Andrew Clark Hecht Memorial Public Safety Achievement Award that the NPS director bestows upon some individual or group, it can only go so far, and then the public must take some responsibility. I can assure you, Dr. Hecht told Congress, that if I had only been alerted to the hazards, even if there were no fences, Andy would be alive today. Remember that very few steps have been taken to protect you in parks. Warnings will be understated, not exaggerated. But this man was a doctor of chemical engineering, no less. He could see the pool's bubbling water and vapor, feel its heat, and read the stay-on-walkways warning signs. The implication of statements like his is, if you want me to heed a warning, hit me over the head with it. It is an old problem. How much warning is adequate in parks, especially when visitors are often careless and in a hurry? At the turn of the century, prior to the country's present tendency toward litigation, attitudes were different. An early Yellowstone Park superintendent, in commenting on an employee being bitten while foolishly feeding a bear, stated that he simply got what he deserved. But even then, some persons harbored unrealistic expectations as to safety in Yellowstone. A woman wrote to the park in 1911 with this query: I have been told that everyone entering the park is insured against accident. Will you kindly let me know if this is so? Needless to say, it was not. The wilderness environment has always contained certain dangers. To remove them would require changes so sweeping as to do away with most of the reasons for having national parks. The scene would cease to be revitalizing, stimulating, and inspirational, and would instead become artificial and sanitized. To develop a national park is to not have one. In line with this is the problem of people who want the park wild, as long as it is not too wild. Paul Schullery has discussed this in his book Mountain Time, in the chapter entitled A Percentage of Fools, and he says some folks require the park's wildness and yet deny its right to exercise its wildness upon them. These are often the first persons to sue a park. It is also true, however, that many people seem to have no common sense where the out-of-doors is concerned, and thus they need a few warnings. What may be natural for a ranger who grew up out of doors may also be truly strange for an average visitor. Therefore, a balance is needed between adequate warnings from a park and basic responsibility from the visitor. Perhaps there is a commentary here on where our society is heading, when so much of it seems to have no common sense about what is outdoors. Remember when outdoors was everywhere and indoors was unnatural? Today it is, unfortunately, just the opposite in much of the United States. Dr. Hecht's campaign has not stopped thermal injuries and thermal deaths in Yellowstone. One cannot legislate or otherwise require reasonable care by anyone else, and warnings sometimes do no good. A very severe hot spring injury occurred in August of 1978 when Rick Reed of Bellevue, Washington, was burned over 82% of his body. He somehow survived to become a ski instructor living at Redmond, Washington. Other injuries occurred in 2001 and 2005. Donald E. Hansen, 39, of Shoreline, Washington, was burned on July 26, 2001, at a hot spring on Fountain Flats Drive when his dog, a chocolate Labrador, ran from their motorhome unrestrained to the Firehole River and a thermal pool and jumped fatally into the 200-degree spring. Hansen received burns to his arms and knees but was unable to get the dog out of the spring. On July 3, 2005, 9-year-old Matthew Luke Huang of Lawrenceburg, Kentucky, fell into a hot spring on the east side of Yellowstone Lake, probably one of the springs at Steamboat Point. The boy's parents entered the park's east entrance and stopped at the lake to view the springs. While Luke was playing with the family dog at the edge of the pool, he fell into it, suffering second- and third-degree burns over some 40% of his body. He survived in a Salt Lake City hospital. The death of David Allen Kerwin, discussed at the beginning of this chapter, was caused by his attempting to rescue his friend's dog from a hot spring. dogs cause particular problems for park rangers in Yellowstone. They are never allowed to be off-leash in the park and are never allowed to go on trails, including trails through thermal areas. Visitors often do not understand the prohibition, but hot springs are part of the reason. Other reasons are: dogs are predatory on small animals, dogs chase and harass large animals like elk and moose, dogs can attract bears. Indeed, those two animals hate each other. And excrement from dogs can introduce exotic plants into an ecosystem. Do not take your dog on trails in Yellowstone. On August 11, 1983, John A. Kay, 29, of Chatsworth, California, was burned over the entire lower half of his body in trying to rescue his dog from a hot spring at Midway Geyser Basin. Including David Allen Kerwin's dog, Kay's was the fourth dog to be injured or killed in Yellowstone hot springs that summer. That dogs occasionally died in hot springs very early in Yellowstone's history was attested to some years ago by Bessie Haynes Arnold, who remembered that it happened at least once while she lived in the park, 1883 to 1904 and 1914 to 1916. And at least one other such dog incident is known for that same period. Dog hot spring incidents and most human hot spring incidents tend to occur in summer. However, John Mark Williams' injury and subsequent death in a hot spring was not only the sole thermal death to occur in winter, but also a springboard for what was possibly the most complex winter search and rescue operation ever to be assembled in Yellowstone. Williams, 24, had been a park employee pub tender at Lake, and during the winter of 1987 through 1988, he was an employee at Old Faithful Snow Lodge. Originally from Wetumpka, Alabama, he was the kind of person nearly everyone liked: blonde, blue-eyed, intelligent, athletic, sensitive to nature, outgoing, and happy. He was in excellent physical shape and a strong skier and rock climber. On Monday and Tuesday, February 7th and 8th, 1988, a party of Snow Lodge employees winter camped near Shoshone Geyser Basin on Shoshone Lake, some 11 miles south of Old Faithful. The party consisted of Jack McConnell, Jill Fitterer, Andrea Paul, Melanie Weeks, and John Mark Williams. All were experienced Yellowstone employees of several years each, and all were excellent skiers and winter campers in good physical shape. Weeks and Paul skied in on the 7th. Fitterer and McConnell skied in together on the 8th. Williams skied in alone on the 8th and joined the others that evening. Weeks and Paul were skiing out on the 8th when they met Fitterer and McConnell heading in, heard that Williams was to join the party, and decided to go back in. Andrea Paul was to be eternally thankful that she went back. On February 8th, the group made camp at 5 p.m. It was not a legal camp, as they were assigned to a campsite spot, but instead camped on the shore of the lake. Although rangers would later criticize them for the decision, several party members were to note later that the decision to camp there was a common-sense one based on the incoming storm, rather than any conscious disregard of park policy. John Mark Williams had been fascinated by the beauty of the Shoshone Hot Springs on earlier trips, and decided to go for a walk in the Geyser Basin while the others stayed behind to cook dinner. Perhaps John Mark wanted to see the beauty of the springs in the snow and engage in some quiet contemplation. Or perhaps he wanted to do some illegal hot potting, soaking in the cooler of the thermal pools, and there are not many springs that fit that description. He may have also needed some time alone to do some thinking about his prior relationship with Andrea, a relationship that had lasted several years and had ended the summer before. He invited the others to join him, and when they declined, he headed out into the Geyser Basin alone. It was not yet dark and was snowing only lightly at that moment, but the storm was to roll in quickly. By 6 p.m., it had begun snowing a little harder, and darkness was fast approaching. Jack, Jill, Melanie, and Andrea finished eating, cleaned up their pots, and started settling into their sleeping bags. By 6:45, the visibility had grown very poor from heavy snowfall, gusty winds, and dense hot spring vapor. Indeed, Ranger Bonnie Gaffney, soon to be heavily involved in the incident, would note later that while the storm was raging, the howling wind was incredible. When Gaffney opened the patrol cabin door on the shore of Shoshone Lake, where she was spending the night, she couldn't even see the lake for the blowing and howling snow. As time passed, the four campers grew concerned about Williams, so Melanie and Andrea set out with headlamps into the dark. Blowing snow and darkness kept them from being able to see well despite their lights, and they quickly realized that heavy snow drifting was occurring so fast that they could not figure out which way to go. Confused and disoriented, they gave up after 10 minutes and returned to the tent. "I hope John Mark is okay," Andrea commented upon their return to the tents. "Ol' Henry," a nickname of John's, "is probably loving it out there," was McConnell's confident reply. But then he quietly noted to Jill, "Something is wrong. He should have been back by now, and I've got a bad feeling." Shortly after that, around 7:30 p.m., the four tent occupants heard screaming in the distance. Then silence, punctuated only by the moaning wind and the sound of snowflakes slapping the sides of the tent. Then they heard screaming again. "Oh God, help me! Help me!" As all four scrambled to get out of their sleeping bags, the screaming grew closer. Exiting their tents, the others saw Williams in a stumbling run, holding his arms above his head and crying, My hands! I hurt so bad!" McConnell asked Williams what had happened, and in broken words he answered, "Oh God, I fell in a real hot one. I'm hurtin' real bad." Moving quickly, the others stripped off Williams' wet clothes and placed him in a sleeping bag. He had been scalded from his feet to his neck. Long strips of his skin had already begun to peel off from the 2nd and 3rd degree burns, which covered 90% of his body. The others elevated his feet in an attempt to treat him for shock, while his screams of pain filled the tent. Jill Fitterer remembers the screams being painfully long and loud, sounds she could not get out of her head for years. She was shocked to see that his back was deep purple in color. "I'm skiing for help," said McConnell. Jill told him that he could not go alone and that she would go too. Jack replied that that was okay, but to pack faster than she had ever packed before. Jill scrambled for anything warm she could find. The two struck out in the darkness, hoping to find Ranger Bonnie Gaffney and Steve Blakely, who they knew were staying in the Cove Patrol cabin 3 miles away. Unfortunately, they did not know exactly where the cabin was. Jack's headlamp bulb burned out, so he stopped to replace it with another. The second one shattered, and they had only Jill's fading light. To conserve its battery, they skied in darkness, sliding backward often and falling several times while following Bonnie and Steve's dim ski tracks. Those tracks finally ended, covered by the new snow that had been long falling. They yelled for Bonnie and Steve over and over, to no avail. From a mile away, John Mark's screams cut through them like a hot knife. Jill was exhausted but kept up with Jack in terror of their being separated. In pitch darkness, she skied into low tree branches and fell again. The wind and falling snow were ruthless and unforgiving. Unable to find the cabin, the two decided to return to Snow Lodge for help. The relatively warm temperature of 20 degrees Fahrenheit was their only relief. Meanwhile, Melanie and Andrea had begun desperate attempts to keep Williams alive. Every few minutes they gave him fruit juice or water. When that ran out, they attempted to melt snow in a pan, but the wind kept blowing out the stove. They ended up melting snow in their mouths and spitting it into a cup. Meanwhile, McConnell and Jill were heading toward Grant's Pass and Old Faithful, knowing their inbound ski tracks would be long concealed by the new snow. Jack McConnell, the strongest skier in the party, went first, breaking trail. Jill followed, but 3 miles out lost her energy. She fell over and over, skis twisting under her, and heard herself yelling in the blackness for Jack. Jill decided to stop and camp in order to keep from slowing Jack down. It was 10:45 p.m. The two made her a bivouac spot under a large tree. There she lay down to spend a cold, sleepless, lonely, and terrified snowbound night. The next day, she skied out to Old Faithful. She wrote later that she hoped never again to feel so detached from life or to know such a great emptiness in her heart. Through the night, Andrea and Melanie maintained their heartbreaking vigil in thick snowfall and with winds blowing so hard that the tent threatened to collapse. John Mark Williams never lost consciousness and remained coherent during the night. Between screams of pain, he was able to carry on a conversation and expressed concern that McConnell would not possibly be able to return to Snow Lodge in the midst of such a fierce storm. He was alert enough to tell Andrea where his first aid kit was located, and at times he even sat up. He stated at one point that he didn't believe a helicopter could make it to the site, even if Jack were able to get help. While the women kept busy, they were consumed by their feelings. Andrea thought to herself that she hoped never to see another person in that much pain again. But after a while, she came to regard the screams as a necessary release for John. As she was later to explain, to touch anything or to be touched by anything was excruciatingly painful for him. I remember thinking, "Oh God, just let him pass out. Let him rest." Melanie Weeks remembers thinking that she had never known such a feeling of helplessness as I knew that night. As the night stretched on, John often said he was so tired and continued to thank the two women for their efforts. He repeatedly apologized for the inconvenience and expressed concern about a coat he had dropped at the hot spring. He had borrowed it from a fellow employee at Snow Lodge, Andrea remembers, and he was quite concerned that this employee wouldn't get his coat back. I recall him saying that he was scared only twice, but a few times he said things like, "I'm fighting. I'm trying." He kept popping up and then flopping down, writhing in pain, and occasionally sobbing in frustration. "He was so good about doing what we asked," explained Andrea, turning on his side repeatedly so we could try and get the sleeping bag zipper up around his neck, and sipping the water we gave him slowly. The girls took turns all night long crawling out of the tent to gather snow in a small cooking pot. When the stove failed to light, they again melted small handfuls in their mouths, letting it slowly dribble back into a cup, which they handed to John every few minutes. The storm continued to rage, the walls of the tent shuddered, and the tent poles creaked, threatening to snap in two. Melanie and Andrea fought to keep snow from blowing in and kept snow-filled water bottles next to their skin in hopes that their body heat would melt more snow. Eventually, the powerful wind proved too much for the tent door zipper, and it broke. The two women were then kept twice as busy keeping snow out of the tent while preparing and administering liquids to Williams. "Not once," remembers Andrea, "I repeat, not once did he say he did not want to die, nor did he ever curse or get mad about this twist of fate. Not once did he say, 'Why me?' Instead," she explained, "he kept thanking us. At one point he even reached up to barely caress a strand of my hair and told me he loved me." Andrea remembers wondering if Jack would get through. Meanwhile, Jack McConnell skied on alone through the night, through high winds and with no source of light, but fortunately with the blowing snow at his back. The snow was so deep, the wind so high, and the night so dark that it was very difficult to find the trail. McConnell, a longtime Yellowstone employee and very experienced in the backcountry, had the presence of mind to leave the trail in favor of the Firehole River and to ski along the river, following its sound. He skied all night and finally made it to Old Faithful Snow Lodge at 4 a.m. He saw the night security guard, and they dialed 911 together and informed the dispatcher of the situation. The park's chief ranger was immediately notified, and a massive search and rescue operation began to lurch slowly into operation. Old Faithful Rangers did not want to begin the rescue until daylight because of the numerous dangers that could face the rescuers in the darkness. At 7:30 a.m., Rangers Bruce Blair and Steve Sarles packed their skis and some other gear and jumped into a double-track snowmobile. Their plan was to try to drive the machine over the ski trail via Grants Pass. That would be difficult at best, as the trail crossed the Continental Divide, rising and falling through thick timber with many small streams to serve as impediments. Moreover, the weather forecast was for continued heavy snow with high winds causing blowing and drifting. A snowmobile was likely to bog down in the deep drifts of the now full-blown blizzard. Nevertheless, Blair and Sarles gritted their teeth and headed into the swirling snowstorm. Skiing behind them, and at times in front of them, were two strong concessioner skiers from Snow Lodge, Kurt Langer and Dave Halliday. By 8:30 a.m., when Blair and Sarles were 5 miles in, other rangers heard their faint, static-filled radio reports of howling winds, low visibility, and 6-foot drifts. The rescue itself was now filled with innumerable risks, and the rescuers themselves were increasingly susceptible to dangers. Other rangers were coming from the south and west entrances to make backup attempts to reach Shoshone Lake via the DeLacy Creek Trail. More than 20 people were now involved in the outdoors part of the rescue, but it was evident that it would take many hours to reach Williams. No one knew if he was even still alive. Ranger and park medic Bonnie Gaffney was spending her days off at Shoshone Lake's Cove Patrol cabin. As per standard procedure, she turned her radio on that morning about 8 a.m., and the very first thing she heard was Shirley, the dispatcher, calling her number. 413, this is 700. Gaffney was shocked and responded immediately with strong apprehension. Informed of the situation by the dispatcher, she radioed that she and Steve Blakely were packing her medical gear for a ski trip to Williams' campsite. Although the ranger staff could now breathe easier knowing that a trained medic was within striking distance of the injured man, they did not know how truly severe were his injuries. Gaffney and Blakely struck out through the trees, wondering what horrors awaited them. Bonnie carried oxygen, first aid supplies, food, water, and all of her extra clothing. The blizzard made their travel more difficult as they tracked through unbroken snow directly across the frozen lake. Bonnie noted that their tracks from the previous day were completely obliterated. I was skiing faster than Steve and was also pumping on an adrenaline rush, so I pushed on ahead and left him to follow my tracks. We were skiing into the wind this time, and eyelashes quickly froze as the snow hit your face like stinging needles. You had to keep your head down and lift it only to verify your direction of travel. We were breaking another 8 to 10 inches of snow this time. As we went, I was hearing radio traffic about the incident and could hear bits and pieces of rescue plans. I tried to talk to Steve Sarles in dispatch a number of times, but had to stop skiing to do so and didn't want to waste time. My impressions were of some thermal burns, but nothing to the extent that they were. I was thinking of foot and possibly leg burns. At 10:03 a.m., Gaffney radioed that they had reached the geyser basin and needed to know where the campsite was. Sarles replied from Grants Pass with information he had. At 10:37, the two reached a thermal pool that they believed was the site of the incident because a water bottle was floating in it and clothing was scattered around. Bonnie recognized John Mark's clothing from the preceding day when she and Steve had run into him on the trail. Somehow she had known it was he who had been hurt without ever having been told. For the next nearly 50 minutes, Gaffney and Blakely searched for the campsite, splitting up for efficiency, but wasting precious energy floundering in deep snow. Bonnie radioed several times to report she could not find the camp in the blizzard. All ski tracks were obliterated by that time. Finally, a good suggestion was radioed to her from Ranger Andy Fisher, who suspected that the group had camped on the beach. Back at the tent, Andrea and Melanie were still trying desperately to help John Mark. Andrea was to remember it vividly. I was sitting by John's head and had just handed him the cup with a few sips of water. He drank them down, sat slightly up to hand me the cup, and said, "Thank you." As he flopped back, his eyes seemed to roll up, and his jaw suddenly clenched. I feared he was going comatose and that he might swallow his tongue. I tried to pry open his mouth and force a yellow bandana between his teeth when I heard this strange gurgling sound. I now know that his lungs were filling with fluid, but at the time I just thought he was choking. I had his head between my hands, and suddenly I knew he was no longer breathing or moving. Indeed, he seemed suddenly at peace. I was looking at him in total disbelief and shock. I couldn't believe he was really gone. I remember covering his nose and trying to breathe down his mouth, but nothing helped. Melanie and I were holding each other. I remember saying the words to the Lord's Prayer, crying, and lying there in disbelief. We were so totally exhausted and so in shock, we didn't react for a few minutes. I remember closing his eyelids, kissing him on the forehead. The thought that he was really gone was totally unacceptable. After 20 or 30 minutes, a calm resolve set in. In a stupor, the two women vacillated between packing up their things or just waiting for help. Andrea found her watch and remembers thinking that it said 10:30, so John Mark must have died somewhere around 9:50 a.m. At 11:26, Bonnie Gaffney topped over a small hill in thigh-deep snow to see a blue tent on the beach and notified headquarters. The two women heard her shout and crawled out of the tent, crying quietly, "Bonnie, it's too late. Nothing can help him now." Gaffney and Blakely began immediate CPR on Williams, and Melanie spelled them at intervals. At 11:54, Gaffney reported via radio to a doctor that she was getting no pulse or respiration, eyes were fixed and dilated, skin blistered over 70% of the body, some lividity, a slight rigor in the arms, and no rectal temperature. At 12:25, the doctor ordered CPR to be stopped. Heroic efforts by Jack McConnell and Bonnie Gaffney notwithstanding, and valiant, if initially delayed, efforts by the other Rangers, Sarles and Blair, along with Langer and Halliday, arrived shortly after Gaffney. Help had missed reaching Williams alive by an hour and a half. The pool he had fallen into, located immediately northeast of Black Sulphur Spring, was 187 degrees Fahrenheit and 8 feet deep. One could debate the what-ifs in this incident forever. Indeed, those debates continued for some time within the Park Service, as they always do with dramatic incidents, in order to analyze the performances of both the rescuers and the rescued for the benefit of similar future incidents. Had Williams' party known where Bonnie Gaffney's cabin was, or had the storm been less fierce so that her ski tracks could have been followed, Williams might, but I don't really think so, have had a better chance for survival, for Gaffney could certainly have gotten the rescue rolling before midnight, and perhaps as early as 8:15 p.m. On the other hand, getting a helicopter to the location in the storm was probably impossible, even if things had gotten rolling faster. If he had known its location, McConnell could have skied the 3 miles to Bonnie's cabin in perhaps half an hour. Then again, Gaffney might have found the camp more quickly had the party camped in their assigned site instead of camping illegally on the beach. But would that have really mattered? What if John Mark had not gone walking that night? What if Bonnie had left her radio on all night? What if the weather had been better? What if the others had known CPR? And on and on. Despite these questions, Andrea and Jill both argue that it is futile to debate the what-ifs, that in light of John Mark's extensive injuries, he had no chance for survival once he fell into that pool. Andrea was there. She saw the severity and enormity of his situation all night long. A fire captain later described it to her thusly: "If he were burned to that degree in the doorway of the best burn center in the country, in Salt Lake City, he still would have died." The passage of more than 15 hours with no medical treatment for Williams was most unfortunate, but probably could not have been helped. And one can argue, as Andrea does most convincingly, that Williams' burns were so severe that nothing could have been done regardless of time. According to the autopsy report, they covered 90% of his body, and he died of dehydration from the burns. According to Chief Ranger Dan Shawley, John Mark Williams had a reputation for pushing his limits in Yellowstone's backcountry, although Williams' compatriots certainly do not agree with that assessment. A park employee who was far more experienced than most visitors, Williams nevertheless became the victim of a fatal misstep for whatever reason. In a strange coincidence, William's park roommate earlier had been Kent Shane Rich, a man who died falling off a mountain in the park. Refer to Chapter 11, Fatal Attraction, Deaths from Falls. So Williams had previously been close to a backcountry death incident, and according to Andrea, had been deeply affected by it. 2 hard and fast rules in Yellowstone have to be these. Do not walk or ski in a thermal area in darkness or in blizzard conditions because you cannot see the hazards, and always camp in your assigned backcountry site. One of the reasons for the camping rule here was to keep people away from the geyser basin at night. Although the Park Service, ever aware of its potential legal liability because of visitors who sue, could argue that camping illegally caused problems in this case, Andrea Paul believes that John Mark would have died regardless of where they were camped. She points out that the trip to Shoshone was Bonnie Gaffney's first into the area, so Bonnie did not know the area well either. In fact, many of the party members noted that several of the rangers did not know the area well, if at all, and most were unhappy with the way they were treated by the rangers. It seemed to them incongruous that their rescuers would blame them for an incident that occurred in a place the rangers themselves barely knew. On the other hand, emergency personnel are not often well received by survivors in a death incident. Andrea Paul remembers this, above all. When Jack, Jill, Melanie, and I first reached Shoshone Geyser Basin, we heard a jubilant shout as we broke from the trees and skied into the open field which sits on the edge of the basin. John Mark was in high spirits, delighted to see us, and singing at the top of his lungs. My mama is a mountain lion, my daddy is a grizzly bear, and I'm the meanest mountain man this side of the Missouri River. I choose to remember him this way, wrote Andrea later, joyful, giddy, and seemingly invincible. William's death brought the total of human deaths from hot springs in Yellowstone National Park to 19. However, the total would be 20 so far if L.R. Piper's 1900 disappearance was due to his falling into a hot spring. The possibility of that having happened is very real. Refer to Chapter 22, Missing and Presumed Dead. Yellowstone's 20th documented death from thermal springs occurred in the summer of 2000, and it turned out to be the most tragic and deadly thermal accident in park history. It was a desperately sad affair that took a 20-year-old woman from the ranks of park concessionaire employees and badly injured her 2 companions. This fatality was the result of night travel in a very dangerous area, namely the River Group of thermal springs in Lower Geyser Basin. It is a semi-backcountry area where hot springs and geysers crop out all along both banks of Firehole River for dozens of yards, creating an area that is dangerous enough during daytime, but many times more dangerous at night. College students work in Yellowstone by the hundreds. It is a fabulous summer experience for most of them, one that many people remember fondly all their lives, because of reasonable working hours, room and board in dormitory style much like college, many opportunities to make lifetime friendships with people from all 50 states, and plenty of free time to hike or otherwise explore the wilderness around them in one of the world's most famous places. Such was the case for 3 Old Faithful area employees who worked for AmFac Parks and Resorts. On August 21, 2000, they decided to join a group of 5 other friends for an afternoon swim in Firehole River at the river's cascade near Mount Geyser. The 3 were Tyler Montague, 18, of Salt Lake City, Lance Buki, 18, of Holiday, Utah, and Sarah Hulfers, 20, of Oroville, Washington. The 2 boys had just graduated from high school. Sarah was a junior at Western Washington University studying biology. Montague worked at Old Faithful Lodge while Buki and Hulfers were employed at Old Faithful Inn. The 3 stayed with their friends all afternoon and into the evening, and by this time all 8 people were somehow on the east side of the river rather than the west side, where swimming activities often began. It was between 10 and 11 p.m. when they began to walk back to their cars through an area where there was no maintained trail. Montague, Bucke, and Holfers walked separately, behind the other 5. The moon was not yet up, and the group had no flashlights, so it was quite dark for them. With Sarah in the middle, holding hands with Bucke and Montague, the 3 began walking north along Firehole River through an area pockmarked with superheated hot springs. Whether they had been drinking at all, an investigation later showed that alcohol was not a factor. As the 3 walked, they reached a point where a bit of a hill partially hid a large, sunken hot spring, about 18 feet long and 10 feet deep, with an overhanging earthen bank at its rear. In the dim light of night, all 3 thought they saw a thin ribbon of water in front of them, so they elected to all jump over it at once while holding hands. Instead, what they jumped over was a thin ribbon of vegetation right on the precipice of Cavern Spring, which lurked below them. Their feet landed on the edge of the earthen bank above the spring, and it crumbled. They fell directly into a deep part of the spring. The 2 boys were immersed up to their necks. Sarah went underwater and was thus immersed 100%. From a distance, the 5 others heard them yelling in the night and began running back to assist them. Thrashing and screaming in water that was later measured at 178 degrees, the 3 attempted to climb out of the spring. Bucke almost climbed out, but some of the earthen bank gave way again, and he fell into the spring for a second time. The others quickly ran back and noticed that, incredibly, all 3 victims were still conscious, despite being horribly injured. Bucke and Montague climbed out of the spring and then helped Sarah out of it. Friends helped the 2 boys to vehicles and drove them back to Old Faithful Clinic. Others carried Sarah, who had the worst injuries, toward the parking area and remained with her at the scene until rangers arrived some 30 minutes later and put her into an ambulance. The 3 victims soon lost consciousness. Eventually, ambulances took them to the West Yellowstone Airport, where helicopters and airplanes flew them to Idaho Falls and then on to Salt Lake City's burn center. The rangers' investigation was initially hampered because all 3 victims were unconscious and could not be interviewed. Never before in Yellowstone's history had 3 people suffered critical burn injuries all at once. Doctors speculated that the 3 had purposely and simultaneously jumped into the spring without realizing how hot it was. Park personnel puzzled over how 3 people could fall into a hot spring at the same time. With third-degree burns over 100% of her body, Sarah Holfers died of her injuries 14 hours later in the Salt Lake City Burn Center. Her funeral in Oroville, Washington, was a major event, attended by more than 300 people, for she had been a straight-A student who had just won another scholarship. Her friend, Yuvia Storm, 21, who worked with her, told friends that she and Sarah were having the time of their lives working in Yellowstone. "She was so happy," said Storm. Sarah's father, Dan, agreed. "She said it was the most wonderful experience she'd had in her whole life," he told reporters. "Everyone she worked with liked her. She said she never felt so loved." Lance, Bucke, and Tyler Montague suffered second- and third-degree burns over at least 90% of their bodies. Doctors gave little hope for their recoveries, but somehow the 2 men held on, slipping in and out of consciousness for many days. As they gradually recovered consciousness, they were able to tell their attendants what happened. "He thought it was ground he was jumping onto," said Lance Bucke's mother later. The fact that the spring was only 178 degrees in temperature instead of 195, like so many others, may have allowed them to survive. 40 years earlier, park geologist George Marler had ominously described Cavern Spring as shaped like a double-bitted tomahawk, with its handle discharging into the river and its blade representing the 10-foot deep cavern. Its undercut and overhanging ledge, wrote Marler, were a hazard to too close an approach. On June 12, 2001, while their son was still recovering, Lance Bucke's parents filed a lawsuit in his name in the U.S. District Court in Wyoming against the Department of the Interior and the National Park Service, They sought, under the Federal Tort Claims Act, FTCA, unspecified damages for medical expenses and permanent disfigurement of Lance Bucchi. The FTCA, enacted by Congress in 1946, provides a limited waiver of the federal government's sovereign immunity for the negligent or wrongful act or omission of a federal employee acting within the scope of his office or employment. The suit alleged that government employees were negligent in failing to warn him and to protect him from the dangers presented by the thermal feature through the use of signs, barriers, or a closure of the area. Initially, the government responded with a motion to dismiss, claiming it was shielded by the Wyoming Recreational Use Act, but Judge William Downs denied that motion, and the lawsuit went forward. The case of Bucchi versus United States of America was yet another example of people wanting their wilderness wild while still wanting someone to blame when nature seemed hostile. It was complicated by the fact that Yellowstone Park posts thermal warning signs all over the front country, but not the back country. At one point, the judge himself personally visited the site of the incident during both daylight and evening hours. Most important to Judge Downs was the 2002 case of Elder versus United States, a 10th Circuit case brought under the Federal Tort Claims Act following the death of a 12-year-old boy who slipped and fell over a ledge while crossing a stream in Zion National Park. In that case, the Circuit Court held that the discretionary function exception to the FTCA barred a claim of failure to adequately protect a national park visitor against a danger presented by a natural hazard. On February 6, 2004, Judge Downs dismissed the Bucchi lawsuit, holding that the Zion case controls the disposition of the present case, and in fact could be applied more forcefully to the present case because the natural feature at issue is in a backcountry location where NPS policies regarding aesthetics and natural preservation are even more important. So the circuit law, as stated by the Elder case, is now this: park officials have to consider a variety of interests in deciding whether or not to post warning signs, such as resource allocation, visitor safety, and scenic preservation. And under the law, they are given the discretion to do so. The Elder Court stated that physical barriers undoubtedly spoil the view and the experience of communing with nature in scenic parks, and marveled that Zion's warning signs in place had not been enough warning for the suing plaintiffs in that case. But what would constitute an adequate warning? Bigger signs? Signs embedded in the sandstone immediately next to each stream? Such solutions, however, have an impact on park aesthetics. And even if plaintiffs are contending only that the wording of existing signs should have been altered to mention algae specifically, such a change would necessitate a chain of further decisions. Would not Zion managers then have to decide whether it is necessary to add signs that explain how to identify algae? The law of the 10th Circuit now gives Yellowstone and other park managers an effective shield against such lawsuits, at least under many fact scenarios. Bucchi had a tough case factually because he and his friends were walking in darkness without a flashlight, and because they were park employees who arguably knew or should have known that this pockmarked area was a dangerous one, especially when they had spent many hours in the area before the incident occurred. But most importantly here, the 10th Circuit made it clear that the exception to general liability established by the FTCA, protects those discretionary actions or decisions of government officials which are based on considerations of public policy. The purpose of it, said the Elder Court, is to prevent courts from second-guessing of legislative and administrative decisions grounded in social, economic, and political policy. Nor does public safety automatically trump other considerations by park officials. Preserving the resources is important too, and the Elder Court reminded both the public and park managers of this fact. The NPS's own Loss Control Management Guidelines, NPS 50, certainly conveys the message that safety must be a priority, and it assists park management by focusing on a number of elements that should be encompassed by a safety program. But it does not dictate what actions park employees must take in response to particular problems. Indeed, the following language in the NPS 50's introduction makes clear that safety decisions must be made in the special context of a national park and that park management retains substantial discretion. Paradoxically, many of the natural features found in parks pose significant safety risks to the uninformed visiting public. Yet those same features cannot be eliminated nor guarded against in the same manner that a prudent person would expect to find in an industrial or home setting. Therefore, NPS public safety efforts are focused on interpreting the values of the park's natural features and educating the visitor concerning the proper precautions one must take to have a safe and healthful journey at that specific park unit. Another thermal injury in the park may have occurred partly because of an employee's intoxication in darkness. Joseph Widelock, 17, was traveling off-trail in a thermal area just after midnight on July 18, 1991, when he fell into a pool of Old Faithful's myriad group that measured 147 degrees Fahrenheit. Climbing out of the pool, he continued on in the darkness and fell into a second, hotter one. Climbing out of that one, he attempted to stand up and fell into the same spring again. He sustained first, second, and third-degree burns over 67% of his body. Injuries and deaths in Yellowstone's hot springs are sobering and scary. Hot spring injuries probably number 100 or more, and they continue to happen most summers, including a serious injury at Solitary Geyser in the summer of 2012. I cannot emphasize enough to parents that they must hold fast to their children and realize that they themselves are sometimes childlike when walking around Yellowstone's thermal areas. As a 4-year-old child, I was led around Yellowstone on a rope. I remember resenting the leash my parents put on me, but my father was very aware of hot springs, and I may be still alive because of it. Visitors must never travel off-trail in thermal areas, and all persons must exercise reasonable care when traveling through any thermal area. Heart-wrenching events such as those chronicled here should teach us at least that. Chapter 2. These animals are not real. The myth that can kill you. A tame wild animal is the most dangerous of beasts. My old friend, Dick Rock, laughed at my advice and got killed by one of his 3-year-old bulls. I told him they knew him just well enough to kill him, and they did. Buffalo Jones in Lord of Beasts. There is perhaps not an animal that roams in this or in the wilds of any other country more fierce and forbidding than a buffalo. Neither the polar bear nor the Bengal tiger surpass that animal in ferocity. Alexander Ross, Fur Trapper, 1825. The bison, or buffalo, is a mythologized animal. To many Yellowstone Park visitors, it is not a genuine living, breathing creature. Instead, it is a painting, a symbol of a vanished past, a vignette of 19th century America, but certainly nothing real. Many visitors want to approach it, to touch it, to somehow establish a close link with it, as if that might somehow connect them to their own frontier heritage. Having been a Yellowstone resident for more than 35 years, I sometimes lose sight of that simple truth. To me, the animal is very real and very dangerous, but perhaps that mythologized perception of the animal is part of the reason that visitors have been injured and killed by bison in Yellowstone National Park. As of 2013, only 2 human deaths from bison incidents, compared with 7 from bears, have occurred in Yellowstone Park. But the continuing potential for injuries and deaths from bison in the park is much greater than it is for injuries and deaths from bears. Dr. Mary Marr, Yellowstone's bison expert, has told us that bison numbers have continued to increase since 1978, and as the numbers increase and visitors to Yellowstone increase, so does the potential for human injury. There are now some 4,000 bison in the park compared to perhaps 750 bears, and visitors are much more likely to see and thus approach bison. Certainly, park rangers are sympathetic to the power of the bison myth, but we cannot let it blind us to the danger. Considering the numbers of human injuries involving bison in recent years, it is probably only lucky that more deaths have not occurred. Bison can weigh 2,000 pounds or more, and they are unpredictable, often belligerent animals that must never be closely approached. At least one incident is known from 1890 wherein bison reportedly attacked and destroyed a park stagecoach in Hayden Valley, and I have personally seen them charge snow coaches in winter in the park. On March 22, 1902, Dick Rock, 49, a well-known Yellowstone area poacher and animal keeper, was killed by one of his own bison near Henry's Lake, just outside the park. He was attempting to show a friend how tame they had become. Several people had warned Dick that the bison would kill him, but he did not listen. One Saturday morning at 7 a.m., when Dick was feeding a bison, it became enraged and charged him, pinning him against the corral. His screams brought Mrs. Rock and several people from a nearby ranch. What they saw horrified them. Over and over, the bison pitched Dick's body up into the air, and the bison gored him with its horns every time he hit the ground. The bison ripped all the clothes from Dick's body and left him with 29 horn holes. May Garner remembered that when they got Dick out of there, his eyelids twitched a time or two, and he was gone. Before the 1990s, injuries from bison, gorings, tramplings, or strikings numbered 0 to 10 per year in the park, and almost always happened because a visitor approached the animal too closely. Park bison injuries included at least 11 in 1983, 6 in 1984, 10 in 1985, 4 in 1986, 2 in 1987, 2 in 1988, none in 1989 through 1990, 4 in 1991, 2 in 1992, 2 in 1993, and at least 3 in 1994. In 1985, while I was a law enforcement ranger at Canyon, so many injuries occurred in nearby Hayden Valley from visitors foolishly approaching bison that the accompanying warning poster was created by park managers. I often spent entire 8-hour days in Hayden Valley monitoring bison jams and keeping people away from the animals. But the park has improved its safety record greatly because from 1995 through 2012, human injuries from bison averaged only 0 to 5 per year. Diane Herring, who works in the park's law enforcement office, says of this, "I think we are getting better at warning people." There is usually someone who wants to sue the park because of his or her own carelessness in being injured by a bison. True to form, a lawsuit brought by a woman who was injured in 1984 ended with the plaintiff losing the case. As mentioned earlier, the park has a legal duty only to warn of hidden or obvious dangers. Park rangers do not want to seem unsympathetic to a visitor's desire to view animals, but animal warnings generally can be found everywhere, in park handout literature, on warning signs, and given verbally by ranger personnel at visitor centers or from patrol cars. In the spring of 1992, a 70-year-old man from Pittstown, New Jersey, was tossed 15 feet into the air by a bison at West Thumb Geyser Basin. His leg was ripped open by the animal's horn when he got too close to it. My friend Leslie Quinn, a 32-year Yellowstone tour guide who was present at the incident, just shakes his head whenever these incidents occur and says, "Get a clue, people. These animals are not tame." Indeed, even elk and moose have caused injuries in Yellowstone, but no human deaths, at least so far, have occurred that involved those two animals. Beverly Bittner, a West Yellowstone woman, was badly injured in June of 1990 while walking her 3 dogs in a willow thicket just north of the town of West Yellowstone, Montana, when a moose broke several of her ribs. and a moose actually killed a 71-year-old man in Anchorage, Alaska in 1995. A 7-year-old girl was kicked by an elk in 1978 in the park, causing abrasions to her head and leg. And a woman at Banff National Park in Canada was injured in 1991 when a pregnant elk cow kicked her in the face and arms. Coyotes have also caused a fair number of injuries to visitors in the park, as they are much less reclusive than, say, wolves or mountain lions. 2 coyote attacks occurred in 1992, the Buffalo Chip, September through November 1992, and one during the winter of 1990 through 1991. Brian Dean, 27, of Oak Lawn, Illinois, an employee of Old Faithful Snow Lodge, suffered lacerations and puncture wounds to his head, face, neck, and arms. A recent letter from former ranger Norman Bishop to me detailed 5 coyote attacks that have occurred in the park. Another occurred earlier. Margaret Jelinek was bitten on the hand and leg in front of the Mammoth Hotel on November 10, 1942. These incidents are a problem for park managers in that they tend to make the newspapers, causing city-living neophytes to think that coyote attacks are typical. Coyote attacks are not typical. They are relatively rare and are often caused when the animals become habituated by humans feeding them or by diseases in the animals. In line with other animals causing injuries, there are at least 2 cases on record of persons in the park being bitten by rattlesnakes. Rattlesnakes occur in Yellowstone only along its northern boundary at elevations below 6,000 feet. John French, a trail laborer, was bitten in May of 1945, but fortunately the injury was not serious and he recovered. One Red River Dick was bitten by a rattlesnake at Cinnabar, Montana, in the present park, on July 2, 1886. That the bite was not taken seriously for whatever reason is evident from this account of it. A couple of gallons of snakebite juice drove all the poison out of his system. The snake is dead. Speculation is now rife as to which received the most poison from the kiss, the snake or Dick. It is the general opinion there was a mutual exchange, as there is no proof the snake was killed from any other cause. But we must take most animal-human confrontations seriously. Indeed, it never ceases to amaze me that some people just cannot seem to grasp the simple truth that animals can hurt them. While rangering in the Mammoth Visitor Center one summer, I was approached by a man with a wild look in his eyes. I have learned to recognize that confused look as a sign that a visitor wants to ask a question, so I inquired, "Yes, sir, may I help you?" Without hesitating, he said, "Can you tell me something? These animals that are just running around out here, they couldn't be wild, could they? Or you wouldn't just have them running around loose." I began the standard warning speech, trying very hard to be patient and not to laugh or act horrified. This man was an injury waiting to happen. So apparently was Marvin Leslie Schrader, 30, of Spokane, Washington, who became Yellowstone's first bison fatality on July 12, 1971, at Fountain Flats, north of Old Faithful. Schrader and his wife and 3 children spotted a solitary bull buffalo lying down in a meadow just east of Rush Lake that day. Schrader walked to within 20 feet of it to take its picture. The 1-ton bison stood up, charged Schrader, and tossed him more than 12 feet. The animal's horns ripped open the man's upper right abdomen and pierced his liver. With a large hole in his side, Schrader attempted unsuccessfully to rise onto one elbow and then lay on the ground groaning for a few minutes while his wife and children watched him die. Greg Barnett, first on the scene and interviewed by Ranger Chet Cantrell, said he knew instantly that Schrader was dead. Bonnie Schrader admitted later that they had been too close to the bison. In the family's possession was the park's red danger pamphlet that warned of wild animals. I was a young bus tour guide in the park that summer, and I distinctly remember the stories which circulated at the time, that Schrader was throwing rocks at the animal to get it to stand up. My friend, Herb Vaughn, a park bus driver at the time, also remembers hearing the rock story. A check of the case incident report reveals that the Schrader family did not throw the rocks. Rangers discovered that a group of teenagers had been throwing rocks at the bison just before Schrader arrived. "We made the buffalo get up," said a small girl who was with that party. So the bison had been provoked, but regardless, Schrader was wrong to get close. A foreign visitor was gored to death on July 31, 1983 in Hayden Valley because, according to the newspapers, he wanted to get his picture taken with a bison. Once again, the animal was a solitary bull. Alain Jean-Jacques Dumont, 21, of Toulouse, France, was having his picture taken about 6 feet from the buffalo when it charged and gored him, tossing him 10 feet into the air. A friend of mine, tour bus driver Leon Brunton, who served as a Yellowstone employee for more than 15 years, has a more detailed version of this story. He was there to see it. Brunton was heading south with a busload of visitors from Canyon to Lake. Upon entering Hayden Valley, he saw a herd of bison near the first large pullout at Alum Creek. Brunton decided to allow his bus passengers a look at the animals, so he pulled into the turnout on the west side of the road, giving them the usual "don't get too close" commentary over his headset microphone. As he pulled up to the spot, Brunton noticed a young man with a camera walking into the meadow toward the bison. The young man had just set his backpack on the ground and was already too close to the animals, so Brunton was able to conveniently add to his microphone message, "And don't do what that kid is doing." Brunton did not even have time to get off his bus before the bison charged. Alain Dumont had his camera up and must have seen the charge through its viewfinder. He turned abruptly to his left, and the bison's horn caught him in the right kidney, ripping him open with a vengeance. The tour bus driver ran to the scene as Dumont hit the ground. He saw the gaping hole in Dumont. Leon Brunton remembers thinking, "Oh my God, this guy is dead." Some Japanese visitors took Dumont to Uncle Tom's parking area, where Ranger Mike Flaum saw him. Flaum remembers that Dumont was conscious and talking, even with a good horn hole in him that in fact was a partial evisceration. Dumont kept saying, "I'm dying. I'm dying." Eventually, Dumont was treated by 3 doctors, one of whom spoke French. Dumont sustained a torn colon, a punctured stomach, a severely damaged spleen, and 4 broken ribs. The spleen injury or infection was probably what killed him. Another potentially dangerous bison incident occurred in late February of 1982. A party of snowmobile visitors at Fishing Bridge noticed that a bison had fallen through the ice on the Yellowstone River and was trapped. They were attempting to help it by tying ropes to it when Park Ranger Bobby Sequist told them to leave it alone and not to approach it. That made the visitors mad, and somehow the story got into broadcaster Paul Harvey's newscast. Harvey thoroughly denounced the ranger and the Park Service in general for not helping the buffalo. But the ranger and the Park Service were correct in my estimation. Paul Harvey was an excellent broadcaster, but he knew little about bison, about winter in Yellowstone, or about the reasons for park policies. Without getting too much into the visitors' clear violation of park philosophy by helping the bison, its falling through the ice occurred naturally, and the NPS is not about to interfere with natural processes. The safety consequences for the visitors here were readily apparent. No bison will take kindly to having a rope tied to it and jerked on, regardless of a visitor's good intentions. The visitors could have been badly hurt by the thrashing bison, to say nothing of the possibility of their falling through the ice themselves. Ranger Sequist correctly saw this incident as an accident waiting to happen. I and others have seen people exhibit attitudes and actions around bison that are difficult to believe. In 1992, a park visitor noticed another visitor walking right up to a bison. She commented to him, "Sir, you really are too close." He replied, "Oh, they're a lot tamer than they tell you they are." And Don and Joni Hoffman of Gardner, Montana, will testify to having personally seen, in Lamar Valley in the summer of 1989, a park visitor lifted his child onto the back of a bison in order to get the usual great photo. These two incidents illustrate how incredibly foolish some people can be, and they serve to illustrate why we will continue to have injuries and deaths from bison in Yellowstone. We must remember that when we want to make a bridge with or to touch the past, the place to do it is not 5 feet from a bison. And 2, why should we humans do anything to an animal that might hasten that animal's having to pay for the incident with its life? The killing of an animal involved in a human injury or death incident is not automatic in national parks, but sometimes it happens. Yellowstone visitors should never approach bison or any wild animal. All Yellowstone animals are wild, and all are potentially dangerous. Even small animals can bite you, and small animals can carry diseases like rabies, tularemia, or even bubonic plague. We humans are only temporary visitors to Yellowstone. The park is the animals' home. So let's give them a break, and give ourselves one in the process, especially when the subject animal is a myth that can kill us. Chapter 3. Human Deaths from Bears and How to Keep Them from Happening. Of the strength and ferocity of this animal, the Indians had given us dreadful accounts. Lewis and Clark, April 29, 1805. Again and again, the issue came back to the public and the overwhelming need to make them understand that it was unhealthy, unnatural, illegal, that it was wrong to do the one thing they most wanted to do in Yellowstone: feed the bears. Paul Schullery, The Bears of Yellowstone. Carry bear spray, make noise, don't hike alone, play dead, never feed a bear. National Park Service advice to backpackers in Yellowstone. Injuries to humans by bears are legion throughout the history of Yellowstone. Deaths are not. Beginning in 1891, when 2 large park hotels opened and needed a place to throw their garbage, hotel operators created nearby garbage dumps. Bears and people were thrown together in large numbers, and injuries began to occur. This lasted until around 1973, when bears no longer appeared along park roadsides as beggars due to the government's bear transporting and dump closing program. Thus, during the period of 1891 to 1973, 1 to 115 human injuries from bears occurred each year, mostly bitings or scratchings. Bessie Haynes Arnold, who grew up in Yellowstone in the 1890s, recalled many years later that the problems began when the hotels got garbage dumps. She remembered that it actually became dangerous for visitors who insisted upon feeding the bears. Some little accident would happen just about every day. Someone would get bitten or scratched. Bessie Arnold was remembering correctly. From 1931 to 1969, the average yearly number of Yellowstone visitor injuries involving bears was 46. The high occurred during the 1930s, when 115 people were injured by bears in 1 year alone. Black bears were involved in almost all of these incidents. Grizzly bear injury statistics are so small as to be negligible. And a high percentage of these park injuries occurred because visitors were illegally and foolishly feeding bears. Certainly, one of the region's earliest bear injuries occurred in June of 1888, when George R. Dow was chased by a grizzly bear at Cinnabar Basin, just outside the park. He climbed a tree, but the sow grabbed his leg and bit and clawed it badly. This injury was not related to human feeding of the bear, but probably was instead related to the female's defense of her 2 cubs. Another early park bear injury occurred on September 5, 1902, when R.E. Southwick of Hart, Michigan, was mauled near the Lake Motel garbage dump while trying to pet a bear cub. Needless to say, the cub's mother was not pleased by this, and she ripped Southwick up pretty badly. Said a newspaper article at the time, he was bitten a number of times and the flesh torn from his breast. 1 rib is broken, and it is feared his right lung is seriously injured. Only Southwick's wife hammering the bear with a club saved his life. The first 2 human fatalities in Yellowstone National Park may have occurred in 1904, but so far we cannot absolutely prove that these 2 people died from their injuries or even that the incident happened. If it truly happened, it occurred in August, and the first news of it appeared in the Gardner Wonderland newspaper on August 20th. R.C. Smith, said the story, on his arrival in town this morning reported the killing of a man and the wounding of another by a big grizzly bear near the Lake Hotel. Smith had received his information from parties going to the scene of the killing with the hospital ambulance. Strangely, no more appeared about this story until October of that year, when an injury incident suddenly made the rounds in many newspapers as supposedly resulting in 2 human deaths from a bear attack at or near Lake Hotel. The story was that James Wilson and his nephew, both park visitors from Pennsylvania, came suddenly upon a bear. The boy fired a shot at it, and it charged them both. The boy was crushed to death, said the story, and Wilson was so badly torn and bitten that he died soon after being rescued by other travelers. The same story was soon carried by newspapers around the country in at least 13 states. So thoroughly did ignorance come into play that one story claimed the attack was perpetuated by tame bears and stated that one of the pets in Yellowstone Park has turned on its trainers. Only 2 of these many newspaper stories stated that the 2 men were in fact employees of Lake Hotel and not tourists. No follow-up stories seem to have appeared until November, when several newspapers picked up an article that appeared in Field and Stream magazine. Seeming to have more to say about the same incident, it stated that one Charles Wilson and his son, who were employees of Lake Hotel, were the 2 people so killed by 2 bears, and that attempts are said to have been made to suppress the news of this incident. Conspiracies, or at least a belief in them, seem to abound no matter what period of history may hold them. But this article certainly makes one pause to wonder whether this incident might have happened, and if so, whether it was lost in history. After all, in 1904, Lake Hotel was located in a very remote area, where news sometimes did not get out to the outer world. Thus, I present the story's text here for posterity and consideration. As an animal, the bear has the type of rugged strength and innate ferocity that is legendary. For years, the wild bears of the Yellowstone Park, protected, fed, and petted, have done their share toward disabusing the public mind of this idea. That no one at the park has been injured by these wild bears, which feed around the hotels, is rather singular when one comes to think of the matter, for certainly liberties have been taken with these animals, tame as they have become. Perhaps, in the future, people will be more careful in view of the startling news which comes in a Gardner, Montana dispatch under date of October 7. It seems that Charles Wilson and his son, who lived near the Lake Hotel, heard a noise in the meat house, and going out to investigate the matter, found that 2 large cinnamon bears were in the building. Perhaps the men undertook to drive out the bears. In any case, the latter attacked them and killed them both. The 2 men were employees of the Lake Hotel. Attempts are said to have been made to suppress the news of this incident. It would be far better to spread the news of it and to teach the people that a powerful wild animal is something not to be trifled with. While its attribution to Field and Stream, a magazine concerned with outdoor recreation, gives this story some credibility, 3 other items make me uneasy about its truth. Firstly, the story did not appear in the annual reports of the park superintendent, as later such incidents did. Secondly, and thirdly, the bears involved, cinnamon, seem to have been black bears, and 2 people were reported killed by 2 bears in the same incident. Black bears are far less likely to attack people than are grizzlies. Of course, here the bears were reportedly rampaging through a meat house and could thus have been protecting their food source. And 2 people killed simultaneously by 2 bears seems quite unlikely. Altogether, these facts, if they are facts, seem to me to augur against this tale, until I examined two other newspapers. In a very long story published in the Washington, D.C. Post on October 8th, page 6, entitled "No Bear Hunting in the Park," the author editorialized against allowing bear hunting in Yellowstone because of the recent event wherein two park employees were killed by bears that were regular habitués of garbage at Lake Hotel. Because of its length and its inclusion of new details, this story bodes in favor of the truth of the Wilson tale. Meanwhile, the story on page 1 of the San Francisco Call for October 7th offered the additional details that the two men were hotel employees who were killed by grizzlies while traveling away from their home at the hotel. Because of this additional detail, it too militates in favor of the story's truth. In fact, the earlier story, which included the claim that one of the victims fired a shot at the bears, augurs in favor of the proposition that the two were employees rather than visitors. Soldiers at checkpoints routinely discovered the guns of visitors, but might have been less likely to find an employee's gun in transported baggage. In analyzing this possible incident for truth, one immediately wonders what happened to the bodies. Treating the alleged incident as kindly as possible, I can argue that before about 1910, fewer regulations and policies with regard to bodies were in place, and the park generally operated in a looser way than it did later. Issuing of death certificates was not automatic, and it was not a difficult matter, when family could not be located and when the incident occurred deep in the wilderness at Lake, to simply bury the person rather than becoming embroiled with officials at headquarters, Mammoth, 60 miles to the north. Witness what happened to Fogarty's and Parker's bodies in 1883, buried at Lake initially, M.D. Scott's body in 1885, buried near Lake initially, Dave Edwards' body in 1906, buried at Lake, and even Philip Sheldon's body in 1903, buried at Mammoth. Sheldon had just arrived for work in Yellowstone and was riding up the hill from Gardner to Mammoth when he was thrown from the wagon and killed. The newspapers stated that no one knew where he was from or who his relatives were, so he was buried in the Fort Yellowstone Cemetery. The point is that in early days, all it took for this to happen was the inability to find the deceased's family or the realization that no one wanted to claim the body, and the deceased could then be simply buried. In the 1904 case of the Wilsons, what if they had no family or friends claiming their bodies? I can argue that they would possibly have been buried at Lake. On the other hand, perhaps park officials would have reburied the Wilsons at Mammoth, as happened with Philip Sheldon, and thus we would have a record of it. On the other hand, Dave Edwards remained, and remains today, buried at Lake. But as bear expert Paul Schullery points out, it is hard to believe that Park Acting Superintendent Major John Pitcher had anything to do with such a nefarious concealment. I agree completely, and this probably tips the scales in my head in favor of the event never having happened. On the other hand, what if Pitcher simply did not know about it? Is that even possible? In the final analysis, I cannot say whether employees Charles, James, Wilson, and his son were killed by bears at or near Lake Hotel in October of 1904. It is fodder for further research. While I am suspicious that a covering up of this incident may have occurred, I cannot prove it. My inclination is to believe that the 1904 deaths did not happen, or else we probably would have better records about them. There are at least two other reports of a bear-caused human death in Yellowstone Park prior to the first documented death in 1916. One supposedly occurred in 1907, as chronicled by F. Dumont Smith. According to Smith, a tourist chased some grizzly cubs up a tree, poked at them with his umbrella, and then was fatally mauled by their mother. The story was obtained second-hand, always suspect to historians, but more important, there is no mention of it in any of the area newspapers of the day or in the annual reports of the park superintendent. Such an incident, if it caused death, would likely have generated much news, as happened with the Southwick injury earlier and as happened with subsequent death incidents. A second such story, probably the same incident, appeared in Clifton Johnson's Highways and Byways of the Rocky Mountains. Here is the account written during a 1909 trip to the park. There was a tourist come to the park once making his brag that he was going to have his hands on a bear. That's a kind of hobby with some people. They want to get their hands on a bear. The men here told him he'd better not, but that didn't make any difference. So one day he and his wife saw a bear with 2 cubs, and they gave chase. One cub ran up a tree, and the man touched it as he was climbing. He'd succeeded in his stunt, but the old bear didn't know that was the end of the game. She went for him and knocked him down. His wife drove the bear off with a club, but the man was clawed up so bad he died soon after he returned to his home in the east. Without more specific information, I have no way of cross-checking to see if this incident actually occurred. But it sounds very much like the F. Dumont Smith story above, so perhaps they are the same story. They corroborate each other, and the death really did happen. I do not know. It is certainly possible that the incident could have gone unreported in the park if the tourist did not die until later and far away. Doubters of that possibility should read the John Graham death story below, essentially unknown in the park until the publication of this book. On the other hand, both Smith's and Johnston's stories could merely be corrupted retellings of the Southwick injury of 1902. Witness the way that story was distorted several times in the newspapers. Another example of the way that even serious maulings or possible deaths of humans by bears can be lost in history is the following story, which was unknown until the publication of this new 2014 edition of Death in Yellowstone. The mauling, if it actually happened, occurred in 1894, and the fact that it occurred in a wilderness area where individual humans long traveled in remote areas by themselves should not be a surprise. The supposed incident happened on Buffalo Fork of Snake River, just south of Yellowstone National Park and within present Grand Teton National Park. Buffalo Fork runs into Snake River near present Moran, Wyoming. One W.T. Sawyer of Cripple Creek, Colorado, told this story to Denver's Rocky Mountain News, and it was reprinted in the New York Sun in early 1895. The long account concerned the exploits of Sawyer's group of Cripple Creek men who supposedly traveled to Jackson Hole in the summer of 1894, and it contained a lot of clearly fanciful and untrue details about the country visited. But as usual with this type of story, there were enough details in it that sounded reasonable that it is possible the bear attack portion actually occurred. Sawyer told of meeting 2 hermits who lived in primitive cabins in the Jackson Hole country named Mr. Todd and Mr. Cherry, and of spending time with them. According to Sawyer, Cherry told him the following story, which, if true, must have occurred in 1894 on Buffalo Fork. Cherry has a comfortable cabin with a great open fireplace and a cooking stove for use in summer. He has cattle and horses and is now entertaining his brother, who was maimed for life last spring in a fight with a bear. The brother is a tenderfoot and did not notice the bear until it jumped on him from behind a fallen tree. The man was badly chewed up, but succeeded in shooting the bear. Thinking he was dying, the hunter scrawled with a lead pencil in a little book he carried in his pocket, "I met a bear, and we had a fight. I think he has finished me." Mr. Sawyer says the man fainted after writing in the book and was found nearly dead several hours later by his brother. We must be cautioned by the second-hand nature of this story, and again we have no way of knowing whether there is any truth to it. But it is presented here as another example of how such incidents that happen in remote areas can be easily lost in history. There is much better documentation for a human death from a grizzly bear that occurred on or about July 10, 1894, outside of the park to the north in present Gallatin National Forest. It appears to be the first documented human death from a bear mauling in the greater Yellowstone ecosystem, and because it occurred only about 14 miles north of the park boundary, I am including it here. The unfortunate incident happened to Lee Mallison, about 25, and formerly of Pennsylvania, who was residing in Livingston, Montana. Mallison had been employed as underground foreman for the Independence Mining Company at the head of East Boulder River until a suspension of mining operations, and he thereafter returned to prospecting. He left Livingston in early July of 1894, heading southeast through the mountains to the area of his former employment, an area then known as the Natural Bridge Mining District. In what was no doubt an imprudent move, he was attempting to hunt a bear that had been wounded the previous day. Bear hunters from the time of Lewis and Clark knew that it was foolhardy to follow a wounded bear, and any ordinary hunter then or now could and would tell you the same thing. Reported mysteriously missing about July 10th, Mallison could not be found even after numerous searching parties scoured the mountains. However, they found his tracks near the mouth of Elk Creek, along with some other bad signs. He appeared to be following a bear, said the Minneapolis Journal, which was badly wounded and was bleeding freely along the route. Dreading what they might find, parties searched for several days along that creek, but found nothing. Shuddering at the likelihood of his fate, Livingston residents finally concluded that Mallison had met with some accident or that he had encountered and been killed by a bear. He was missing for more than a year. On September 5th, 1895, prospector James Graham, exploring near the head of East Boulder River on Elk Creek, a stream high in the mountains that enters the river from the west between 14 and 15 miles north of the Yellowstone National Park boundary, found Lee Mallison's remains. Graham was passing through a heavy piece of timber on the bank of Elk Creek, said the journal, when he came upon the skeleton, a gun, and a quantity of clothing. He and two others were able to identify the clothing as belonging to Mallison. The clothing was badly torn, continued the newspaper, and from the appearance of the surroundings, it is quite evident that Mallison came to his death through wild beasts. Graham and the other two men buried Mallison's remains there and reported the following about his body, which the Livingston Enterprise newspaper printed. Nothing remained except bones and fragments of his clothing. The head had been severed from the body, and the skull was missing, indicating that wild beasts had evidently devoured the flesh from the bones and carried away the head. The remains were found between two large fallen trees, which had concealed them from view and rendered discovery impossible, except by coming directly upon them. By the side of the remains was a .40-82 Winchester rifle with the name Chas H. Pell marked with tack heads on the stock and also engraved on the woodwork encasing the magazine. At Livingston, officials opened Mallison's rifle and found 8 cartridges in the magazine and 1 empty shell in the chamber. This indicated that Mallison had fired the gun or that it accidentally discharged prior to his death, because otherwise he probably would have inserted a fresh cartridge into the weapon. So while it seemed possible that he had accidentally shot himself, most observers believed the other possibility, which seemed much more likely, that, coming suddenly upon a bear, he had only time to fire 1 shot before he was overpowered and crushed to death by the animal. The Journal did not accept the shooting theory at all, their newspaper having reported the blood trail found earlier along the creek. It is now believed, wrote their editors, that Mallison had wounded a bear and was giving chase when it turned upon him and crushed out his life. Mallison was unmarried, but had a brother in Pennsylvania, whom Livingston officials apparently contacted about his death. A supposed human death by mauling in 1935 in Yellowstone apparently never happened. Instead, it appears to have been an injury to Park Road crew members that occurred in 1910. Walt Stebbins, a Gardner resident most of his life, was a small boy then, but remembers that his father, Jack Stebbins, and his uncle, Archie Stebbins, were working at a government road camp at Midway Geyser Basin when a grizzly came into the camp during the day. It got into a ruckus with a camp dog, and Jack and Archie jumped into the fray. According to Walt, the bear mauled both of the men, and Archie spent 6 weeks in the hospital. The local newspaper stated that Jack Stebbins died in 1935 of injuries he received in the park from the grizzly bear mauling. But Walt Stebbins says his father did not die from bear injuries, and I have to believe that Walt has better information than the newspaper. Yellowstone's first documented human fatality from a bear occurred in 1916. On September 8, 1916, Frank Welch, 61, a government teamster, was killed by a grizzly bear, the one named Old Two Toes, according to Gay Randall, while hauling a load of hay and oats to a road camp near Sylvan Pass. The incident occurred near the so-called 10-Mile Spring at Turbid Lake, while Welch and 2 laborers were camped, Welch sleeping under the wagon with one laborer and the other laborer sleeping on top of it. The grizzly, which had already caused at least 2 injuries near Fishing Bridge, appeared at Welch's camp about 1 a.m. and awakened Mr. Devlin, who was under the wagon with Welch. Devlin yelled, threw some bedding at the bear, and climbing onto the wagon, saw the bear grab Welch. The other 2 men threw a lunchbox at the bear to divert it, and it let Welch go. But when Welch tried to climb onto the wagon, the bear again rushed him and pulled him down. The 2 men succeeded in frightening the bear off, but when Welch attempted to again climb into the wagon, it grabbed him for a 3rd time. It was probably during this last attack, wrote Major Fries of the U.S. Engineers later, that the bear mangled Mr. Welch so terribly about the left shoulder and on his side and abdomen. 2 ribs on Welch's left side were broken and the muscles torn loose. His left arm was torn and badly mangled at the shoulder, and there were 2 or 3 deep cuts across his right thigh, and the bear's claws punctured a lung from the rear. A newspaper account stated that the bear dragged him from beneath the wagon and proceeded to eat him alive. Summarizing the attack, the story proclaimed that the bear stripped the flesh from one of Welch's arms, bit into one of his lungs, and partly disemboweled him. Devlin and the other laborer flagged down a passing automobile, which took them all to the road camp on Sylvan Pass, precisely the wrong direction for Welch. The injured man was finally taken to Fort Yellowstone, where he died. Another newspaper account stated that the bear tore large holes in Welch's stomach and nearly tore off one of his arms. He died on September 11th at 8:10 p.m. The bear later returned to eat the hay around Welch's wagon. Fred Muse and his road camp men had rigged a trap for the grizzly. They spread garbage in front of an overturned barrel with a charge of dynamite at its opening. The dynamite was then connected by a fuse to an electric battery, and when the bear began to eat, the boys blew him up, broke every bone in his body. Historian Aubrey Haynes thought that this bear had perhaps been driven to the attack by pains of arthritis or worn teeth. Major Fries thought cubs were involved, although none were in evidence. If the bear was in pain, perhaps the 3 missing toes it lost during its 1912 attack on John Graham, described later in this chapter, had continued to bother it. Horace Albright, who was one of the founders of the new National Park Service in 1916, stated that Frank Welch was literally sleeping on a slab of bacon at the time of the event. Such a statement, made 46 years after the incident, ordinarily could not be trusted. But a 3rd newspaper account stated that one of the other men tried to distract the bear by throwing chunks of bacon at it, and that it stopped its attack momentarily to eat the bacon. Thus, bacon was indeed present. And naturalist Ernest Thompson Seton, certainly a trustworthy authority, confirmed that park authorities tell me that Walsh slept with his bacon under his pillow, hence the approach of the bear, and that the man probably provoked the bear by striking him. So the bacon plus Welch's resistance appear to be what killed him. Today, Welch's grave is marked by the only wooden marker at Mammoth's Army Cemetery. That marker is much deteriorated and should one day be replaced so that we do not inadvertently lose this historic gravesite. Of course, for every fatality there were, as I have mentioned, many more injuries. The following incident probably occurred sometime in the late 20s at Tower Fall, when a man and woman stopped at the Haines store there, and the woman spied a park ranger. "May I release my dog from his leash?" she asked. "No, ma'am," said the ranger deferentially. "It's strictly against the rules." "There seem to be rules against everything one wants to do in this park," she said with a petulant frown. "Now what possible reason can there be for not allowing my dog a little freedom? Poor Vaughn has been tied up all day." The ranger's strict training kept him from saying what he wanted to, but his face reddened at her tone. He began, "Lady, there are bears around here that might—" She did not give him a chance to finish the sentence. "Oh, if that's all that worries you, Vaughn won't hurt the bears." She reached for the snap on the dog's collar and unleashed him before the startled ranger could utter another word of protest. The dog headed straight for an old black bear mother sitting at the edge of the forest some 50 yards away, her 2 cubs above her in a tree, lying on 2 large limbs. The old bear sat there calmly, her front legs braced in front of her, not seeming to notice the dog that dashed madly toward her. She even inclined her head slightly the other way, as if to show just how little this canine creature interested her. The pup charged right up to the bear, fully expecting her to run. She sat, motionless, and he slowed for a quick turn to keep from running into her. At exactly that instant, the old bear went into action. Quicker than a cat, she struck out at him, and with one blow of her paw sent him spinning with a broken back. Then she called her cubs down and hurried into the woods. It happened so quickly that not one of the spectators moved for a few seconds. Then everyone rushed to the side of the dying dog, his owner protesting tearfully, "Why didn't you tell me? I can't understand why such terrible beasts are allowed to run at large. Why aren't they put in cages where they can do no harm?" I reiterate the dog regulations discussed in the Hot Springs chapter. Another bear injury story illustrates not only the ignorance that park visitors exhibited for many years in feeding bears, but also how the bear would sometimes end up actually getting the blame. William Rush, the author, arrived at a park road camp one day in the 1930s to find a ranger impatiently talking to a woman visitor. "Lady, you mustn't do that. You've been told time and time again not to feed that bear." "Oh, he won't hurt me," replied the lady. "He's so cute standing there. He's the gentlest bear in the park." "Yes, I know," assented the ranger wearily, "but even tame bears hurt people quite often. They don't mean to. It's always an accident, but the injury is just as bad. It's against the rules. Why can't you obey the regulations?" "Oh, bother the regulations," said the lady scornfully. "You rangers are always harping on regulations. This bear is hungry. Look here, I'll show you how eager he is to get even a small morsel of bread." The ranger shook his head. "I really wish you would not feed that bear," he said, and rode away without waiting for the lady to demonstrate how hungry her pet bear was. Life was probably pretty dull for this woman, staying all day in a camp with nothing much to do but admire the scenery. When a car drove up a few minutes after the ranger had gone, she called to the people, "Let me show you my bear's trick. He's just too cute for anything." They gathered around, and the woman held a piece of candy at full arm's length above her head. The bear, a great black fellow, rose on his hind feet and easily reached the candy. The woman backed away a few steps and offered another piece. The bear followed, walking on his hind legs, and took the candy as before. It was fun to make such a big fellow walk around and eat candy out of her hand. Everybody laughed and applauded. "Such quaint creatures, these bears," exclaimed one of the ladies from the automobile party. "So tame, ever so cute and gentle." They watched until the woman tired of the game. She stood directly in front of the bear, facing him, but offering no more candy. "Go away now," she ordered. "No more candy for you today." She did not move, and as the bear dropped down on all fours, he put out his front feet toward her, much as he would to a tree or any other convenient object, to ease his descent. The woman screamed as his paws touched her shoulders. His claws, sharp as knives, seeking support, ripped through her clothing and skin. They tore deep cuts a foot long across her breasts, and blood spurted from them. The woman fainted. The bear backed away and disappeared in the pandemonium that ensued. One of the men ordered an ambulance by telephone, then drove post-haste to the ranger station. There, the apprehensive ranger heard the old familiar tale. Something terrible happened. A bear just tore the breasts off a woman. Kill the bear. He must be killed. He is a dangerous beast. Kill the wicked bear. So the story went, told by the very people who had but a few minutes before thought he was cute. A biologist from the Seattle Zoo summed it up for me this way. On many occasions, animals are not so much trying to hurt us as giving us a mere rebuke or warning. The trouble is, a mere rebuke or warning from a bear can put a human in traction. Anyone reading the monthly park superintendent's reports from the 1920s and 1930s cannot help but be impressed by the massive numbers of bear bites and scratches to foolish visitors caused by their feeding of bears. For example, the monthly report for September of 1924 records 88 bear bites at West Thumb alone. How dumb could so many be? Sometimes, of course, injuries were not due to bear feeding. Benton Merrifield, the assistant caretaker of the Canyon Hotel, was badly injured by a grizzly defending two cubs on October 22, 1928. He probably would not have survived had he not had the good sense to play dead, and even rangers were not exempt. Seasonal ranger Gunnar Fagerlund was severely bitten in the foot by a grizzly in 1934 when he unexpectedly surprised 4 of them. 3 ran away, but 1 chased him up a tree, mauling his foot as he clung there. The editorial at the beginning of this book mentions people in the park putting their children on the backs of bears to have their pictures taken. I have personally heard that story so many times, indeed even had it told directly to me at visitor centers and aboard tour buses, that I am convinced it must have happened numerous times in the long history of humans and bears in Yellowstone. But I could find documentation of only one such incident. Rocco Papiriello of Billings, Montana, remembers seeing it happen near Old Faithful in late July or early August of 1970. He watched a woman trying to place her small child on the back of a bear while the husband scrambled to take a picture of the event. A similar incident, its truth I cannot confirm, was related to me by Donnaline O'Neill, a teenager at the time whose relatives owned the Wilson Motel in Gardner. She stated, "In that time frame, 1949 and 1950, I helped at the motel. My aunt and uncle, Grace and Claire Van Atta, owned a small grocery store on Main Street, and Aunt Bid and Uncle Fay Hoare had a bar right behind the movie theater. The point of this letter is that every afternoon I would walk uptown and visit with Aunt Grace at her store. One day I was going in and met an older couple coming out. Both the man and woman's eyes were nearly swollen shut from crying. Aunt Grace told me that they had been in visiting with her for a long time and were very upset as they had stopped at a bear jam and had watched as a young couple sat their baby on the ground in front of a bear to get a picture. The bear had taken a large bite out of the baby's head and killed the baby. Rangers came and took the baby's body into West Yellowstone, and other rangers escorted the parents to the park entrance and told them never to return to the park. Aunt Grace cried when relating the story. I have always felt that the story was true because of the teller's mental condition. My folks lived in Bozeman and searched the Bozeman paper. We looked in the Billings paper and Livingston paper. Nothing was ever published that we found. As I mentioned, I cannot confirm this story either, but there are enough verifiable details in it to make one believe that the event might have happened. The park's second human fatality involving a bear occurred August 23, 1942. On the night of August 22nd, Martha Hansen, 45, and 4 other persons were staying in cabin 381 of the Old Faithful cabin camp. Hansen, a nurse from Twin Falls, Idaho, left the cabin about 1:45 a.m. en route to the ladies' restroom. As she came around the corner of the cabin, she was suddenly confronted by a large brown or gray bear. Each was apparently startled by the other, and when the woman attempted to turn and run, the bear grabbed her and dragged her several feet, inflicting severe neck and head injuries. Hansen sustained a deep 6-inch wound from the top of her head down over the back of her neck, another wound extending from her nose across her right eye, 3 other facial lacerations, and a severe bite behind her left ear. Most of the muscles at the back of her neck were torn loose. Hansen's screams brought to the scene her roommate, Emily Haida, who immediately retreated when the bear turned on her. Several other visitors heard the screams and finally succeeded in driving the bear away by throwing sticks of wood at it. An ambulance arrived a couple of hours later to transport Hansen to the hospital at Mammoth, but she had lost a great deal of blood and died on August 27th. F.E. Milner, traveling with Hansen, claimed that the bear involved was a large brown that had been eating out of garbage cans near their cabin during the day. But T.R. Terry, who claimed to be a wildlife instructor at Idaho Falls, stated that the bear was a grizzly and described it in a handwritten statement. Terry averred that she saw the bear a short distance from the spot where Hansen was injured, describing it as having a very large bushy head, high shoulders, rather long body, and shaggy, gray, grizzled fur. No cause was ever decided upon for the bear attack on Martha Hansen, but it can be argued that this incident fits into the category of sudden encounter, surprised bear. A surprised bear can be a dangerous bear, hence present-day warnings given to backcountry hikers in Yellowstone. Make noise. And this bear, as were nearly all the bears involved in human deaths in Yellowstone, was a bear habituated to human foods. 2 years later, President Franklin Roosevelt signed a bill paying $1,894.95 to Christine Hansen, mother of Martha, in compensation. One previous congressional bill had given money to a Yellowstone Park visitor for a bear injury, that of Margaret Constable, who received $10,000 in 1929 for bear injuries. And a tort claim of $2,000 was paid by the park for a bear bite in 1958. Arguably, payment of monies through these compensation bills was bad precedent by the government, as a paper trail was thus established without necessary fact-finding litigation. Of course, before Congress passed the Federal Tort Claims Act in 1946, getting the ear of a congressman was the only way an aggrieved party could get relief, because prior to that time, the federal government had immunity from such lawsuits. But after the park's third human fatality involving a bear, the Harry Walker case, this established compensation system did not work for private plaintiffs. Instead, the ensuing litigation was long, complex, and expensive, and the government won. Sort of. An entire book could be written on the Harry Walker case. On Friday, June 23, 1972, Harry Eugene Walker, 25, of Anniston, Alabama, and his friend Philip Bradbury, nicknamed Crow, hitchhiked into Yellowstone Park from the north entrance. Vicky Schlicht, an Old Faithful Inn chambermaid, gave them a ride. Because they were hitching, they did not receive the usual warning literature given to entering visitors. However, Schlicht later testified that she warned the men about bears and told them to go to the ranger station. Arriving at Old Faithful, Walker and Bradbury did something that was truly foolish. They walked over the boardwalks of a thermal area and made an illegal camp on a wooded hillside above Grand Geyser. The nearest authorized campground was at Madison Junction, 16 miles away. They did this despite Schlicht's warnings. Walker and Bradbury were also told by an acquaintance at Old Faithful that they were camped illegally, but they stayed there anyway Friday night and all day Saturday. Late on Saturday night, June 24th, the two men had drinks at Old Faithful Inn and then started back to their camp. Early Sunday morning at the camp, they surprised a grizzly bear that was rooting through food they had left scattered around their illegal campsite. I was a park bus tour guide in 1972, and I distinctly remember an investigating ranger telling me the Walker camp was as dirty as any he had ever seen. Their food served as the initial attractant, and the sudden encounter with the two men apparently frightened the grizzly, which decided to defend its food supply. Bradbury saw the bear charging when it was only 5 feet away, dove to his left, and rolled down an embankment. At the same time, Walker shined his flashlight at the bear. It charged Walker and dragged him away, while Bradbury ran screaming through the thermal area. In retrospect, Bradbury is lucky not to have fallen into a hot spring in the darkness and in his panic. He heard Walker cry out, "Help me, Crow! Help me!" and then silence. At Old Faithful Inn, Bradbury fell to the floor shouting, "Bear! Bear has my friend!" Around 5 a.m., rangers found Walker's body. About 25% of it had been eaten by the bear. Walker had died of suffocation caused by massive damage to his trachea. In addition, his entire pelvic region was missing. A grizzly bear was subsequently trapped there, killed, and examined. Human hairs were found on its claws and in its digestive system. They were identified as belonging to Walker. The bear was a 20-year-old sow that weighed 232 pounds and had a documented history of garbage feeding. Some observers thought that perhaps this old sow's injuries to her footpads and teeth might have had something to do with the attack. Walker's parents sued the NPS in U.S. District Court in California, alleging that he had not been adequately warned of the danger, and won damages of $87,417.67. The NPS appealed, and the decision was reversed. The family tried to recover monies through congressional action, as the Hansons had done earlier, but they were unsuccessful. The Walker incident served as the final nail in the coffin of bears being allowed to feed along Yellowstone roadsides. The last open-pit garbage dump in the park had been closed in 1970 at Trout Creek, and now the NPS stepped up the transporting they had begun in order to get all roadside beggar bears off their diets of human food. Normally reclusive bears can lose their fear of man when human foods are involved. A more natural bear is a less dangerous bear, and the NPS knew this. The dual attacks in Glacier National Park in 1967, as related in the book Night of the Grizzlies, had already cemented that fact in the minds of managers there, and now Yellowstone had its own version. Beyond the personal tragedy of the case were and are its implications for park management. At issue is just how far the parks will be allowed to keep a natural setting. Paul Schullery has said it well. What makes me uncomfortable about these court cases, no matter how justified any given suit may be, is that they create park policy in a judicial vacuum, sometimes thousands of miles from the park. A judge with no interest in or experience with wilderness and national parks can have an inordinate effect on park management, if only as managers try to anticipate where they must be most careful to avoid lawsuits. The Walker case is, of course, a perfect illustration of this. While this book is mainly about deaths in Yellowstone, I would be remiss if I did not make some comments on the impacts of these deaths upon park management, primarily because of wrongful death lawsuits against parks. The judge who presided over the Harry Walker case could have had some of the very impacts that Schullery mentioned above. That he did not have more is no doubt attributable to the fact that he was reversed on appeal. But I believe it is a worthwhile exercise to examine some of this judge's comments, all made during the Walker trial. These are the types of comments that make it harder to manage parks in a natural way. They impact you, the public, by sanitizing your national parks and making them more like Disneyland than like nature preserves. Keep in mind that the Walker trial was a judge trial, no jury. In such a trial, the judge can question witnesses in addition to letting attorneys question them. It also means the judge makes his rulings based upon his hearing of the witnesses and upon his own arguments with the attorneys. Here are some of the judge's comments. Judge: This is kind of a pre-indication of what I am thinking, but there should have been some signs down there that say to the effect, danger, do not sleep or camp here. Regular campground 1/2 mile, or 2.5 miles, whatever it is. Regular campsite 2.5 miles northeast, and then have some markers up there that would show the way to a campsite that was patrolled, that was fenced in, perhaps, from these grizzlies. The issue here is that in a place as large as Yellowstone National Park, how many signs are we going to have, and where are they going to be located? Do we really need danger, grizzly bears signs along Geyser Basin boardwalks, along with the hot spring warnings, when they already appear at entrances and in many other places? This judge thought so. His arguments would put signs everywhere in the park because someone, somewhere, sometime, might not see them. Analogously, I could ask, should New York Central Park have signs every 10 feet saying, danger, muggers, just because a non-streetwise, non-New Yorker might go walking there? Analogously, I could ask, should we build fences along the edge of the Grand Canyon to keep someone from falling in? Should we stretch a net across the Yellowstone River above the falls in case someone falls in? The Walker judge also wanted campgrounds fenced for safety purposes. In proposing this, he gave no consideration to keeping a park natural, to the blocking of animal migration routes, to the visual ugliness of a fence, to the making of wilderness areas into places that are the same as everywhere else. In short, to the abstract and unquantifiable quality of a visitor's park experience. With fences, one gets safety, maybe, and one loses, arguably, a major thing one came to the park for, the very state of getting away from things like fences. As Paul Schillery says, that may be good legal behavior, but it doesn't seem the best way to run a wilderness. Getting mauled by a bear in a national park is not the legal equivalent of slipping on an icy sidewalk. Someone else owns the sidewalk, you own the bear. The Walker judge was also convinced that all the park bears should be constantly tracked for safety purposes. Note how he questioned Dr. Frank Craighead, a witness for the Walkers. Judge: Let me ask you this. The thing that seems to me to be relevant here is, do you have an opinion as to whether or not this particular bear, 1792, when it was tagged, should have been, stuck with a beeping bug? What do you call those things that you put on to track them? Craighead: A radio tag or radio collar. Judge: All right. Do you have an opinion as to whether he should have had a radio tag or collar attached to him so he could be trailed? Craighead: I think that it would certainly have been helpful in following the movements of this bear when it was transplanted. Judge: How much does that cost to do? Craighead: It would be in the neighborhood of several $1,000s. Judge: Well, like how much? $2,000, $3,000? Craighead: $3,000. Judge: Let me ask you this. If you had this sort of thing put on Bear 1792, would he have been able to be tracked right up to where he attacked the Walker boy? Craighead: Yes. The judge persisted in this and included it in his ruling as something the NPS should have done to prevent the Walker killing, and one of the judge's in-court statements bordered on a harangue. Judge: In that connection, I want to hear some arguments on whether there should have been retained this radio monitoring of these animals, monitoring these animals so that at all times there could be a display board that someone follows, telling us where are these grizzlies. How close are they to developed areas? Are they near Old Faithful, the inn? Are they in the garbage dumps? Are they way back in the woods? Are they close to the road? But that is an important question. How much does it cost for them, NPS, to do that? How much would it have cost? Even today, wouldn't it be a wise thing? I do not know, but I want to hear argument on it. Wouldn't it be a wise thing for the Park Service to keep a plot like that? Wouldn't that be the best sort of patrol in the world, to bring these grizzlies in with these automatic transmitters? If it can be done for $3,000 or $4,000 or $5,000, then in a sense, and I do not like to use the word, to hell with what the Sierra Club may say or these barefoot boys with environmental impact statements on their back, I think the big question is to protect the public. Protect the public. As the Lord said, use the mountains, use the land, build upon it, make it your home, dominate it. That is what he told human beings. He did not tell grizzlies to dominate humans. He told humans to dominate grizzlies. I do not care about putting radio transmitters on their ears. That is not going to hurt them. It is ridiculous. It is a fad, all this environmentalism, a big fad. One day it is going out the window. Why? Because we can use the wilderness, whether it be skiers, whether it be backpackers and whatnot, and use it safely. If those who run the wilderness will safely control the wilderness, so it does not injure us. Of course, collaring and tracking all bears is illogical, unreasonable, and unnatural from the point of view of park managers, regardless of one judge's opinion. It can traumatize the bears, make the bears look artificial instead of natural, cost a lot of money in radios and monitoring personnel, and give the public the perception that a national park is like the movie Westworld, all mechanical, rather than a natural preserve. And the idea of removing or sanitizing the grizzlies to make the park safe for visitors is ridiculous, as if wilderness can be totally safe and still be wilderness. Reading the Walker transcripts, one senses that the judge's mind was made up very early in the trial. He had no feeling for the park's problems in protecting the bears, and thus part of our heritage, in giving bears a natural environment to live in, or in offering visitors the chance to see wild animals in a wild setting. All well-established, thoroughly legislated purposes of Yellowstone National Park. He had no regard for the fact that the greatest resource of Yellowstone is its very wildness. When you take that away by sanitizing the place, whether by radio collaring every bear, by putting up signs every 10 feet, or by otherwise overdeveloping the place, you destroy its most important element, wildness. It is not just another consumer product to be made safe. As Schullery says, it is no longer able to serve its function if it is paved, fenced, labeled, and regulated into a form palatable to zoo and television-minded visitors. It cannot stimulate if it is crippled or lessened. As I have noted, this judge's decision to award the Walkers damages was reversed on appeal, and fortunately so for the national parks. But it illustrates the problems parks face in having judges make park policy based on personal injuries suffered by careless visitors. The Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals held that the park's decision to close the garbage dumps in connection with grizzly bear management was a planning or discretionary decision under the Federal Tort Claims Act, rather than a ministerial one, and so the government was entirely immune from the lawsuit. But the court went further and stated that there was no evidence to support the trial judge's decision that the Park Service failed to warn Walker and Bradbury of dangerous conditions. Moreover, the court stated that because the two men disregarded the advice of Vicky Schlicht to go to the ranger station or visitor center and thereby avoided receiving bear warnings, they were comparatively negligent in the incident. Dr. Frank Craighead and others have mentioned a possible bear fatality in the Old Faithful area 2 years before Harry Walker was killed. It is important for us to note that this fatality has never been documented. If it happened, we cannot presently prove it, but I include it here for completeness. The Old Faithful bear log for August 23, 1970 has the following entries. Time, 1651. David Hamilton. Old Faithful reports that visitors at the Upper Firehole Bridge are gazing at a scalp on a blanket. 1736, regarding 1651 entry. It is a scalp with pieces of flesh and maggots. Pictures taken and pieces collected and placed under rear of building. Whether these were really pieces of human remains or just animal parts was never established. A park visitor reported to Old Faithful rangers 3 weeks later that a bear had ransacked an abandoned illegal camp on Firehole River a half-mile south of the new highway bridge. Frank Craighead thought it to have been the same bear that eventually killed Harry Walker, but this was never proven. Rangers disassembled the camp on September 16th, finding 17 items that included a tent and accessories, a fishing net, swimming mask and fins, clothing, and a duffel bag that carried the name Herbert Muller and the number 377-90176. In the last edition of this book, I wondered whether Muller had been a bear fatality, but in 1996 I received an anonymous letter from the Department of Veterans Affairs confirming that Muller had died a natural death in June of 1994. I realize, wrote the anonymous employee, that this information does not answer the question as to whether the person who had the illegal camp was killed by a bear. However, it clearly was not Herbert Muller. Beginning in 1970, with the closure of the last Yellowstone garbage dump, the stepping up of the government's transporting program for roadside beggar bears, and the installation of bear-proof, odor-preventing trash cans, the number of injuries to park visitors by bears began to drop dramatically. But the park's fourth human fatality involving a bear occurred in 1984. The victim was a young woman from Switzerland. On July 29, 1984, Ranger Gary Youngblood was on duty at Canyon Ranger Station when a woman hiker came into that office. She had dark, shoulder-length hair and was about 5 feet 5 inches tall and around 120 pounds. Youngblood issued the woman a backcountry permit for Site 5B1, north of Fern Lake, for the night of July 30th. He warned her against hiking alone in Yellowstone country, and about bears particularly, and foods in camp generally. Youngblood noted that the woman, Brigitte Claudia Friedenhagen, 25, of Basel, Switzerland, appeared intelligent and spoke near-perfect English. District Ranger John Lounsbury, sitting in the next office, remembers that she got a good bit of bear information from Youngblood. On July 31st, at 6 p.m., Brigitte's brother, Andreas Friedenhagen, reported to Lake Area Ranger Mark Marshall that his sister had failed to meet him and his wife as scheduled at Pelican Trailhead. A search was begun with 2 persons traveling through Pelican Valley, and the following morning Ranger Marshall began a patrol of the area on horseback. At 10:30 a.m., Marshall found Brigitte's camp. He noted that something spooked his horse there. The horse would approach no closer than 20 yards. So Marshall walked to the green dome tent that he saw pitched some 60 feet from the shore of White Lake in campsite 5W1. He noticed immediately that the tent fly had rip marks in it near the door and saw a sleeping pad, parka, and other gear inside undisturbed. As I walked up to the tent, wrote Marshall, I noticed pieces of hair and scalp and a few small pieces of muscle, bone, and tissue. A sleeping bag lay nearby. He radioed for assistance and then continued to search for Brigitte. He could not find her, but did locate her food cache 30 yards away. It had been pulled down by a bear and the food partially eaten. Sensing that they had a bad incident on their hands, Rangers Dave Spurtus and Tim Blank at Lake Ranger Station were helicoptered to the scene at 12:07 p.m. and began a hasty search of the area. Near the sleeping bag, they found a piece of Brigitte's lip, and the rangers' faces grew grave. They searched the area between the trail and the lake. Recent thunder showers had cleansed the landscape of obvious drag trails, so the rangers swept north for about a quarter of a mile. At 12:57, they spotted a bloody article of clothing. From there, a trail of more bloody clothing and human tissue led to Brigitte Friedenhagen's body, 258 feet from her tent. Quite a lot of it had been eaten by the bear. Shaken by their discovery, the rangers continued the investigation. From blood on and a puncture in the woman's sleeping bag, it appeared to them that the bear had ripped the tent and pulled her out either by the left side of her neck or the top of her head while she slept. There was no sign of a struggle. Her hiking clothing was neatly folded inside of the tent, and all other items were undisturbed. 6 feet outside, she either slid out or was pulled from her sleeping bag. About 20 feet northwest of the tent, rangers found a rectangle of discolored grass where substantial blood and tissue had fallen, and this was deemed to be the site where Friedenhagen died. Because she was first attacked at her neck and face, the rangers decided she had probably died quickly, perhaps without really waking up. The bear had climbed 12 feet up a tree to get to the woman's food cache, the same way she had put the cache up. Both her climbing marks and the bear's claw marks could be seen. Most of the food cache had been eaten. The tree climbing marks and other evidence seemed to indicate a sub-adult male grizzly, light in color. The rangers and autopsy people attempted to piece together what had happened. Friedenhagen had hiked 8.5 miles, camped several miles short of her permitted site, boiled water for tea, and ate pre-cooked or cold food for dinner. She hung her food, arranged her clothing and other items neatly, crawled into her sleeping bag with her feet facing the east and her head toward the lake, and was apparently asleep when the attack occurred sometime after 10:30 p.m. on July 29th. The bear was never identified or captured. It apparently left the site within 12 hours, because the woman's body was not semi-buried in the fashion that feeding grizzlies often practice, and because there was no scat near the body. The rangers found scats containing human remains several miles north and again several miles east of the site, and postulated that the bear had returned once to feed on July 31st. Rain had destroyed much of the evidence. In fact, it was probably raining at the time of the attack or just shortly afterward. Rangers Mark Flaum and Mark Marshall spent several nights in the area sleeping nervously in a bear trap made from a culvert, arguably one of the only safe places, and hoping that the bear would return. It never did. But in the final analysis, no one could be sure what the reasons were. The victim was not menstruating. The tent did contain 2/3 of a 100-gram chocolate bar wrapped up inside a pack. Other odorous tent items included lip salve, Micorin pills, and a butane cigarette lighter. If the bear was attracted by these items, perhaps it felt secure because Friedenhagen was hiking alone, a discouraged practice in Yellowstone country and probably her biggest mistake. Even the widespread thunder and lightning in the area for several days previously was suggested as somehow tying into the attack, but in the end, no one knew. The woman's hanging of her food, possession of 4 bear warning pamphlets given her by Ranger Youngblood, bear bells in the tent, and her signature at a trail register where 3 bear warning signs were posted all attested to her knowledge of and concern for precautions in bear country. In fact, on August 2nd, while going through her belongings, Brigida's brother and sister-in-law found a notebook in which Brigida had made a diary-type entry written while at the campsite. Eerily, the entry noted that she had taken all precautions. The Friedenhagen death was partially responsible for the Pelican Valley area being restricted to day-use-only hiking, no overnight camping, a regulation that had been considered for some years before that. Like Friedenhagen, William J. Tazinski was alone when a Yellowstone grizzly killed him on or about October 4, 1986. Tazinski, 38, a Great Falls, Montana auto mechanic, was an avid wildlife photographer who was also an expert woodsman and hunter. Yellowstone's Chief Ranger Dan Shawley has described him as cocky, confident, and used to getting what he wanted. He has been characterized as able to maintain a pace in his outdoor travels that would wear out most anyone else. In fact, he usually traveled alone because he felt most people could not keep up. His attitude about hiking by himself proved to be his undoing. Tazinski had been somewhat successful at selling his wildlife photographs, but he had not yet photographed a grizzly bear, and he was determined to do so. Sometime on or about October 4th, Tazinski became aware that a grizzly, Bear 59 in park parlance, was frequenting the Otter Creek area near its junction with the Yellowstone River. Leaving his car in a pullout on the main road, Tazinski began to stalk the bear all by himself and carrying his camera and tripod. Just how or when he confronted the sow grizzly, we will never know. But his final moments must have been frightening ones, and it is likely that he struggled, at least for a short time. Bear 59 was a semi-habituated bear. That is, a bear which had had some contacts with humans and human foods, but she had never even approached a human aggressively. She had 2 cubs earlier in the season when the park transported her to Cub Creek, but did not have them by October. She was also intensely hyperphagic, desperate to put on weight for the coming winter. Tazinski apparently crossed over that fine line between being just another pesky photographer and being a potential threat or food source competitor. Or perhaps this was a surprised bear, or even a rare instance of predation. We do not know. After Tazinski's blue car had been parked at the Otter Creek pullout for several days, the park began checking on him. Ranger Alice Seebecker, armed with license plate information, made calls to Tazinski's home at Great Falls and found that he had missed work. On October 6th, Ranger Tom Olive scouted the area on horseback but found nothing. Then Ranger Jeff Henry talked to bear researcher Steve French and discovered that Bear 59 had been in the area at least since October 4th. Indeed, Jeff had seen her himself at Lahardy's Rapids about October 1st. Then, on October 7th, District Ranger John Lounsbury and Ranger Mona Devine, followed later by Jeff Henry, Tom Olive, Dick Devine, and Joe Fowler, began a genuine search up Otter Creek. From the top of a small hill, Mona Devine and John Lounsbury spotted Bear 59 feeding on something. Henry and Fowler walked into the old Otter Creek campground to join them. Lounsbury remembers standing on the ridge overlooking what we call Tazinski Meadow now, and looking through his binoculars. In the magnified scene, he suddenly saw Bear 59 with a human leg in her mouth, and it had a tennis shoe on it. He knew at that moment that we had probably found Tazinski. Through his rifle scope, Jeff Henry saw legs lying on the ground, and he too knew that the bear was feeding on Tazinski. Devine saw it too, and of course Lounsbury had already seen it. Because a grizzly was in the area feeding, the rangers were very nervous. Over their radios came the voice of bear specialist Gary Brown. "Are you in a position to destroy that bear?" "Yes, we are," replied Lounsbury. Brown gave the order, and Ranger Fowler shot Bear 59. The Rangers, still well armed with shotguns and rifles, moved into the area cautiously. Jeff Henry remembers that the scene was one of a classic carcass feeding, with coyotes, ravens, and magpies all waiting on the fringes for their turn. One of those ravens had croaked earlier, startling John Lounsbury out of a bit of a reverie and back into intensely watching his surroundings. The group walked into a small meadow about 1/4 mile from the main road and found Tazinski's remains. And remains was what they were. All that lay on the ground were Tazinski's legs and pelvic parts. His entire upper half was missing. Jeff remembers thinking that it looked as if someone had chainsawed him in two at the belt. Lying on site were Tazinski's camera and tripod. It was evident from the large amount of blood around the collars of Tazinski's jacket and shirt found later that the bear had gone for his neck from the outset. In fact, Tazinski's entire neck was missing, probably the reason for his death, and an occurrence which was apparently inflicted as he ran. It had probably not taken Bear 59 long to tear him apart and to subsequently bury parts of him nearby for later feeding. Tazinski's skull was found in the burial mound. No bear pictures were found on Tazinski's camera film. Jeff Henry supposed that perhaps the fact that Bear 59 wore a radio collar deterred Tazinski from taking distant photos and encouraged him to try for a closer one, perhaps hoping for a turned head photo wherein the radio collar would not show. Moreover, his tripod was pointed down, as if the camera were aimed at something only 12 to 15 feet away, and Tazinski's camera had a short lens on it rather than a long lens. The last picture on his film roll has been described as an unidentifiable dark blob, possibly an out-of-focus close-up of the ground. Whatever he was focusing on, says Henry, an expert photographer himself, was very close. Every bit as interesting was what the rangers found entangled on a sagebrush plant just above Tazinski's tripod. It was a rubber, tube-like elk bugle. Rangers found blood on its cord and blood on the sagebrush on which it was snagged. Bear specialist Carrie Gunther believes that William Tazinski may have sounded that elk bugle to get the bear to lift its head from foraging, and thus may have caused the bear to charge. Back in 1986, it was not as much in common knowledge as it is today, says Gunther, that elk bugles can send bears, grizzly or black, into a predation mode. Thus, it is certainly a possibility that the elk call might have put the bear into a predatory mindset. Following an autopsy of the bear and of Tazinski, a park board of inquiry concluded that Tazinski was killed because he was trying to photograph a grizzly bear at close range, and that the bear found near his remains was the one that killed him. We will never know what happened exactly, but the team thought Tazinski was focusing his camera on the bear only 12 to 15 feet away when it charged. Scott McMillian, a journalist who wrote about the attack, called it a picture to die for. Tazinski probably turned and ran toward the road, but the bear caught him from behind by the neck and killed him. Then, Jeff believes, the bear dragged Tazinski back over the camera tripod, the bear's body, or Tazinski's, thus bending one leg of the tripod, leaving large amounts of blood in the drag trail to Tazinski's final resting place. There, the bear finished its job as one of nature's consummate feeding machines. The Tazinski story and several other stories of human deaths from bears harken us back to the idea of the buffalo as a mythical animal. We want badly to touch these animals, for reasons of affection perhaps, or domination, or whatever. But we must not. Human philosophies, literature, feelings all cry out for us to be more in touch with nature. But truly being in touch with nature includes knowing when not to touch. Tazinski and some of the other bear victims here stepped over the line. For 26 years following the 1986 death of William Tazinski, Yellowstone Park saw no further human fatalities from bears, even though individual injuries occasionally occurred. Then suddenly, in 2011, 2 park visitors were killed by grizzlies in separate incidents. Unless the 1904 stories of James Wilson and his nephew is true, never before had the park been host to 2 documented human deaths from bears in one summer. Officials and the public wondered whether something had changed in the park, but NPS Bear Program Manager Carrie Gunther currently believes that fatal bear attacks will remain relatively uncommon. Brian and Marilyn Matayoshi of Torrance, California, entered the park's South Gate on July 5, 2011, spent their first day visiting Old Faithful, and then returned to Grant Village to camp. It was their 4th trip to Yellowstone, and they had never seen a bear in the park before. On July 6th, they drove to Canyon for hiking. Brian insisted that he wanted to hike on a non-paved trail. They parked at Wapiti Trailhead near Chittenden Bridge and began hiking at about 8:30 a.m. It was a warm day, in the mid-70s, with mostly clear skies. Brian, 57, and Marilyn walked past the NPS signboard there, which exhibited a sign reading, "Danger, you are entering bear country," and instructions as to what to do if one encountered a bear. On the same large board was a sign that read, "Warning, July 3, 2011, bear frequenting area. There is no guarantee of your safety while hiking or camping in bear country." Brian and Marilyn were not carrying bear spray. Noticing that the Howard Eaton Trail was closed to the south because of an active wolf den, they chose the Clear Lake Trail and walked east to the lake. They then returned to the Clear Lake-Wapiti Lake Trail junction and proceeded south and east on the Wapiti Lake Trail. About 10 a.m., and at the Wapiti-Sour Creek Trail junction, they encountered a photographer who pointed out to them a grizzly sow and her 2 cubs of the year foraging in a meadow some distance to the south. He loaned them his binoculars to view the bears, but to Marilyn they seemed far away, like boulders in the field. They watched the bears for some minutes and even took pictures of them at 10:15 a.m., and then Brian and Marilyn hiked on. They reached a body of water that she did not know the name of and then turned around at 10:40 a.m., shown on Marilyn's time-stamped photo, and began hiking back west to the trailhead. In typical Yellowstone fashion, they encountered no other hikers. At 1.4 miles from the Wapiti trailhead, only a few minutes later, and in an open spot, they saw 3 bears 100 yards away. It was an area of small meadows and dry thermal areas, crisscrossed and bordered by fringes of trees. Marilyn thought Brian saw the sow first, but she could not remember later whether he saw the cubs. They instantly turned around and began walking east toward the forest, looking back often to see where the bears were. Suddenly, Marilyn saw the sow's head pop up too near them, and she warned Brian. The sow began charging them, and Brian yelled, "Run!" Marilyn told the rangers later that they shouted and yelled at this point. As they were running on the trail down a treed corridor between 2 small meadows, she suddenly heard Brian cry out. She turned in time to see the sow hit him while he was standing and knock him to the ground. The cubs were running behind their mother, growling, but she saw no more. Somehow Marilyn traveled to some downed trees with protruding branches that offered a bit of safety. She did not remember later how she ended up on the ground. Trying to get to her knees, she saw the bear at Brian's body, looking at her. She dropped to the ground again and covered her head or neck with her arms or hands. Very quickly the bear was upon her, and she felt the horror of it tugging on her backpack. It lifted her off the ground by her day pack and then dropped her. Just as quickly, it was gone. The attack had occurred at between 10:45 and 10:51 a.m., had lasted no more than a minute, and the 2 people had run 173 yards from where they first saw the bears. Investigators later estimated that the bear probably ran the 273 total yards in only 28 to 58 seconds. Marilyn stumbled to her husband, saw that he was bleeding, and attempted to use a jacket as a tourniquet for his leg. She heard a long breath escape from Brian and told investigators later that she knew at that moment that Brian was dead. She somehow found the presence to cover him with 2 dark-colored jackets. Now it occurred to her that the bear might still be nearby. She began yelling for help. Other hikers in the area heard the sounds of the attack. To the west of Brian and Marilyn, 4 British hikers heard the bear roar and heard male and female voices yelling and screaming. To their east, the photographer they encountered earlier, now talking with another man and his 2 sons, heard a roar, followed by a man shouting briefly, and then a woman's scream. The photographer stated later that the roar, yell, and scream lasted only 5 to 10 seconds. Fearing for his 2 sons, but also using them to alert rangers, the father gave them bear spray and sent them walking west toward the trailhead. He was a trauma surgeon, so he decided to stay with the photographer. Obtaining a cell signal while hiking, the 2 boys called 911, and the communication center received the call at 10:51 a.m. The boys also met the large hiking group and told them that bears were in the area. That group continued east to the father and the photographer, who confirmed to them an incident of some kind. Now it was a larger group who walked toward where the sounds had originated. Various members of the group shouted, asking if anyone needed help. Marilyn shouted back, "Help!" Obtaining a cell signal, the father called 911 at 11:15 a.m. Marilyn had also tried to reach 911 a few minutes earlier at 11:09 a.m. and numerous times afterward, but she was unsuccessful at getting a signal. Officials at Mammoth told the father that help would soon arrive and not to enter the scene ahead of them, but to wait for the rangers who were nearby, already hiking. Meanwhile, Marilyn had begun hiking west, where she met the responding rangers and visitors. Only a few minutes after Marilyn and Brian saw the bears, Ranger David Page was at the Wapiti trailhead responding to visitor reports of hikers possibly in the closed area. He received the communication center's call about people screaming at 10:55 a.m. He and Ranger Brian Spieg quickly began hiking toward the fatality scene, and they were soon followed by Rangers Patty Murphy and Nick Doreen. Ranger Page saw Marilyn Matayoshi alone and at a distance on the trail and called out to her, asking whether she was hurt. She replied no. He asked if there were bears still in the area, and she replied no. When Page asked if anyone else was hurt, she stated that her husband was dead. In the whirl of activity after that, Ranger Page recovered a pair of broken black Nike sunglasses that had 6 to 8 bear hairs stuck in the bridge of the nosepiece. As normal procedure, these hairs were retained for DNA analysis because they could identify the individual bear. Page and his fellow rangers could not know then that these hairs would soon figure into the investigation of another human death from a bear, one that would occur only 7 weeks later. The Matayoshi bear had no previous history of encounters with humans, and it did not continue to maul Brian Matayoshi after he became quiet. Marilyn stated later that she wished they had not looked over their shoulders multiple times, because that might have slowed them down and the movement might have attracted the bear. That, of course, was speculation. A subsequent investigative team report determined that the sow grizzly acted in a purely defensive manner in order to protect her cubs, and that the bear's chase response was likely exacerbated by their running and yelling as they fled the bear. What may have begun as merely an attempt by the bear to assess the Matayoshi's activities became a sustained pursuit of them as they fled running and yelling on the trail, said the report. Rangers initially called the death accidental, from penetrating and blunt force trauma due to grizzly bear mauling. Later, investigators discovered that Brian Matayoshi sustained a bite puncture to his femoral artery, a long avulsion on his forehead extending into his scalp, perhaps a fatal blunt force injury to the chest or abdomen, and multiple biting and clawing injuries. No autopsy was performed, but a doctor told one investigator that a person could bleed out internally from the femoral artery, the spleen or liver, or both, in 1 to 2 minutes. He also stated that the blunt force of the bear hitting Matayoshi and knocking him to the ground could have been enough force for a fatal crushing injury to the chest or abdomen. The park's second human fatality in a single summer from a bear attack occurred on August 25, 2011, and it left Yellowstone officials, visitors, and supporters aghast and dispirited. The usual media scaremongering occurred with large headlines that made environmentalists fear for both park and bears. One of those read, "Another hiker found dead in Yellowstone bear mauling 1 month after park officials refused to hunt a grizzly that killed a California man." Media people tend to love the sensationalism of such a story and often do not understand the reasons behind such NPS or other governmental decisions. Sadly, John Lawrence Wallace, 59, of Chassell, Michigan, had been warned about the dangers presented by grizzly bears in Yellowstone, but told an official who was giving him warnings at a campground that he was a grizzly expert who did not need the safety lecture. Wallace was a trained librarian who had spent 18 years working at Portage Lake District Library in Houghton, Michigan, and he was also the building superintendent there. Friends called him a kind and gentle individual who loved books and the outdoors. A family member stated that he told them in a voicemail left earlier that being in Yellowstone was like being in heaven. John Wallace arrived alone in Yellowstone on August 24, 2011, and camped in the Canyon Village campground, where he received standard bear warnings from a campground official and made the statement noted earlier. The next morning, he parked his green Jeep at the trailhead in Hayden Valley near Alum Creek to begin hiking on the Merry Mountain Trail. Another visitor observed a methodical person fitting his description putting on an orange day pack and beginning a hike there at about 7:30 a.m. A sign at the trailhead warned hikers that they were entering bear country, encouraged the use of bear spray, and discouraged hiking alone. Wallace carried no bear spray and was hiking alone. He proceeded southwesterly through open meadows of grass and sagebrush with only patches of timber for about 6 miles. Because Hayden Valley is an area that is historically known for high numbers of grizzly bears, only day hiking is permitted there, with no overnight camping allowed. Wallace passed an active bison carcass at Violet Creek, only 1.5 miles from the later incident site. If he saw it, it should have made him very nervous. 3 days earlier, a hiker there had seen 9 different grizzly bears feeding on it, but did not report it until after the Wallace incident. Rangers found a second carcass only 361 yards from the incident site, along with 16 bear daybeds around it. John Wallace stopped to eat an energy bar, take a drink, or get something out of the pack that was later found not on his back. Probably sitting on a log in his last moments, he must have instinctively raised one or both hands, because there were bite marks on his right hand, large areas of bruising on his left arm, and scratches, lacerations, and punctures on his right forearm, all consistent with self-defense when facing a bear. But these may have occurred after the bear had already hit him, because ominously, wounds to his neck and back suggested that the bear came from behind. It probably took very little time for Wallace to die from loss of blood. The bear then fed upon him and cached his body in a partial burial. The following morning, another park visitor, a retired fisheries professor, and his daughter arrived at the same trailhead at 7:30 a.m. and began hiking up the same trail. At a point on the trail at nearly 6 miles, and after 3 hours of hiking, the daughters saw birds circling in the air above, and then observed a day pack and a water bottle containing a pinkish liquid. She walked closer to these objects and suddenly saw parts of a human body. She saw both legs below the knees with boots on the trail, and a portion of one arm nearby. The body was oriented at 90 degrees to the trail, and most of it was covered with dirt and debris. Looking at the head, she noted that the hair stood up on the back of his neck, and that it was obvious that the person was deceased. Fearing that there was a bear nearby, she and her father instantly turned around and hiked back to the trailhead. 10 minutes down the trail, they met 2 men in their mid-20s and told them there was a body ahead. The 2 hikers continued on after this warning, but apparently turned around later. At the trailhead, the father and his daughter noted a green Jeep parked there, and then went to the Canyon Backcountry office at 1:30 p.m. to report the body. A helicopter dropped 5 rangers 2 miles west of the incident site, and they began hiking east. About a mile west of the incident site, they found adult grizzly tracks and those of 1 yearling. At 6 p.m., they encountered Wallace's body lying on his left hip and back, partly buried in the manner consistent with the food-caching behavior of a bear. The body had been partially consumed. 12.5 meters to the southwest, the rangers found a large blood spot and a piece of boxer shorts next to the log Wallace had probably been sitting on, sans pack, when he was surprised by the bear. To the west was a bloody trail in grass with bloody footprints on logs, apparently made by at least one departing bear, and probably also a cub. Spookiest of all was the fact that Wallace's orange pack, rain jacket, long-sleeved shirt, and lunch container were on top of his body, apparently placed there by the bear in part of its caching activity. 2 water bottles, one empty and one 3/4 full, were found nearby. The lunch had not been consumed, indicating that the attack occurred during the morning of August 25th. A hard rain with hail that afternoon had obliterated many of the bear tracks on and around the trail, and probably some of the DNA evidence. The rangers collected bear hair for DNA analysis from the body, from broken branches on logs nearby, and from soil in the cache pile. They collected saliva from bite wounds on the body, and collected scat from 5 scat piles, later identified as grizzly scat. Over the next 6 weeks, the NPS set bear traps in 10 locations, making 25 captures of 13 individual bears for examination and DNA analysis. Most telling was the fact that DNA from 2 scat piles a few yards from Wallace's body matched that of the female bear and one of her cubs collected on July 6th at the death site of Brian Matayoshi, only 8.1 miles to the northeast. Although Kerry Gunther has noted that he and his staff were trying right from the start to determine what bear was involved, one park official worried that the public would believe the NPS was allowing a rogue bear that was involved in 2 human killings to remain alive. On September 28th, rangers captured a bear that they called the Wapiti Sow and captured its cubs the following day. Its DNA not only matched that from the scat pile found near John Wallace, but also matched hair stuck in Brian Matayoshi's sunglasses. Although the final report concluded that the Wapiti Sow and one or both of her offspring probably fed on Wallace, the bear that actually killed him may not have been that sow, because at least 4 different grizzly bears were in the area of the body, and at least 9 bears had been in the general area. Nor was there any clear evidence as to whether the bear attack was defensive or predatory in nature. On October 2, 2011, rangers killed the 250-pound Wapiti sow based upon 3 factors. 1. DNA confirmed that she and at least one of her cubs were present at Wallace's body. 2. She may have been the bear that attacked and killed Wallace. And 3. Members of this family group were very likely involved in the consumption of his body. There was no clear evidence as to what caused the bear to attack John Wallace, but this author's opinion is that he made serious mistakes, and those combined in an unfortunate manner with other intense factors. I have spent 40 summers hiking in Yellowstone, and it is my opinion that hiking alone in Hayden Valley and hiking without bear spray are 2 of the most foolish moves anyone could make. It is for that reason that trailheads in Yellowstone carry warning signs, and John Wallace failed to heed them. 3 other factors, a high number of bears, the presence of cubs of the year, and the presence of active bison carcasses, together made the situation a very dangerous one. Add the possibility that John Wallace surprised an individual bear, although we do not know this for sure, and he was up against what I call the big 3 dangers: bear feeding on carcass, bear with cubs, and surprise encounter. Investigation and autopsy indicated that John Wallace died Thursday, August 25th, sometime before noon, of exsanguination, loss of blood, due to multi-system trauma due to an attack by a bear. This enumeration of 7 human deaths involving bears in Yellowstone Park understates the actual number of deaths in the more expansive Greater Yellowstone ecosystem. 6 other human deaths involving bears are known for the areas around Yellowstone Park. These incidents occurred in 1894, the Mallison fatality, already chronicled, 1912, 1922, and 1983, and 2010, 2 incidents. The Mallison fatality is heretofore unknown, and the 1912 fatality is little known. The death of Graham, an old bear trapper near Jardine on Crevice Mountain, occurred May 4, 1912. Stage drivers Henry Society Red Mallon and Herb French remembered it in 1961 while talking with park photographer Jack Haynes and historian Aubrey Haynes. Gardner resident Edith Ritchie, 62, remembered that his name was John Graham, and Aubrey Haynes recalled that park ranger Lee Coleman picked up Graham's skis sometime after the incident and donated them to the park museum collection. According to Mallon and Jack Haynes, the incident occurred on or near Crevice Mountain. Graham, 63, had his usual bear trap baited and ready, this time inside a fenced pen. He was planning to use the bear for target practice after it was in the trap, but instead, while Graham was standing there, rifle or shotgun in hand, or nearly so, the bear got out of the trap and killed him. From the note in the Park Museum file, it would appear to have been poetic justice. The John Graham story has been chronicled slightly differently by Gay Randall, a longtime Gardner resident. According to Randall, Graham saw the tracks of a large bear near his mining claim on Crevice Mountain, so he returned to his cabin to get his rifle. He soon found that the bear had been feeding on the carcass of a dead horse, so he decided to trap the bear on its return to the carcass. He lugged his 60-pound bear trap over to the site and then stopped off to mention his activities to a neighbor named Adolf Hageman. Randall's account, as told to him by Hageman, differs from those of the newspapers and the doctor who saw Graham. According to Randall, the next morning Hageman heard 2 loud shots from Graham's .45 90-gauge rifle, so he started for Graham's trap site. When he arrived a half hour later, there was no answer to his calls. Hageman followed the drag marks of the trap down the hill a couple of 100 yards to find John Graham gasping his last. The bear was gone. Hageman surveyed the scene. Graham's gun was leaning against a far tree, while a nearby tree was scarred by claw and teeth marks. The trap lay wedged between 2 logs. Between its jaws were 3 bloody toes with 4-inch-long claws of the grizzly that had done Graham in. Hageman believed that Graham had followed the bear down the hill where it dragged the trap and had fired 2 shots at it when he saw it tangled in deadfall. Believing it dead, Graham apparently set his rifle down and walked to the bear to skin it. Only stunned, the bear must have come to, jerked free of the trap, leaving 3 toes, and torn Graham up. The doctor's story was different. Dr. W.B. Shore of Gardner, Montana, went to the scene soon after the event and found that the bear had first given Graham a blow that sent him reeling, then had torn his throat and face open, which loosened the teeth on one side of his head. The bear also lacerated Graham's windpipe, exposing it. He says Hageman heard the initial shot and ran to help skin the bear, but met Graham coming toward the cabin. Seeing that Graham was badly wounded, Hageman ran to town to get the doctor. Graham died in the cabin. Gay Randall remembered riding with his father and other men to the trap site the next day, after Graham's body had been packed down by Hageman and others. They spent the day searching for the grizzly to no avail. Randall stated that from that day on the bear was known as Old Two Toes. The John Graham death story was carried twice in the local newspaper, which gave us still a third version of the affair. The newspaper claimed that Graham was merely walking through the forest when he suddenly encountered the bear and it attacked, Adolf Hageman running to Graham's assistance upon hearing his cries. The newspaper claimed Hageman shot the bear, which broke Graham's jaw and chewed terrible gashes in his head and arms. Except for Hageman shooting the bear, the newspaper account jibes reasonably with the other 2. Historian Jeremy Johnston has pointed out that it is remarkable that this killing of John Graham by a bear was not splashed all over the nation's newspapers and remained essentially unknown in history until the first edition of this book was published in 1995. The death of Joseph B. Frenchy Duray is a story that has fewer variations, but it made the newspapers in large style. Duray was a Frenchman, alleged to be a deserter from the French army. He had settled on Slough Creek, just north of the park boundary in the 1890s, later marrying Jenny McWilliams, a mail-order bride. According to Horace Albright, Duray trapped animals and poached in the park for years but was never caught. He is known to have supplied meat early for the Fort Yellowstone Army garrison, and in 1899 he had been arrested in the park for running a pack string without permission. Interestingly, in 1902, Frenchy was charged with stealing elk meat from John Graham, who would later be killed by a grizzly on Crevice Mountain. Because of earlier testimony by Frenchy, Graham had served some jail time for illegally selling elk meat, so no doubt Graham saw his chance in the 1902 charge to get revenge against Frenchy. Duray routinely had traps out for bears. On Monday, June 12, 1922, he found a large grizzly caught in one of his traps. He returned to his ranch, informed his wife, picked up his rifle, and left about 10 a.m. Said one newspaper account, Mrs. Duray never saw him again. On the morning of the 14th, Park Superintendent Horace Albright, Chief Ranger Sam Woodring, and Chief Buffalo Keeper Bob Lacombe were on horseback up Slough Creek when they met Assistant Buffalo Keeper Peck Hutchings, who told them of Frenchy's death. Hutchings and Ranger William Denhoff had found Duray's body at 8 p.m. on June 13th. It was badly torn and mangled, and the two noted that Frenchy had crawled 1.5 miles after escaping the bear. At the trap site were signs of a severe struggle, and one cartridge had been fired from Frenchie's rifle. The ground near the scene was blood-soaked, and the rifle was found with the stock chewed half off and the barrel bearing deep scratches, as if Duray had used it as a club. Pieces of grisly fur, strands of Duray's hair, and torn bits of flesh lay all around. Moreover, Frenchie's dogs bore marks of having attacked the bear as it finished its work. "It is assumed," wrote Albright, "that the enraged bear made a lunge either before or after the shot, broke the chain of the trap, sprang on Duray, and mangled him badly. The bear escaped, wounded or not, carrying the heavy trap along with it, and was never found. The trap was found a year later along Slough Creek. At least since 1922, the meadows just north of Silvertip Ranch have been known as Frenchie's Meadows." As often happens with bear attacks, Frenchie Duray's death in early June made newspapers in large and garish fashion, some of them even running the gruesome story months later. The Bourbon News of Paris, Kentucky, carried it in August, and the New Orleans Herald carried it in mid-September. "Huge bear devours trapper in Montana," read the page-one headline in the Ogden, Utah Standard-Examiner. The Anaconda Standard's front-page story was headlined, "Trapper Loses Terrific Death Battle with Huge Grizzly Bear." Its first sentence was, "With one arm and a leg partially chewed off and the head and torso clawed and lacerated, the body of Joseph Duray, aged 60, was found early today on Slough Creek." In New Orleans, the Herald's story was quite detailed. It stated that Duray was well aware of the danger of encountering a vicious bear, and yet he appears to have flirted with death in trying to kill alone a huge grizzly, and to have lost. The story stated that Duray caught the bear in his trap, hastily returned home to tell his wife of his catch, and then returned to the trap. The bear then jerked the chain loose from the trap and jumped upon Duray. "It was apparent," continued the Herald, "that Duray had tried to defend himself by using his gun as a club, but his fight was useless." Local observers believe that Duray lost consciousness, and the bear then dragged him to another location. He apparently awoke and was staggering and crawling toward his cabin in a fairly straight line when death overtook him. "One arm and a leg were torn off, and the body was mangled," said the newspaper, which added that Jenny Duray searched the hills for him all day long on Tuesday after Duray did not come home Monday night. Fascinatingly, the Herald stated, and at least two other newspapers also ran it, that Ranger Denhoff found Duray's mangled body nearly 2 miles from where he had engaged in a life-and-death struggle with the beast, in a wild, desolate place not 10 feet from where Duray in 1910 was introduced to and warmly greeted by President Roosevelt. The problem with that statement was that Roosevelt never visited Yellowstone in 1910. Two other historians with whom I consulted, both of them experts on Theodore Roosevelt, believe that this was a local piece of malarkey making the rounds in 1922. Frenchie Duray was buried at nearby Frenchie's Meadows. A park ranger read a few words from the Bible, stated a newspaper, and Duray's wife placed a bouquet of wild flowers over the rude mound, hastily constructed to shield the remains of the bear victim. A 1983 death that occurred 4 miles west of the park boundary at Rainbow Point on Hebgen Lake involved a habituated grizzly and 2 men in a campsite who had apparently taken all recommended measures for careful camping in bear country. On June 24, 1983, Ted Moore and Roger May, both from Sturgeon Bay, Wisconsin, cooked a meal of steak and corn on a portable grill, cleaned their dishes, and put things away. They drove to West Yellowstone, where they had a few beers, and returned to their tent about 11 p.m. The two were camped in Loop A, number 17, at Rainbow Point on Hebgen Lake, a Gallatin National Forest campground some 9 miles northwest of the town of West Yellowstone, Montana. At 2:30 a.m., the men were awakened by the shaking of their tent, as if, according to Moore, someone were playing a Boy Scout prank on them. The aluminum tent poles rattled loudly, and suddenly the tent collapsed. The two murmured something to each other, and then Roger May began screaming and was pulled through a hole in the tent. The bear's first bite apparently caught him in the upper part of his body. As Moore exited through the same hole, he saw a large bear only 10 feet away standing over his companion. He heard his companion's terrified screams. On seeing Moore, the bear reacted by grabbing May by an ankle and dragging him 30 feet at a run. Moore was astounded at the speed of the movement. Picking up a tent pole, Moore charged at the bear and threw the pole at it. The bear seemed to him to back away from May. Moore yelled, "Are you all right?" From the darkness, he heard his friend say, "I'm okay, but I'm not doing so good." Moore then ran to the tent looking for his glasses, car keys, and a flashlight. The car was locked, and because Moore could not see well, he had trouble finding anything. He is not sure how much time elapsed as he fumbled in the darkness, searching especially for the flashlight, but it was a few minutes, according to him. Then Moore suddenly heard renewed screams from May, and after a short time, silence. At this point, several other campground occupants began to appear, flashlights and car lights coming on, but the bear remained at the edge of the forest, feeding on May's body. The sheriff, summoned by campers, arrived 10 minutes later, and the grizzly picked that moment to drag the body across the sheriff's tire tracks on the main road. The sheriff and others began a search. At 3:30 a.m., May's body was found some 50 feet from the road. About 70 pounds of it had been eaten by the bear. The investigation team was unable to find any overt explanation for the attack on Roger May. The U.S. Forest Service had provided signs discouraging tent camping in the area, and all human foods had been secured. However, there were some odor-causing substances in the tent. Camphophenique had been applied to the victim's foot, and this odor was quite strong. May's sleeping bag was not his own and had not been cleaned in a long time, and neither man had showered in 48 hours. Just as important, private residences in the area were not securing garbage and dog foods from bears. There was strong evidence that the bear involved obtained human-related foods from private residences within 24 hours of the incident. Roger May could have been a victim of this carelessness by local residents. Bear 15, a large male grizzly, was subsequently trapped in the area. Analysis of fecal materials showed hairs from Roger May's head, and the bear was thereafter destroyed. Even a scientist can become a bear victim if he does not use care or breaks the established rules. Botanist Irwin Frank Everett, 70, of Park Ridge, Illinois, had spent 40 summers at his cabin on Kitty Creek in Shoshone National Forest, only 7 miles east of Yellowstone National Park, and he often hiked alone in the area to research animals as well as plants. He had discovered 5 different previously undescribed plants in the region, and one of them, the Everett Desert Parsley, Cymopteris everti, had been named for him. His book, entitled Vascular Plants of the Greater Yellowstone Ecosystem, had just been published. On June 17, 2010, he hiked into a site where a grizzly had been captured and released earlier that very day. There, he encountered bear 646, and it killed him with puncturing bites to the face and back of the head. He also suffered deep puncture wounds covering his entire body, but otherwise was not fed upon by the bear. When Everett did not return to his cabin later that afternoon, his wife Yolanda went looking for him and ran into a member of the interagency grizzly bear study team, whom she told. The researcher returned to their capture site on Kitty Creek and found Everett's body at that site. Like John Wallace would do 2 years later in Hayden Valley, Irwin Everett was hiking alone and not carrying bear spray. Bear 646 was located 2 days later by its radio collar signal and shot to death from a helicopter 2 miles from the site where Everett was killed. Laboratory analysis showed it was the bear that killed him. "We try to do everything we can to minimize the risks of hiking," said Chris Servine, grizzly bear coordinator for the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. "But we can't protect ourselves against people that ignore every warning we give. and we can't protect people against themselves. Servine authorized the killing of Bear 646 because experts could not definitively determine whether the animal's actions were natural and defensive or aberrant and unusually aggressive. Everett's friend and professional colleague Chuck Neal, a professional ecologist and author of Grizzlies in the Mist, stated that he spoke with Everett a few days before his death, and that Everett was absolutely aware of the risks of hiking in the area. Neal thought that the attack might have been occasioned by a close-range, surprise encounter, but of course no one knew for sure. He was an extraordinary man who made a very ordinary mistake. Yolanda Everett filed a wrongful death lawsuit in Wyoming U.S. District Court alleging that the two government trappers' decision to remove warning signs on July 17th caused her husband's death. But a judge ruled in 2012 that Wyoming's recreational use statute immunized the landowner, here the government, from any duty to warn. Under that statute, any property owner, including the government, who allows their land to be used for recreational purposes free of charge, generally has no duty to keep an area safe or warn of a dangerous condition. Additionally, according to the Powell Tribune, the judge stated that it was not obvious to the researchers that Mr. Everett would follow their footsteps and enter the trap site. Only 5 weeks later, in a campground just outside of Yellowstone, a grizzly bear killed one person and injured 2 others. This incident confounded officials because it seemed not to relate to bears attacking lone hikers, bears in a surprise encounter, or bears protecting cubs. Nor were carcasses or other natural foods present. There were and are abundant natural foods around this campground, and although bears were seen or heard by at least 2 parties during 3 previous days, there were no reports of aggression by these bears or conflicts associated with them. The campground contained many warning signs that grizzlies frequented the area. Investigators at first thought the bear's poor condition was a factor in the attack, but later stated that the cause of the attacks cannot be clearly explained or understood. The 3 attacks were separate and occurred early in the morning. At about 2 a.m. on July 28, 2010, Ronald Singer, 21, of Alamosa, Colorado, was sleeping in his tent just outside Yellowstone National Park's northeast entrance at the U.S. Forest Service's Soda Butte campground east of Cook City, Montana. Sleeping in the same tent in Campsite 16 were his girlfriend, Maria Fleming, and their dog, a young puppy. The campground is a small one with only 27 sites, and on this night all but 3 of them were occupied. Singer was awakened by his tent moving several feet. An adult female grizzly bear, whose 3 yearling cubs were probably nearby, bit Singer's lower left leg through his tent. He punched the bear through the tent several times, and it left. His girlfriend screamed, awoke, and ran to a nearby tent where her father and sister were sleeping, and woke them. The 3 were applying first aid to Singer's leg when they heard a woman scream from a nearby campsite. Now thoroughly frightened, the 4 drove to Cook City, where they called emergency responders. At about 2:15 a.m., the same bear accosted Deborah Friel, 48, of London, Ontario, who was sleeping alone in a tent in Campsite 11. She awoke and felt a bite to her upper left arm. I screamed, he bit harder. I screamed harder, he continued to bite, she said later. I went totally limp, and as soon as I went limp, I could feel his jaws get loose, and he let me go. It was very quiet. It never made any noise. Next door, her neighbors heard her yelling, "Stop! No!" and heard a bear huffing and woofing nearby. While dressing hurriedly, they heard Deborah shout, "Help! I've been attacked by a bear!" They drove to Deborah's site but were afraid to leave their car, so instead yelled to her that they were going to get help and drove around the campground honking the vehicle's horn. Left alone for 5 to 15 minutes, Deborah wrapped her arm in a shirt to stop its bleeding. The first party returned to find others parked at Deborah's site, so all exited their cars and administered aid to her. Alerted by emergency calls, the Park County Sheriff's Department and the National Park Service responded to the campground and began to move everyone out of the area. A piece of the bear's upper right canine tooth was found in Deborah's tent. Perhaps emboldened by its first two experiences, the bear then attacked Kevin R. Kammer, 48, of Grand Rapids, Michigan, who was alone in his tent at campsite 26, some 600 yards west of Deborah Friel. Kammer was not so lucky, and no one heard or saw the attack. He was sleeping in a small one-man tent with insect screen and full weather flies stretched over it. The bear ripped open the screen and pulled Kammer out by his head and shoulders. She dragged him 10 yards toward the creek and, with her offspring, consumed a significant part of his torso. He died of blood loss. Neighbors who were sleeping 60 yards from Kammer's camp heard nothing, the sounds perhaps being covered by noisy Soda Butte Creek at the south, and were only awakened when officials drove through the campground to clear it of campers. That was at 4:21 a.m., and that was when Kammer's body was discovered by Park County Sheriff's Department Deputy Justin Chaffins and NPS Ranger Brian Chan. Because it involved 3 attacks, this event received great attention in southwest Montana and northern Wyoming and set residents and visitors on edge. Sales of bear spray immediately increased, and people talked widely about the incidents. A public meeting was convened in Cook City. Officials involved included Montana Fish, Wildlife, and Parks, the lead agency, the Park County Montana Sheriff's Office, the U.S. Forest Service, the National Park Service, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, and later the Wyoming Game and Fish Department. Most observers agreed that the bear's behavior was odd and not typical. Carrie Gunther, who has headed or worked for Yellowstone's bear program for 27 years, stated that such predatory events, if this were one of those, were the exception rather than the norm. Gunther called such events extremely rare. Subsequent DNA analysis confirmed that the bear that killed Kevin Kammer was the same bear that attacked Deborah Friel. Officials believed, without absolute proof, that it was also the bear that attacked Ronald Singer. The sow and its 3 yearlings had been seen in the park at Baronet Peak on July 6th, and it had bluff-charged jogger Elaine Sabo at 9 a.m. on July 21st between the northeast entrance and Silver Gate, but ran off when Sabo yelled at it. Scientific analyses showed that the bear had consumed almost exclusively a plant-based diet over the previous 2 years. There was no evidence of food storage problems or other food attractants in the area, or that bears in the region had obtained human foods. The sow was captured on July 29th and her 3 cubs shortly thereafter. She had never been captured before, was 10 to 15 years old, and was underweight, only 216 pounds, low but not outside normal range. The cubs were also in poorer than usual physical condition. Stephen Herrero's bear studies have shown that poor body condition may be a contributing factor to a predatory attack, but this is not by itself enough to explain such behavior. The bear lived without incident in the area of Soda Butte Campground her entire life, so her behavior remains strange and unexplained. But one cannot help wondering whether she was simply hungry and that this was therefore one of those extremely rare predatory attacks. This bear was euthanized by lethal injection on July 30th and her cubs given to Zoo Montana at Billings. Human injuries from bears have continued to occasionally happen in Yellowstone. Of the 3 bear maulings that occurred in 1994, 2 of them happened to hikers who were hiking alone, and the 3rd victim had only 1 other person with him. In 2007, Yellowstone's safety officer was alone when he surprised a sow grizzly with cubs in the Little Trail Creek area. Ken Meyer was hunting black bears just outside the park in Gallatin National Forest near Beatty Gulch on September 9th, 2007. The sow came out of nowhere, stated the park's news release, launched at him and knocked him to the ground. They wrestled momentarily, and then the cubs made a noise, so the bear left him to check on her cubs. He crawled to his rifle, and she came back, stopped 5 feet in front of him, and charged him again. Meyer fired 3 shots at the bear, and she rolled into the creek and was later found dead. He managed to walk back to his vehicle and drive to his residence at Mammoth, where his wife called for medical help. In only seconds, the bear had inflicted deep injuries, including bites to his back and other injuries to his left leg, stomach, and both forearms. He learned later that the sow was also protecting an elk carcass. In Meyer's case, the bear's charge was so quick and unexpected that his rifle did not keep him from being injured, even though the bear was later found dead. Bear spray might have been preferable. 2 bow hunters in the Beatty Gulch were mauled in separate incidents by a grizzly with 3 cubs very soon after Ken Meyer's injury on September 14th and October 7th, 2007. Dustin Flack tried to climb a tree but could not get up it before the sow snapped the tree in half and pulled him to the ground. He played dead and survived. Roman Morris saw the sow with cubs and hid behind big sagebrush, but the bear saw him and attacked. He fought the bear at first, but then played dead and survived. These 2 hunters probably encountered the same bear. Hiking alone in the Yellowstone region, even when armed, continues to be an unwise thing to do. My friend Randy Ingersoll, then 37, was mauled by a grizzly bear on June 20th, 1994. Randy has been working in Yellowstone for more than 30 years today, and I have known him for a good percentage of that time. I have hiked and skied with Randy on a couple of occasions, and on one of those trips we even discussed the fact that he often hiked alone. Randy is an expert on Yellowstone's backcountry and a very experienced hiker and backpacker. But even the experienced should not hike alone in Yellowstone. At about 3 p.m. on June 20th, Randy was hiking off-trail about 4 miles in on the Thunderer Cutoff Trail near the park's northeast entrance. He was wearing stereo headphones, listening to music, as well as hiking alone. As he entered a grove of trees, he noticed a sow grizzly with 2 yearlings at a distance of only 30 feet. Randy was standing right next to a large whitebark pine when he saw the bears. They were standing up, standing still, and looking at him. He immediately decided to shinny up the whitebark pine. As soon as he started to climb, the bears dropped down, and all 3 made a definite move to leave. The sow apparently changed her mind about leaving, turned around, and charged. Randy had only climbed about 2 or 3 feet up the tree when the sow reached him, pulled him off the tree, threw him to the ground, and began to maul him. She bit and scratched his left shoulder and raked his forehead and upper arm. Instinctively, Randy raised his arms to protect himself, but then remembered to play dead. Playing dead, or remaining perfectly still, is one action recommended in an attack initiated by surprising a grizzly sow with cubs, because playing dead may signal to the sow that the person being attacked is no longer a threat to her cubs. The moment he played dead, the bear broke off the attack, huffed, and ran back to her yearlings and out of sight into the forest. Randy believes the attack lasted about 10 seconds. Randy says he felt no pain during the attack itself. He lay there bleeding for only about a minute, hoping to give the bears enough time to leave the area, and then got to his feet. Concerned about losing blood and feeling increasing pain in his left shoulder, his foremost thought was to be steady and get to the road. He paused several times to drink from streams that crossed the trail, and most important, he kept his focus. Park visitors took Randy to Lamar Ranger Station, and rangers then conveyed him by ambulance to the hospital at Yellowstone Lake, where X-rays revealed a fractured left shoulder. Transferred to Deaconess Hospital in Bozeman, Montana, he spent 3.5 days there, undergoing 2 operations to repair the damage. In retrospect, Randy believes that his frantic effort to climb the tree was a mistake that caused the bear to perceive him as a threat. He thinks a better alternative would have been to back away slowly and calmly, and then find an alternate route out of the area. He regrets not having bear spray, but always carries it with him when he hikes today. More recent advice from the National Park Service discourages hikers from climbing trees to avoid bears, partly because many people cannot get up trees quickly enough. While I have twice used that old advice to my own advantage, I did that back in my 20s when I was young, nimble, and a fast tree climber. 3 people in this book, Randy Ingersoll, Dustin Flack, and George Dow, failed to get up the tree before a bear pulled them down, and the NPS also warns that climbing one may provoke an unaggressive bear to attack you. I particularly like this sentence from the NPS's Encountering a Bear at Close Range. Remember, you have probably not climbed a tree since you were 10 years old. It is harder than you remember. Randy Ingersoll's experience and that of John Wallace both illustrate the precept that even very experienced Yellowstone hikers must obey the rules of bear country. Don't hike alone, and don't hike silently. Make noise to avoid surprising a bear. Carry bear spray. Be sure that you can hear what is going on around you, that is, no headphones. And of course, avoid the big 3 dangers: a bear with cubs, a bear eating on a food source, and a bear that has been suddenly startled by your presence. Of Yellowstone Park's 7 bear-involved fatalities, 4 victims were alone when the incidents occurred. 5 out of the 6 fatalities that occurred just outside the park also fit into this category. Thus, 9 of 13 human fatalities involving bears in the greater Yellowstone ecosystem occurred when the victims were alone. Of the others, 3 victims had only one other person with them, and only one, Welch, was with more than one other person. I reiterate, never hike alone in Yellowstone country. This points up the wisdom of the National Park Service's regulations requiring parties of 3 or more in some backcountry areas of the park. I personally prefer 4 people. One simply has better chances with more people along. Even when carrying bear spray, small parties in a hiking group can be attacked by bears. On August 15, 2013, 2 hikers on the Signet Lakes Trail, one of them was an NPS interpretive ranger, encountered what seemed to be a solitary bear cub. That raised, or should have raised, an immediate red flag for the group, and sure enough, a surprised mother bear was lurking nearby and charged them. The 2 hikers fired off their bear spray, and the bears ran away, but not before the sow had inflicted bites and scratches upon them. Another party of 2 hiking in the area joined them, and all 4 people hiked out together. Carrying bear spray is a basic safety procedure for hiking in Yellowstone. Of the park's 7 bear-involved fatalities, 5 probably involved bears that were habituated to humans or human foods. At least one of the 5 fatalities that occurred just outside the park also fit into this category. Thus, 6 of 13 fatalities involving bears in the greater Yellowstone ecosystem involved habituated bears. The habituation status of the Duray bear is unknown. Truly wild bears appear less likely to attack. Therefore, the NPS's post-1970 attempts to wean bears away from human foods and return them to wild foods make great sense. Again, a more natural bear is generally a less dangerous bear. It is probable that all 13 fatalities in the greater Yellowstone ecosystem involved grizzly bears, although technically we do not know for certain the types of bears involved in the Mallison, Hansen, and Duray incidents. Black bears are statistically less likely to attack. The reasons, so far as we can truly know the reasons, for the incidents are complex and overlapping, but hard rules do indeed emerge from these events. 3 of them, Hansen, Walker, partially Matayoshi, and perhaps Wallace, involved surprising the bear, causing a sudden encounter. At least one incident involved getting too close and thus becoming a perceived threat, Tazinski and perhaps Wallace. 3, maybe 4, involved provocation, attempts to trap or shoot bears, Mallison, Duray, Graham, and perhaps Everett. And 5 were probably related to bears conditioned to human foods, Welch, Hansen, Friedenhagen, May, and Walker. The Friedenhagen incident is difficult to assess for causation, but possibly involved a habituated bear, some odors, and hiking alone. The cause of the Walker incident may also have been partially rooted in a bear protecting a food source, and the Welch and Walker bears may have been partially reacting to old injuries. The Matayoshi incident involved not only a surprised bear, but also a bear protecting her cubs. The Wallace incident involved two, if not all three, of the big three dangers, plus hiking alone. The Everett incident involved hiking alone and may have involved a sudden encounter and/or a bear that was recovering from a drug and capture. The Kammer incident involved being alone, plus a bear with cubs, and may have been a rare predation event. We see here the reasons for the NPS's warnings to backpackers about making noise, don't hike silently, about never approaching bears or any animals closely, about never hiking alone, and about never feeding bears. Additionally, when cubs or food sources are present, one must be even more vigilant. The worst possible situation is a person hiking alone who surprises a bear that is feeding, as on a carcass, and also has cubs. If this last situation happens to you, we will not expect to see you back at the trailhead. How can one keep from being the next human fatality in bear country? By obeying all of these rules. Chapter 4. Don't eat wild parsnips. Deaths from poisonous plants. We were cautioned by our Indians during the march to prevent our horses feeding by the way, in consequence of a poisonous herb resembling a parsnip which abounds there and causes death shortly after being eaten. Fur trapper Warren Ferris on Henry's Fork, 1834. We have to admit the existence of some absolutely bad plants, created perhaps solely to point out the merit of those plants that are useful to us. But these absolutely bad plants, fortunately, are quite rare. Pierre Joigneau, 1865. Fortunately for us, that French scientist's assessment remains correct. Of the approximately 300,000 species of plants on Earth, records indicate that only about 700 have caused deaths or serious illness in man or animals in the Western Hemisphere. Of plants that grow in Yellowstone, only 2, other than several mushrooms, are considered virulent enough to cause human death: the water hemlock, Cicuta douglasii, and the death camas, Zygodinus venenosus. No known deaths or even non-fatal poisonings have occurred in Yellowstone National Park from death camas, but 2, perhaps 3 fatalities have occurred from water hemlock. As many as 6 of the deadly poisonous mushrooms probably grow in Yellowstone, and many other Yellowstone mushrooms are considered poisonous but not deadly. Deadly poisonous ones are the death cap, Amanita phalloides, the destroying angel, Amanita virosa, the deadly conocybe, Conocybe phalaris, the deadly court, Cortinarius gentilis, the deadly gallerina, Gallerina autumnalis, and the conifer false morel, Gyrometra esculenta. All occur throughout North America in conifer forests, and all can kill. 90% of fatal mushroom poisonings in the U.S. have been caused by the 2 amanitas. Death from most of these 3 mushrooms occurs because of kidney and/or liver failure. All 6 types have caused fatalities. Morel gatherers should be careful to recognize Gyrometra esculenta, although in fairness it should be noted that people do eat this one. Although it has caused acute illness, has been fatal in a few cases, and produces tumors in laboratory animals, some persons nevertheless eat it after drying it or cooking it to remove the toxins. I have been unable to find instances of mushroom fatalities in Yellowstone Park. One newspaper article gives us the impression that there were 2 in 1947, but a check of other relevant sources, including 2 other newspapers of that time period, and the monthly and annual reports of the park superintendent, fails to turn up the information. Probably the fatalities were only illnesses. Water hemlock is arguably the most dangerous of Yellowstone plants because of its similarity to several edible wild parsnips or carrots. In fact, it is a member of the parsley carrot family. It is considered by many authorities to be the most virulently poisonous plant in the Earth's north temperate zone. The toxin affects the nervous system, causing severe convulsions and usually death. The plant is easily recognizable because its leaf veins proceed to the notches of the leaves rather than out to the points of the leaves. Children have been fatally poisoned by blowing whistles made from its hollow stems, and one mouthful of the root is enough to kill an adult male. An extract from a similar plant is probably what killed Socrates in ancient times. Water hemlock gets its reputation as our most toxic plant more from the violence of the symptoms it produces than from its degree of toxicity, which is matched or exceeded by several other plants. There is a vivid description of a case of water hemlock poisoning that occurred in England in 1670. 6 children found the plant growing along a stream and ate greedily of it, thinking it a parsnip. Jacob Mader, a blond boy of age 6, returned home happy and smiling. A little while afterwards, he complained of pain in his abdomen and, scarcely uttering a word, fell prostrate on the ground. Presently he was a terrible sight to see, being seized with convulsions, with the loss of all his senses. His mouth was shut most tightly, so that it could not be opened by any means. He grated his teeth, he twisted his eyes about strangely, and blood flowed from his ears. In the region of his abdomen, a certain swollen body of the size of a man's fist struck the hand of the afflicted father with the greatest force, particularly in the neighborhood of the ensiform cartilage. He frequently hiccuped. At times he seemed to be about to vomit, but he could force nothing from his mouth, which was most tightly closed. He tossed his limbs about marvelously and twisted them. Frequently his head was drawn backward, and his whole back was curved in the form of a bow, so that a small child could have crept beneath him in the space between his back and the bed, without touching him. When the convulsions ceased momentarily, he implored the assistance of his mother. Presently, when they returned with equal violence, he could be aroused by no pinching, by no talking, or by no other means, until his strength failed, and he grew pale. And when a hand was placed on his breast, he breathed his last. These symptoms continued scarcely beyond a half hour. After his death, his abdomen and face swelled without lividness, except that a little was noticeable about the eyes. From the mouth of the corpse, even to the hour of his burial, green froth flowed very abundantly, and although it was wiped away frequently by his grieving father, nevertheless new froth soon took its place. The death of park ranger naturalist Charles Phillips, 1890 to 1927, is attributable to water hemlock. On April 11, 1927, Mr. Bauer, the winter keeper at Old Faithful, went to springs above the hotel reservoir to clean out the growing vegetation along the stream that emptied into the reservoir. He collected some roots of plants that were growing there and took the plants to Phillips for identification. Phillips announced that they were good to eat, thinking them roots of the camas plant eaten commonly by the Indians. So the 2 men and Mrs. Bauer ate them sometime between 8 and 10 that night. Phillips ate 2 of the roots, and the Bauers ate a part of 1 each. The only reason all did not eat more was that only 3 roots had been brought down. Later on that evening, Phillips picked up the top of one of the plants and began to look at it more closely. The Bauers stated that he had kind of an undecided look on his face, and then he commented, "Some of these herbs should be cooked, but I like them raw." About 2 in the morning, the Bauers were awakened by waves of nausea and vomiting, which made them so sick they stayed indoors until the next night. Mrs. Bauer was practically a raving maniac until 4 in the morning, vomiting continuously and having convulsions just before daylight. Mr. Bauer had smothering spells and was intensely sick to his stomach, but could not vomit. The next day, Mr. Bauer went to his chicken coop and became very ill with chills. Both of the Bauers rested until 1 p.m., at which time they had cold sweats. It was Philip's habit to come to the Bowers home each night at about 8 p.m. to talk and listen to the radio. On the night of the 12th, Bauer wondered why he had heard nothing from Phillips, so he crossed the several hundred yards of deep snow to the ranger station. He found the building dark and cold, and Ranger Phillips dead on the kitchen floor. The ranger had apparently died sometime very early that morning. Phillips was lying on his back with one shoe unlaced and his clothing partly open. He apparently had had his bed slippers in his hand when the attack occurred, because they lay on the kitchen floor. Investigators found that he had apparently come out of the bedroom into the kitchen and fell forward, striking his head above his left eye on the table. Dirt on his hands indicated he had crawled on the floor for a while, probably in agony, and he exhibited the vomiting and frothing at the mouth which are characteristic of hemlock poisoning. Bauer immediately laid the blame for their illness on the roots they had eaten, because Mr. Phillips had not eaten with the Bowers that day. Why Phillips did not call them during the night was not known, unless it was because the poison acted too quickly. The hauling of Phillips' body over deep snows by sled to West Yellowstone became a winter adventure story for Rangers Harry Trishman and Joe Douglas. Charles Phillips was widely read, educated, cheerful, and well-liked by all in the park. He had a keen sense of humor and was an excellent writer and observer of the park's thermal features, having written pieces for the park's Ranger Naturalist's Manual. Had he not died, he probably would have written a book on Yellowstone's hot springs and geysers. A hot spring at Norris Geyser Basin was subsequently named for him as Phillips Cauldron. On Saturday, August 3, 1985, Keith Marsh, 25, of Norfolk, Nebraska, and two companions hiked to Heart Lake and camped in a backcountry campsite. Marsh sampled parts of a plant he picked, as did one of his friends. But the friend spit it out because he didn't like the taste. Marsh apparently mistook the plant for edible yampa root. During the evening, he went into violent convulsions. Rangers Brian O'Day and Pat Osmond rode bicycles into Heart Lake just before midnight and found Ranger Anne Marie Scheitra with Marsh at Sheridan Creek. The Rangers finally got an IV going, but it was too late for Marsh. He suffered at least 17 seizures, while Rangers Scheitra and Wes Miles gave him CPR and rescue breathing for many hours. "It was the most violent death I've seen," said Brian O'Day later, acknowledging that it had taken Marsh 8 painful hours to die. There is a third possible fatality from water hemlock in Yellowstone. On September 5, 1971, 26-year-old Virginia Hall of Golden, Colorado, was brought to the Lake Hospital having convulsions. She was dead on arrival. The doctor who performed her autopsy stated that her pre-death symptoms and post-mortem bodily condition were completely consistent with water hemlock poisoning. He also stated that 4 days before the autopsy was performed, she and her companions were known to have eaten wild carrots in Yellowstone. Unfortunately, the doctor could not be certain of the cause of death. The obvious cardinal rule about plants is do not eat them unless you are certain of what you are eating. Even mushroom experts can make mistakes with regard to them. My own rules for eating plants in Yellowstone are threefold. Never eat wild mushrooms, never eat plants that resemble wild carrots or parsnips, and more generally, never eat any plant unless you are positive of what it is by virtue of specific training. Obeying these rules will reduce your chances of contact with the French scientists' absolutely bad plants. Chapter 5. Noxious Fumes and Death from Poisonous Gas. Why, it appears no other thing to me than a foul and pestilent congregation of vapors. Hamlet, Act 1, Scene 5. So spoke the brooding Hamlet about his outlook upon the world, and so have spoken generations of Yellowstone visitors about the smell of park thermal areas. Early visitors wondered if the smelly gases could harm them. At least 2 naturally occurring gases in Yellowstone Park can be deadly: hydrogen sulfide, H2S, and carbon dioxide, CO2. One has an odor and the other does not. Both occur in the park's thermal areas and in caves in the Mammoth area. Decomposing organic material in vats, tanks, and manholes can also produce poisonous gas, but so far Yellowstone has not been home to such a fatality. Hydrogen sulfide occurs in most places in Yellowstone in such low quantities as to be harmless. It is such a strong gas that one can smell it at concentrations of only 0.13 parts per million. But it takes a whole lot more than that to cause illness or death. Death Gulch, a place in northeast Yellowstone, is historically noteworthy for H2S concentrations that kill animals, including grizzly bears. Carbon dioxide, which is odorless, occurs in many of the small thermal caves in the Mammoth area, including the Devil's Kitchen and McCartney's Cave. CO2 concentrations in those places and at Poison Spring, Poison Cave, and in the Stygian caves have a long history of killing birds, insects, and small animals in great numbers. For some reason, bats do not seem to be affected by the gas and live in the caves apparently without harm. At least one near death is known from these gases. In the summer of 1883, Barbara Henderson, known to her family as Lily, the daughter of Park Assistant Superintendent G.L. Henderson, descended the steps into the basement portion of her family's residence near Mammoth Hot Springs. Before she knew it, Lily was overcome by seeping gases and passed out. Fortunately, she was missed, and a family member carried her up to fresh air in time. The gas responsible here was probably carbon dioxide. No human deaths are known from it in Yellowstone, unless Bill Nelson's was partially caused by it. Another gas death involved hot spring bathing, and it occurred very early, just outside the park to the east in the Cody country, where later oil drilling would contribute to hydrogen sulfide deaths. It was January 27, 1885, and Thomas Heffron was riding his horse and pulling a pack horse along the North Fork of Shoshone River, west of present-day Cody, Wyoming. The town of Cody would not exist for more than 10 more years, so Heffron was a long way from civilization. Heffron worked at the ranch of Comte du Doré at Corbett, Wyoming, between Cody and Red Lodge, Montana. A few other ranches existed on Pat O'Hara Creek north of today's Cody, and Meeteetse, Wyoming had a post office, but the closest town of any size was Billings, Montana. Located far to the north, it was only 3 or 4 years old. Thomas Heffron rode along the North Fork, known at that time as the Stinking Water River, from the smell of hot springs along it. Whether he was in the canyon of the stream west of present Cody or farther west at the junction of the North and South Forks, the place the fur trappers called the Tar Spring, is not known, but he stopped at the hot springs to soak. 2 days later, his pack horse returned to Doré's ranch without him. His fellow cowboys went searching, and Heffron's saddle horse was found tied to a large rock about 100 yards from the hot springs. On close examination, his dead body was found in the hot water, where it had evidently been lying from the morning of the 17th until the morning of the 29th. It is supposed that he had gone in to bathe and was suffocated by the gas from the springs. The whereabouts of Thomas Heffron's relatives were unknown, so the newspaper asked the public for information. His death was a strange and early one in a remote region. On June 26, 1939, 3 Bureau of Public Roads employees were driven to a work site at the bridge across the Yellowstone River just east of Tower Junction. They were Bill L. Nelson, 20, Vaughn H. Rowley, 21, and Earl A. Johnson, 18. Nelson was a new employee who had been working only 13 days for the government. They were to perform some work in a 26-foot deep pit that had been dug by the Bureau of Public Roads. The Bureau routinely dug these types of holes when building roads and bridges in order to accrue information about ground formations before building. When Supervisor Bill Whitmore drove away from the site, leaving the men there at 8:30 a.m., he noticed nothing unusual. Johnson and Nelson lowered Vaughn Rowley in a bucket into the test pit that measured 5 by 6 feet at the bottom. In descending, Rowley noticed a slight sulfur odor when he was 8 feet from the bottom, but rode on down and got out of the bucket. At that point, hydrogen sulfide gas had begun to cut his throat and lungs and haze his vision, so he got back into the bucket and called for the other 2 men to pull him up. Suddenly, Rowley lost consciousness. He fell out of the bucket, leaving only his feet in it. Nelson immediately began sliding down the rope in an attempt to get Rowley back into the bucket, but partway down the rope, Nelson too was overcome by the gas. Earl Johnson then began to operate the hoist. Seeing that Rowley's feet were still in the bucket, Johnson pulled him to the surface. 55 years later, Johnson still remembered the terrible yellow foam which came out of Rowley's mouth and nostrils. When Rowley regained consciousness, Johnson ran to the Tower Ranger Station for help. During the interim, Rowley again lost and regained consciousness. Then he began attempts to use the hoist rope as a lasso, trying to catch Nelson by his feet or hands in order to lift him to the surface. I could see Bill Nelson sprawled on his stomach in the corner of the test pit, Rowley wrote later, and could hear his deep, harsh breathing. Rowley was still trying to lasso Nelson when Johnson returned with Park Ranger William Bugis and some other persons. Bugis had brought ropes and used one to lower Gabby Johnson, carrying the hoist rope to slip over Nelson's foot, into the pit. But Johnson, too, was overcome by the gas and soon was hoisted from the pit unconscious. It took him about half an hour to fully recover, even though he had been in the pit only 60 seconds or less. Finally, holding his breath, Rowley was lowered into the pit by a rope tied around his chest. He was forced to take a breath at the bottom of the pit and immediately felt himself blacking out. But he was able to slip the hoist rope around Nelson's foot before the gas caused Rowley to lose consciousness. Then both men were pulled to the surface. Earl Johnson, who wrote me from Roundup, Montana, says that Nelson was unconscious in the pit for 45 minutes to an hour. Again, Johnson saw the hideous yellow foam all over Nelson's mouth and nostrils, and some of it was still on Rowley. Both men were taken to the hospital. Rowley survived, but Nelson died the following day. More than a year later, the Gardner newspaper reported that the Carnegie Hero Fund Commission presented a bronze medal to Bill Nelson's mother, Mrs. L.A. Crew, for his sacrifice. Many of the death incidents described in this book were caused by negligence, but Nelson's was a freak accident. Strangely, another pit had been dug 3 years earlier just 10 feet from the death pit, and no gas had been found in it. Moreover, a third pit had been simultaneously dug just across the river from the death pit, and no gas had been found in it either. U.S. Bureau of Mines engineers subsequently tested the death pit for gases and issued a report. At the request of the park superintendent, they also tested Devil's Kitchen and a number of caves in the Mammoth area for the presence of gases. Their reports emphasized the danger in both places. The engineers found fatal concentrations of hydrogen sulfide gas in the bottom of the death pit, as well as a good deal of carbon dioxide. At that time, it was known that even concentrations of 0.01% hydrogen sulfide could cause death after some time. At the bottom of the well were found concentrations of 0.02 to 0.04% hydrogen sulfide, as well as over 20% carbon dioxide. Despite the high concentration of CO2, the engineers seemed certain that the hydrogen sulfide was the gas responsible for Nelson's death. Reporting on gases in Mammoth's Devil's Kitchen, the engineers noted that 7% carbon dioxide had been found there and recommended that no visitors be allowed to enter the cave, a place that park visitors had been climbing into since its discovery in 1872. From that time on, the Devil's Kitchen and all caves in the Mammoth area have been closed to visitors because of noxious fumes. The essential impetus for those closures was the 1939 death of William Nelson, who succumbed to a pestilent congregation of vapors. Chapter 6. Freak Fatalities. Deaths from Lightning. It is vain to look for a defense against lightning. Publius Cyrus, 42 BC. At least 5 persons have died from being hit by lightning during the recorded history of Yellowstone National Park. That this has been a much more common occurrence in the history of at least the state of Montana than one would think is evident from a reading of the Livingston Enterprise, Livingston Post, Bozeman Avant-Courier, and other area newspapers. There are numerous references in these newspapers to lightning fatalities in Montana. I have no information on lightning fatalities in Wyoming or Idaho, but I suspect that similar numerous instances exist for those states. In general, Yellowstone Park officials do not find it necessary to stress lightning warnings for the tops of mountain ridges, as park officials do in, say, Rocky Mountain National Park, Colorado. Perhaps they should, if the experiences of several park visitors and employees and the U.S. Geological Survey are any yardstick. In fact, the case law in this area has evolved a bit since 1995. Those listeners interested in it should refer to original introduction and recent additions. This fascinating park lightning, or perhaps static electricity incident, occurred in 1872. Members of the Second Hayden Survey climbed a peak in northern Yellowstone, and with a storm coming in, experienced minor shocks and the hair on their body standing painfully on end. They attributed the crackling noises and shocking feelings to electrical charges building up. Perhaps lightning was playing a role. Because of the experience, they named the mountain Electric Peak. At least one subsequent hiker experienced the same thing there in recent years. It was not the last lightning event to imperil U.S. Geological Survey members. In 1885, Arnold Haig's U.S. Geological Survey parties were exploring Yellowstone Park. On Sunday morning, September 5th, one party under topographer John H. Renshaw put out into Yellowstone Lake in an old sailboat which they had found. The party of 4 set sail for Mary Bay from the Yellowstone River outlet on this unusually warm day. Renshaw sat in the bow, managing the sail. M.D. Scott took the seat near the mast to handle the oars, and the other 2 men sat in the stern. The sun was out, and no threatening clouds were present, although the day was somewhat sultry. The men were about 100 yards from the shore. Suddenly, the men back on the beach heard a crashing thunderclap that stampeded their horses. The 4 men on the lake were rendered unconscious by a bolt of lightning that knocked down the mast of their boat. Renshaw gradually awoke in a dazed condition to find that neither of his legs worked, nor did his right arm. On his wrist was a severe burn. Looking around, Renshaw saw that Scott was bent over his knees, dead. The bolt from the blue had struck him in the head, causing a large burn mark. A long, dark streak ran the entire length of Scott's body, showing where the lightning had run, and a hole in the bottom of the boat showed where it had exited the craft. Fortunately, the boat was close to shore and drifted in. The 3rd man was relatively unharmed, but the 4th was out of his head all night. Renshaw gradually recovered the use of his legs, but his arm remained paralyzed for 2 weeks, and the burn on his wrist left a lifetime scar. We have John Renshaw's personal description of the incident, and it is dramatic. He says that the dead man, Scott, was one of those wandering spirits we used to meet in the Old West, chiefly employed in prospecting or such other congenial opportunities as might furnish occupation between times. Scott was an unusually high-class man, and while, as was natural in such a wandering life, he carried all his worldly goods in his pack. We started across the lake to Storm Point to make a station using a small homemade boat with a square sail and oars. In the party, besides myself, were Scott and 2 other men. We started out using the sail, but when about halfway across, the wind gathered too much force for the rude sail, so we resorted to the oars. I sat at the bow, holding a corner of the sail, which I had wrapped around the mast. Scott sat on the seat in front of me, which also served as a base for the mast. The other 2 men sat one on the next seat and the other at the stern. As Scott pulled at the oar, his back and head would bump against the mast, and evidently the lightning bolt after striking the mast switched to his head at the moment of contact, down the left side of his body and out through the bottom of the boat. All of us were left unconscious. I was the first to wake up as from a sound sleep and found Scott lying across my lap, having fallen backwards from the seat in front of me, and apparently having died instantly. The other two men were lying in the bottom of the boat, which was then half full of water. But after a time both revived, and applying the oars soon pulled in to the shore. Fortunately for all of us, the boat had been made of new lumber, and as the bolt passed through the bottom, the broken fibers fell back and to a great extent stopped the inflow of water. The bolt of lightning that wrecked us apparently came from a clear sky, and when I waked up, the sun was shining and the air was quite still. M.D. Scott, 46, was an employee of the U.S. Geological Survey and had been in the region for a long time at Bozeman, Livingston, and Yellowstone Park. Renshaw took charge of his effects and buried Scott temporarily near the site of Present Lake Hotel. The topographer then set out with a horse party for Mammoth Hot Springs to report the incident and to notify Scott's relatives. As the party was crossing Tower Creek, an unusual discovery was made. After a stampeding mule dropped a pack into the creek and it was opened to be dried out, M.D. Scott's wallet was curiously discovered to contain some $16,000 in cash and certificates. This, of itself, stated Renshaw, shows that he was above the usual class of wanderers. Nothing else was determined, but Scott's father and his two brothers, all from Alexis, Illinois, showed up 2 weeks later. They traveled to Yellowstone Lake, where they disinterred Scott's body, already buried for 17 days, and returned with it to Illinois. Granville Turner of Montana accompanied the body to Livingston. He had been a friend and inseparable companion of Scott's for several years. Considering that the lightning that killed Scott came from a clear blue sky, it appears that the Roman philosopher Publius Cyrus was correct. One might as well attempt to fly to the moon as to look for a defense against lightning. Another park lightning incident occurred in September of 1887 near Norris Geyser Basin, although no one was killed. Ed Lamartine, a road crew boss, and his men had pitched their tents around a large tree. According to Lamartine, lightning struck the tree, shattering it into slivers. All in the camp were prostrated, knocked out by the shock, and rendered unconscious for a time. When one of the men, Pete, came to, he noticed near the tree 32 sticks of dynamite in a sack, which, fortunately, did not explode. A well-known area hunter, trapper, and guide was killed by lightning in the park on August 27, 1894. He was Bayard T. Curley Rogers, whose grave today in the Livingston, Montana cemetery is marked with the note that he died on Rogers Peak. At the time of his death, Curley Rogers, his wife, his son, and his friend John Walker all were accompanying the party of H.B. Claflin, a New York hunter, to the mountains near the head of the Gallatin River. It is not known precisely where the party was when the accident occurred. The description on the high divide between the Yellowstone and Gallatin valleys, not many miles from the town of Hoare, probably places it somewhere in the Sheep Mountain Bighorn Peak area, in the present northwest corner of the national park. That area did not become a part of the park until around 1930. While camped on Gallatin River, the party went into the high country to the east to hunt bighorn sheep. Rogers started for the top of a ridge to scare down a band of sheep so Claflin could get a shot at them. Near the summit, lightning struck Rogers in his left shoulder, ran all the way through his body, and exited through his left leg. Probably dead at that point, Rogers fell some 200 feet into a chasm and onto a protruding ledge. 24 hours later, a recovery party saw his body through field glasses from where he had fallen. His rifle lay 30 feet from the edge. On recovery, the entire left side of Rogers' body was seen to be seared by the lightning. Unfortunately for the writers of Rogers' tombstone, not a good enough location of this place, which they called Rogers Peak, was given for us to retain that place name. One wonders, however, just how much influence, if any, this incident had in the giving of names to Sheep Mountain and Bighorn Peak. Bighorn Peak did, after all, receive its name around 1895. 11 years later, Roger's brother came to the Gardner-Livingston area hoping to locate Curley's grave in order to return him to Michigan. Apparently he did not, for Rogers is still in the Livingston Cemetery. A sheep herder was the park's next lightning victim on Monday, June 19, 1899. That day, Isaac Rowe went up to Swan Lake to tend to some of the Van Dyke and Deaver sheep herd that was kept there to supply the abattoirs, slaughterhouses, from which fresh mutton was delivered to park hotels. While standing on the margin of the lake at 6 p.m., Rowe was struck by lightning and instantly killed. His body was found by John Kramer, or Clammer, of the relief party that went looking for him. Rowe was a young, single man with no relatives in the area. He was buried in the Army Cemetery at Mammoth in Grave 16. Nothing else could be learned about him. In another freak incident, a park visitor, Ed Robinson, was struck by lightning at the auto camp at Tower Fall on August 10, 1926. He recovered after being unconscious for about 10 minutes. Robert S. Wright, 21, of Gardner, Montana, was not so lucky. An employee of the Yellowstone Park Transportation Company, he was driving on the Mammoth Tower Road in a company truck on July 18, 1929, when his truck broke down near Oxbow Creek. Simultaneously, it began to rain, so Wright sat down under a large tree. Lightning struck the tree, killing him instantly. He was buried in the Gardner Cemetery in his family's plot. A young canoeist was killed by lightning on Lewis Lake on Thursday, August 7, 1975. Brenton Kirk Jr., 21, of New Philadelphia, Ohio, was canoeing with his 19-year-old brother Philip when witnesses on shore saw lightning strike Brenton. Both men were thrown into the water. Philip was rescued, but Brenton was lost. The two had not checked in with park rangers and had no boating permit or life preservers. Several scary lightning incidents have occurred in the park that injured but did not kill their victims. Ranger James V. Court was involved in an incident at Old Faithful Geyser in early June of 1966. A terrific thunderstorm rolled in about noon one day, just as the geyser was predicted to erupt. Just before the eruption, a bolt of lightning struck the cone of the geyser. In a freaky manner, the charge traveled down from the cone toward the visitor center along a wire which was connected to a recording device in the visitor center that sensed eruptions of Old Faithful. When the charge passed under the boardwalk, stated Court, it jumped to the wet boardwalk and struck a number of people in the immediate vicinity. Several people were injured. One lady was badly burned and taken to Lake Hospital. The clothes on her were almost burned off, said Ranger Court. A double lightning incident occurred on Yellowstone's Specimen Ridge on July 9, 1986. Charlotte Zappala, 36, and Vincent Zappala, 49, both of Anaheim, California, were struck simultaneously by lightning. They were standing under a tree in a storm. The tree took the main hit, and the two were blown some distance by the lightning. Near Glacial Boulder, some miles to the southwest, photographer Lee Silliman was terrified by the darkness of the cloud formation and the number of lightning bolts issuing from it. Ranger Brian O'Day remembers seeing the Zappala's clothes badly ripped and smelling ozone everywhere. Another ranger, Mike Flaum, heard a radio transmission from the site, so he grabbed his medical gear, including a defibrillator, jumped into a helicopter, and flew into the storm. Several hikers in the area had seen the Zappalas get struck, and they and O'Day were taking turns giving two-person CPR on both victims when Flaum arrived. That is what saved the Zappalas, according to him. "We helped," Flaum says, "but they really did it. Had the lightning strike occurred unwitnessed, I am relatively certain that the two would have died." Flaum called it one of the most dramatic incidents I've been involved with. because lives were actually saved. For a while, Charlotte Zappala was in critical condition and Vincent was in serious condition at area hospitals. They eventually recovered. My friends Paul Rubenstein and Mike Stevens, former park employees for Hamilton Stores and Xanterra, respectively, and with whom I wrote the book Guide to Yellowstone Waterfalls, are convinced that they attract lightning, as on 5 different occasions in 1990 to 1992, while hiking in the Yellowstone backcountry, it struck very near them. They narrowly missed death on all these occasions. Lightning incidents killed 1 man just north of the park in 1997 and injured 11 at Old Faithful in 2005. On September 8, 1997, Christian David Bowers, 23, was struck near Prairie, Montana, while riding his motorcycle north toward U.S. Highway 89 at a point 0.2 of a mile beyond Mill Creek Road. The Gardner man, originally from Mississippi, was taken to Livingston Hospital, where he died 4 hours later. Nearly 8 years later, an incident at Old Faithful on June 21, 2005, was particularly dramatic because it involved so many people. More than 200 park visitors had gathered that day around 3:15 to watch an impending eruption of the famous geyser, when a very intense, fast-moving storm cell suddenly rolled in. Lightning struck about 15 yards in front of the geyser's boardwalk, causing pandemonium in the crowd. 12-year-old John Hughes of Maryville, Tennessee, was the most seriously injured, but 10 other people were also hurt. The boy was life-flighted to Idaho Falls, while the others were treated at Old Faithful Clinic. Deaths and injuries from lightning are genuinely in the realm of true accidents, freak fatalities sometimes called acts of God in legal parlance, and thus cannot generally be attributed to anyone's negligence. While the stories are interesting, it is difficult to draw rules, morals, or theses from them. Hikers should avoid the tops of ridges and never stand under solitary trees when thunderstorms or threatening clouds are present. Gretel Ehrlich, a writer who authored the Wyoming book The Solace of Open Spaces, was herself struck by lightning and has published a book about the experience. Chapter 7. Lying in the Snow. Deaths from Avalanches and Freezing. Oh, the cold and cruel winter. Longfellow, Song of Hiawatha. At least 5, perhaps 6 persons have died in avalanches inside the Yellowstone National Park, and at least 12 by freezing, exposure. But these figures do not include at least 9 by avalanches and 5 by freezing at locations just outside the park. For example, we now know of 4 avalanche fatalities at Emigrant Gulch in 1872 and 1873, per the Bozeman Avant-Courier, May 30, 1873. Nor do those statistics include complete information on Cook City fatalities, which are not thoroughly researched. Some of the incidents occurred in early park days, long before there was a winter season for visitors in Yellowstone. See also Chapter 22, Missing and Presumed Dead. But today we continue to experience both avalanching and freezing incidents in the park. Many of the 27 winters I have spent in Yellowstone have been relatively mild ones, but occasionally temperatures drop to lethal levels, 15 to 60 degrees below zero. On any given winter night, temperatures will usually be below 20 degrees Fahrenheit, with daytime temperatures usually ranging from 20 above zero to 20 below. Snowfall varies with the elevation, but usually averages 100 to 400 inches annually. Avalanche danger is routinely at least moderate during Yellowstone winters. People who live in Montana, Wyoming, and Idaho are used to cold temperatures, but even those of us who live here can become complacent. Many of us sometimes walk out the door at night without a coat in order to retrieve something that we have left in our car or to run a quick errand while thinking, "I'll only be out for a moment." It is easy for a door to accidentally slam shut, thus locking us in the cold without proper protection. When one lives out in the country and no one else is around to help, that hasty decision can be a lethal one, especially at night. Likewise, a suddenly disabled car can become a life-threatening emergency when one is inadequately prepared for lethally cold weather, again, especially at night. Carry extra clothes and supplies in your car in winter, and do not become complacent just because you live in a cold climate. Beginning in the winter of 1971 and 1972, one hotel was kept open in Yellowstone National Park. Since then, the winter season has so grown in popularity that today the park receives more than 100,000 visitors who travel its roads on snowmobiles, snow coaches, and cross-country skis. Cross-country skiers should avoid skiing at the bases of steep or vertical slopes or onto cornices, and winter backcountry users should have proper equipment. As always, everyone should avoid skiing or snowshoeing alone. Safety warnings notwithstanding, Yellowstone's increasing winter visitation virtually guarantees that more persons will perish from freezing or from avalanches and will be found, like the subjects of these stories presented here, lying in the snow. The name of the earliest known freezing exposure victim is unknown. The Butte, Montana newspaper reported on January 20th, 1881, a dead man who was brought into town on Friday from the park. It is supposed that he froze to death, but the particulars are wanting. Probably more than one person died alone in the park or near it in early days, without anyone knowing about them, for those days were full of solitary travelers and local residents who risked much to travel alone in winter. Another example of a death in solitude is the case of Fred Heckman, who reportedly died alone in a snowslide above Cave Falls in the park's southwest corner. Old-timer Ernest Murray, who was in that country as early as 1902, recalled this story and the victim's name in a 1968 interview. He stated that Heckman was listed as a missing person, but nothing else is known, including the year that it happened. The first completely documented avalanche victim in Yellowstone Park was Jacob Hess on February 21, 1884. Hess was a Finlander who worked on one of Oscar Swanson's Park Road crews. That night, Hess and a party of 6 friends were returning by sleigh to Mammoth Hot Springs from Gardner, where they had spent the evening drinking in one of that raucous town's many saloons. In those days, the present road through Gardner Canyon did not yet exist, so the men were sleighing on what is today known as the Old Gardner Road, a much higher route located near many steep slopes. J.C. Vilas passed their sleigh at one point and stated that the men were noisy and badly intoxicated. About halfway between the two places, a snowslide occurred, which threw the 7 men and their single team of horses 100 yards down the mountainside. A James wrist helped 4 men to get out, and 2 more were saved by digging, but Hess was buried in the snow and suffocated. The local newspaper noted that the party had been drinking heavily at Gardner and were not in condition to manage the team. Hess was interred in the Mammoth Civilian Cemetery. His grave today is one of the unmarked and thus unknown ones. A newspaper item on the affair stated, "The deceased was a Russian Finlander and leaves a wife and family in Finland. When in drink, he was quarrelsome and dangerous. It is said that he had killed one of his companions while under the influence of drink and had served a term of years' imprisonment for that offense. When sober, he was a good workman and was well liked by his comrades." We know of the freezing death at Mammoth of Sari E. Boulding in early 1886, if that is indeed how she died, only because of family stories handed down. Myra Adeline Robeson Tuck, 1896 to 1990, told her granddaughter, Janice Weekly, a story that apparently her parents told to her. Her parents, Martha Elizabeth Teal and William Addington Robeson, lived in the Gardner-Mammoth area at that time, and they told their daughter that Sari Boulding did not come home one cold night. The men who went looking for her found her sitting under a tree, frozen to death. Those men thought that she might have fallen into a stream, for she was wet, but nothing further is known. Sari Boulding was buried in the Mammoth Civilian Cemetery. The following winter, that of 1886 and 1887, was the legendary hard winter all over the Rocky Mountains. Temperatures plunged to 50 degrees below Fahrenheit in places. Cattle by the thousands starved to death on the prairies of Montana, and the snow accumulated to amazing depths in the mountains. 2 miners, Anthony Wise and Clarence Martin, were killed at Cook City, just northeast of Yellowstone Park, in an avalanche on New Year's Day that was a mile long and half a mile wide. Old-timers were stating by January 15th that the amount of snow was already far in excess of the usual, with 5 feet of it in Cook City and 8 feet in the mountains. The dangerous cold of that legendary winter also froze Alexander Mormon Brown to death. Brown, about 35 and formerly of Ogden, Utah, left Gardner with Thomas Garfield on January 2, 1887, intending to stay at a cabin 5 miles away. He had been drinking heavily for some time and got delirium tremens upon reaching the cabin. The two stayed there for 2 nights, and on the 3rd evening, January 4th, they again fell asleep. Garfield awoke to find Brown gone. He attempted pursuit, but gave up because of darkness. The following morning, Garfield again followed Brown's trail, but it soon petered out, and he returned to Gardner. A search party of 11 men began looking for Brown. He had left the cabin in his stocking feet without much cold-weather clothing. The party found the place where Brown had tried to wrap his feet in his shirt and another place where he had torn evergreen limbs from trees, apparently to keep his feet from touching the snow. They found the places in the deep snow where Brown had lost his footing on a slope and slid about 60 feet, regained his footing, and continued sliding to the Yellowstone River. His body was found lying there in the snow, partially covered with water. The final portion of his trail was marked with blood from his torn and naked feet. The recovery team was forced to carry Brown's body 1.5 miles through waist-deep snow to the Gardner Cemetery, where he was interred. The Brown and Hess incidents are relevant to us today because of their commentary on mixing alcohol with Yellowstone winters. John W. Nunley, the park's second documented avalanche victim, died on January 12, 1894. His death on the north slopes of Electric Peak, not far from his home at Cinnabar, probably served for many years as a warning to other residents to stay away from those steep gulches on one of the park's premier mountains. Nunley, who was about 30, and John Mantle, both of them residents of Cinnabar, went hunting on Friday, January 12th, in the mountains north of the national park. At that time, the area along Reese Creek below Electric Peak's summit was not yet part of the park, and the men wanted to set a trap just north of the boundary. Electric Peak was and is a spectacular mountain that rises steeply to 10,200 feet. It was after dark when they finished the trap and headed down a gulch traveling north. The two were wearing snowshoes, but whether they were skis or web snowshoes is not known. Nunley was traveling a bit in advance of Mantle, and, when near the foot of the mountain, an avalanche of snow came thundering down and buried him, Nunley, 15 or 20 feet deep. He saw the slide coming down and yelled to his companion, who was above the spot where the snow had parted, and said, "I'm gone." He had scarcely uttered these words when he was entombed beneath a mountain of snow. The slide carried Nunley to the foot of the mountain, and John Mantle thought that Nunley had been buried anywhere from 15 to 40 feet deep. Mantle tried digging, but it was to no avail in the dark. He had no shovel, so hurried on to Cinnabar to get help. Hampered by the darkness, the rescue party did not leave until the next morning. 5 men, including John Mantle and George Reese, left Cinnabar on Saturday morning to look for John Nunley. Unfortunately, Mantle was not able to locate the exact spot of the avalanche, so all parties were convinced that Nunley's body would not be found until spring. The team went back to the perceived location later and continued digging. Within a week, they located John Nunley's body, buried not as deeply as all had thought. The body lay face down under about 2 feet of snow, said the Livingston Post, with one hand up to the face, as if Nunley had attempted to create airspace for himself. One of Nunley's snowshoes was still on, and his gun and knapsack were strapped to his back. It was evident to all of the searchers that he had smothered to death in a snow that had packed almost as hard as ice. Friends buried John Nunley, who was single, at nearby Hoare, Montana, as his relatives at Virginia City, Montana, waited to hear more. A well-heeled, if apparently demented park employee managed to freeze to death in the springtime rather than the winter and near Mammoth Hot Springs, supposedly one of the warmer places in Yellowstone. Joseph Mullery had come west from St. Paul, where he worked for the Northern Pacific Railroad. Hired as the stenographer at Mammoth Hot Springs Hotel and newly arrived, he became despondent on the night of April 30th, 1896, and began drinking. Other hotel employees tried hard to keep him from going out into the night, but Mullery sneaked away and was soon missing. Shortly after he disappeared, the valley received heavy rains accompanied by snow. The hotel conducted a search to no avail, and a week later Mullery's brother came to the park to do his own search. He enlisted the aid of a famous old mountaineer, Jack Baronet, who was quickly given the help of 2 troops of soldiers by Park Superintendent George Anderson. On May 11th, Baronet deployed his troops at intervals of 50 yards per man to comb the country south of Mammoth. He found Mullery near Golden Gate in less than 2 hours, lying on a log with his coat and vest off. Mullery had frozen to death some 5 days earlier after trying to live off of aspen tree bark. Slivers of aspen were found in his teeth, and pieces had been cut from nearby trees. In his dementia, he had apparently believed himself at home, safe in bed. 7 park victims of winter freezings and avalanches were all Army soldiers from Fort Yellowstone at Mammoth Hot Springs. We know little of the circumstances surrounding the freezing death of Private Andrew Pryber, 25, of Company I, 6th Cavalry. A German from St. Louis, Missouri, Pryber was found comatose on the road between Mammoth and Gardner on March 14, 1893. Taken to Gardner, he died before medical aid could arrive and was buried in Grave 5 at Mammoth Army Cemetery. Likewise, the circumstances surrounding the apparent exposure death of Private David J. Matthews are somewhat mysterious. Matthews, of Company D, 6th Cavalry, was stationed at Riverside Soldier Station near the Park West entrance and set out alone on skis on March 14, 1894, intending to pick up mail from the station at Lower Geyser Basin. He evidently became lost and froze to death. His body was found more than a year later, on June 9, 1895. There was much talk at the time and apparent conviction on the part of a number of people that Matthews had been shot by poachers. Charlie Marble, an old-time trapper and guide, even so stated in a badly garbled reminiscence. And according to park photographer Jack Haynes, many other folks, including later Assistant Superintendent Chet Lindsley, also believed this. Haynes stated that Matthews' remains were found on the south side of Gibbon River, about 3 miles above Madison Junction. These rumors of Matthews' death by poachers probably originated with the park superintendent himself, for Captain George S. Anderson wrote the following about the incident. In March 1894, a private of D Troop, 6th Cavalry, left Riverside for the Lower Basin for the mail. The sergeant in charge of the station went about 6 or 8 miles on the road with him, and he was then over the half of his journey. He was never seen or heard of after, until his remains were found a year and a half later, 10 miles or more from where he was last seen, entirely out of his proper direction, and in a place where he must have forded at least one large stream to reach. He either became lost and wandered about until he perished from cold, or he met with some of our good neighbors, the poachers, and they gave him his quietus. The latter theory is not at all unlikely. But for all this talk of poachers, No one ever mentioned finding bullet holes or other obvious wounds in Matthew's skull or clothing. As a result of Matthew's death, soldiers in the park were ordered never to travel alone in winter. But in disobeying that order, another soldier froze to death in late 1897. Private John W. H. Davis of Company D, 4th Cavalry, and a man known only as Private Murphy left the soldier station near Mud Geyser on Monday, December 13, 1897, skiing toward West Thumb. They were to meet two south entrance soldiers there to exchange mail and reports. The weather was mild when the two men left the station, so they did not wear much heavy clothing, depending on the exertion of skiing to keep them warm. They reached the lake that night and camped at the hotel, but overnight the weather turned frigid, falling to 16 below zero by the time the two continued on Tuesday morning along the lakeshore. About 7 miles out, Murphy decided he could not endure the cold and turned back. But Davis was determined to press on, disregarding the order not to travel alone. After spending the night at a cabin on the lakeshore, Murphy returned to Lake Hotel on December 16th with frostbitten fingers, ears, and toes. Davis's failure to return, plus the lowering temperatures, caused concern. A telephone call was placed to headquarters at Mammoth, and a rescue party was sent out late on the 16th. It took rescuers a couple of days to ski from Mammoth to Lake. On the morning of the 18th, 2 miles beyond the place where the two men had split up, the party found the frozen body of John Davis. The mercury had dropped to minus 35 degrees Fahrenheit at Norris on Tuesday morning and probably lower at Lake on Tuesday night. Sergeant Max R. Welch skied 132 miles over 8 days to transport Davis's body from the place he died to the cemetery at Mammoth. Davis was a Kentuckian and apparently very experienced in winter activities in the park. Possibly he became overconfident as to his abilities and stamina. Scout Hoffer was incredulous, finding it almost impossible for a man to lose his life in such a way in that country, as there is any quantity of dry wood and timber all along the road. He could not have been so careless as to be without matches. Lieutenant Elmer Lindsley was even less charitable. He attributed Davis's death to disobedience of orders. Not being properly clothed, Davis wore summer underwear and only a campaign-type hat, and resting while perspiring freely. As a result of Davis's death, Army regulations were strengthened again, forbidding soldiers from traveling alone in winter and even prescribing clothing to be worn on ski patrols. Another soldier from Fort Yellowstone became an avalanche victim on February 17, 1904, and his death was probably the impetus for a park place name. He was Corporal Christ H. Martin, 38, a career soldier with more than 20 years military experience in places like the Arizona Apache Wars and the Philippines. During the winter of 1903 and 1904, Martin was stationed in the northwest corner of the park. The soldiers stationed at an early soldier station on Wickiup Creek, the later station on Specimen Creek was not yet built, had been told by a local prospector never to travel close to the foot of a steep mountain located just west of the Gallatin River at a point about 1/2 mile south of the station. On or about February 17, 1904, Corporal Martin and Private Charles Nelson, both of Troop C, 3rd Cavalry, started skiing south along the Gallatin River, heading for the station at Riverside. They crossed to the west side of the river and unwisely decided to travel below the precipitous slope above the river bench. The local newspaper reported the accident, which occurred around 3:30 p.m. While they were traveling carefully in order to avoid disturbing the tons of snow and ice, some movement loosened a mountain of snow above them, and it started toward the two soldiers, pygmies in the path of the slow-moving but irresistible avalanche. Martin and Nelson saw their peril in a flash, and they began a mad race against death. The avalanche gained speed with each second of time, and soon it was roaring down the precipitous side of the mountain with the velocity of a railroad train. Nelson, being the younger man, was able to move faster than his companion, and he managed, by the dint of almost superhuman effort, to reach a large tree, which he grasped and held himself fast, while the edge of the death-dealing slide passed over the heels of his snowshoes. When the slide had passed, Nelson looked for Martin, but no trace of him was to be seen. Nothing greeted the eye of the survivor of the tragedy but a broad expanse of snow and ice, silent, cruel, murderous. Charles Nelson immediately began to ski for help. 3/4 of a mile north, he ran into Scout R.A. Wagner, and after informing him of the incident, skied 2 more miles to Jim Trail's cabin. There he found Jim and Ed Moorman, who had just returned from a hunting trip. Nelson and the others went to the avalanche site with shovels and dug unsuccessfully for the rest of the day. The next day, Wagner skied down along the Gallatin River to Bozeman and caught the train to Livingston and Gardner. At Mammoth, he reported the incident, and a detail of soldiers was sent to the site. They, too, were unsuccessful. Not until April 16th, after 6 men shoveled for many days, was Chris Martin's body recovered. He was buried in the Mammoth Army Cemetery in Grave 21. The name Snowslide Creek was given sometime after this incident to the stream near the avalanche site that enters Gallatin River from the west. Other soldiers and civilian scouts at Gallatin Station were apparently commemorating the Martin incident with the new place name by 1907 and 1909. There is a conflict as to whether a soldier at South Entrance froze to death or died en route to Mammoth of illness, but regardless, the moving of his body sparked a park legend. According to 2 letters in the park archives, Private Richard R. Hurley of Company F, 3rd Cavalry, was taken ill with dysentery at Snake River Soldier Station near the park's south entrance on April 15, 1904. The illness got progressively worse, with Hurley becoming nothing but a skeleton, until Sergeant Samuel Martin decided to send him to Mammoth for treatment. Hurley being transported by Private James McBride and a Private Tuberville. He died on May 3rd at West Thumb while en route. This version of the story probably explains why the park internment record says Hurley died at West Thumb Emergency Cabin, and why the Lake Soldier Station report for that day states that Hurley died at West Thumb while being taken to the hospital at Fort Yellowstone. Civilian scout Ray Little recalled the story differently, however. According to him, Hurley's illness did not appear to be serious, so his comrades left him well supplied with wood and went on a ski patrol. When they returned, they found Hurley dead of exposure where he had been trying to build a fire in the cabin. Ray Little remembered burying Hurley at the south entrance and then moving him to Mammoth, where he buried Hurley again. Unless he was remembering a completely different incident, the records indicate that Little recalled the affair incorrectly. Regardless, there is less chance that 4 other men remembered subsequent events wrongly. Old-timers Bill Wiggins, Ted Ogston, Scotty Bauman, and Harry Leake all recall that the transporting of Hurley's body to Mammoth was grist for the mill of Yellowstone legend. Ogston thought he remembered, as many did, that the story happened at Norris, but Leake, Bauman, and Wiggins all placed it at Fountain Station. While transporting the body, the soldiers stopped for the night at Fountain, where a poker game generated. According to Wiggins, after a little whiskey had been drunk, Harry Leake said, "We better let old Joe, the dead soldier, play a hand." So they stood him up by the window, dealt him a hand of cards, and left him there all night. Ogston claims the veteran scout and ranger Harry Trishman told him that he, Trishman, personally set up the frozen body and that it scared the others silly. We know little about the death of Private Presley H. Vance of Company H, 8th Cavalry, because it failed to make the local newspaper, but apparently it was due to liquor. Vance died of exposure in Elk Park, where his body was found sometime just before October 16, 1908. William Nichols, head of the Yellowstone Park Association, stated that Vance got drunk and fell off his horse. "I believe there were 2 or 3 men with him at the time," said Nichols, "but they were all drunk too." Apparently Vance was well liked, however, for his funeral was an event at Fort Yellowstone that included a corporal and 8 privates, pallbearers wearing dress uniforms, the flag at half-mast, firing of guns, taps, and work canceled for the rest of the day. Not much is known about the last moments of Bill Scout Jones, who disappeared above Jardine, Montana in October of 1910. Jones, formerly the sheriff at Medora, North Dakota, and an old-time scout and hunter, left Gardner with a load of supplies and became lost in a snowstorm. He tied his team to a tree and wandered off in an apparent epileptic fit. 9 months later, Jones's body was found on the North Fork of Bear Creek, about 3 miles from Jardine, where he had seemingly died of exposure. No one knew anything else. That is what the rough Yellowstone country can do to the unprepared, or even to anyone who is stuck out in it for an extended period of time, namely, kill you. It happened in late November of 1910 to Ora Tuttle, whose family ran businesses in Whitehall, Butte, and Anaconda, Montana. He went hunting and then missing along the west side of the park near Teepee Creek and Madison River. A month later, his brother E.U. Tuttle was writing to Yellowstone's acting superintendent, Colonel Lloyd Brett, who wrote back on December 21st. "Since your brother has, I understand, been lost for about a month," said Brett, "I fear there is little if any likelihood of finding him alive." Brett was right, for Ora Tuttle remained missing for nearly 3 years, notwithstanding the $500 reward offered by his family. In October of 1913, another hunter found his skeletal remains near Lyons, Montana, downstream from today's Quake Lake. His body had been torn to pieces by wild animals after Tuttle died of exposure when he apparently could not find his own camp. At almost the same time that Ora Tuttle went hunting and disappeared, a wealthy Idaho banker did the same thing. In mid-November of 1910, a prominent businessman from Boise named Bert E. Corbin, 41, traveled east to Fremont County, which borders on Yellowstone Park's Beckler region, with the idea of shooting some elk. Enlisting local guides Harry Lamberton and Fred Coleman, he accompanied them on an initial hunt that was successful in bagging a number of animals. Then, riding horses, he and Lamberton left Big Springs Camp near Warm River, Idaho on November 19th, heading into the country southwest of Yellowstone. In hopes of scaring up a bull elk, Corbin elected to spend that night out alone near Ray's Pass, while Lamberton returned to Big Springs. When Corbin failed to check in on Sunday morning, the 20th, there was no initial concern because he was an experienced woodsman. But after 2 more days passed, a posse of 10 men began combing the hills north of Big Springs between it and the national park boundary. They built numerous fires on hilltops, hoping he would see the flames and smoke. When he still was not found, 3 days later, another posse made plans to leave St. Anthony, Idaho, on the 26th. The country had been inundated by 2 feet of snow, and clear weather made continuing cold temperatures likely. Locals well knew that drifting in the mountains made the snow much deeper than the mere 2 feet in valleys. Concerns for Corbin's safety mounted as time passed. Mrs. Corbin hired more search parties and began to hope that her husband had wandered into Yellowstone Park to be arrested by soldiers for poaching. The Beckler Soldier Station, built in the summer of 1910, was brand new at this time, and the manning of it by U.S. Army soldiers had just begun on a year-round basis. Recent storms in the park had knocked down the telegraph wires, so Mrs. Corbin hoped that Bert had been taken to Mammoth for trial and that communications were merely delayed. "My husband is a man who could not stand to see another hunter beat him," she noted. "In the event one of the men got an elk and he did not, he would not stop until he had made a killing," she continued, adding that his determination might have taken him into the park. Corbin was brash and a bit of a braggadocio, so some believed that his tendency toward overconfidence might have led to disaster. The failure of his horse to return to Big Springs seemed to be another negative portent. Harry Lamberton and his searching posse came into Big Springs on the 27th, a week after Corbin's disappearance, with no leads. They restocked their supplies and went out again. On the 28th, soldiers from Yellowstone joined in the search. Gravest doubts are entertained by his friends for his safety, stated the Boise newspaper, which noted that Corbin's business partner, E.H. Lee, with yet another posse, was heading toward St. Anthony soon. Locals there thought that Corbin had met with some kind of winter accident, after perhaps tying his horse to a tree and pursuing an elk on foot. Many hoped that he was merely lost, but almost everyone now believed that his death was a certainty. No one thought he had starved to death because he had plenty of ammunition and there was game in the country. Instead, most thought he had met with an accident or frozen to death, or both. Considering snow depths in the area, some must have wondered whether discovery of Corbin's body would have to wait until the spring thaw. Late on Friday, December 9th, nearly 3 weeks to the day after Bert Corbin's disappearance, U.S. Forest Ranger Ralph Stevens and local guide George Wilcox, traveling on snowshoes, chanced upon his body lying in deep snow near Ray's Pass. Corbin had somehow wandered to a point only 6 miles west of the park boundary and only a bit farther from the very remote place in deep timber, where Idaho, Montana, and Wyoming all come together. Wolves and other animals of the woods, stated a reporter, have eaten nearly all of the flesh from the bones of the unfortunate man. There was no obvious clue as to how Corbin died, although freezing seemed the most likely reason. Beyond that possibility, many questions persisted. A couple of reports stated that his horse was found nearby, but a bit later John Blevins of Big Springs became convinced that the horse that came in a week earlier was the one ridden by Corbin, so by December 13th, it appeared that his horse was not with him at death. Writers of that report thought that Corbin had died of heart failure, touting his often remarked statement to friends that he could not tramp far on foot. Another story stated that he was found near his old camp. If that were true, perhaps he lingered there, hoping that Lamberton would return to the spot. Yet another story placed the location as 1.5 miles from the old camp. Perhaps Corbin fell from his horse, or was thrown or dragged. Or perhaps, as one writer suggested, he did not recognize the camp and was merely wandering disoriented or lost about the mountains, until the snow became too deep to travel further, when his horse fell and died. In a snowy world where visibility may have been limited, as many skiers can attest, all kinds of dangers can lurk. Falling over a precipice, becoming trapped in deep snow, or meeting with an avalanche. And there was no doubt that Corbin encountered wolves and or other predators, whether before or after his death. Regardless, all of these variables probably paled in the face of the overwhelming cold that accompanies Yellowstone winters. Like the earlier tale of Ora Tuttle, Bert Corbin's story remains for us today an unfinished mystery. Adding to it is the intriguing statement of E.H. Lee, one of the men who went hunting with Bert Corbin at Big Springs. Following the finding of Corbin's body, the Statesman reported on December 12th Lee's statement that 2 other men had been simultaneously lost in the same locale as Corbin. They disappeared about the same time that Corbin dropped from sight, and not far from the point where he was last seen. I do not know the names of the men from Butte and Bozeman, said Mr. Lee last night. There is a reward of $500 for the recovery of the Bozeman man, dead or alive. He was lost on the other side of the divide in the Henry's Lake country. Jay Whitman, one of the best scouts of the district, and who is located at Henry's Lake, was on his trail for 5 days. The man threw away his gun, which was found, and he was headed north. It is believed that he has gone crazy. His traveling in the water was much faster than the scouts could make through the timber on snowshoes, and after 5 days' time, during which it was evident that they were losing ground, they gave up the search and returned. I heard about the Butte man's disappearance from Jesse R. Brown, chief scout of Yellowstone. Whether these 2 men were found or not, and what happened to them, are facts and events that are unknown at this time, but they point to the possibility that in more cases than we know, such unknown persons have become lost through the years in winter in the vast Yellowstone country. Many of these unfortunates may have died alone and unchronicled. Similarly, little is known about the circumstances surrounding the freezing death of Edna Durrell, age 29. She was a school teacher whose frozen body was found on March 22, 1914, by park soldiers between the East Entrance Soldier Station and Pahaska Teepee, advertised as Buffalo Bill's Hotel in the Rockies. Sergeant James P. Brooks at Sylvan Pass Soldier Station noted that she was a guest of Pahaska Teepee, who was found frozen to death on the main road. This kind of death reminds those of us who live in winter climes not to venture outdoors in winter without adequate clothing or at night, when one may become lost. Being a bit complacent can cause a winter tragedy. And then there are those who are simply reckless. Occasionally, we see an instance where someone's thirst for adventure overwhelms his common sense. But in this case, a hired newspaper reporter seems to have been reckless, if not somewhat demented. He did not die, but could have. He was Max Haw, a visitor from Germany in 1906, who decided to go skiing and later hiking into the park in winter, and alone at that. Hired by the Berlin Illustrated News and a number of other German papers to make sketches and write a story on Yellowstone in winter, Haw met with the commandant at Fort Yellowstone, who tried to dissuade him from the assignment. Persevering, Haw set out on skis in early March with two soldiers named Reinholtz and Graham, who was probably Samuel D. Graham. It is not known how far into the park they went, but when they returned to Mammoth, Haw noticed that his notes, purse, and sketches were missing. He immediately set out to retrace his steps, this time by himself and without proper equipment, and got into trouble. He soon discovered that he had lost every idea of the way he had come, said a newspaper article, and was hopelessly lost. Haw's situation was horrible, and to make matters worse, he could not speak good English. The temperature was ranging from 0 to -10, and there was a great deal of snow. For 24 straight hours he went without food and feared for his life. One of the newspapers got this much of his earlier story from him at what was apparently Norris Geyser Basin, although with the translation difficulties, we must wonder exactly what Haw told them and what they made up on their own. I was up to my neck in snow at times, and blood came from my nose and mouth. I was almost famished and could go but little further when I discovered tracks we had made during the forenoon. Reaching one of the geysers, I began washing my hands and face in hot water, when suddenly I heard a rumbling sound, and there was a big eruption of all the geysers in the vicinity. Frightened, I rushed away with all speed possible, and from a distance beheld one of the most wonderful sights man ever saw, an eruption of geysers in the dead of winter. Somehow, finding his way back to Mammoth, Haw skied and walked the 55 miles to Livingston, Montana, where he pawned his gloves and other articles for $4 that he used to buy food. He then skied and walked more than 75 more miles to Helena, arriving there on March 13th, where a local German society gave him aid, and newspapers picked up his tale. His story makes us shake our heads in disbelief at his recklessness and wonder how he survived. We know a lot more about the avalanche death at Mammoth Hot Springs of Lieutenant Joseph McDonald, an event that was so terribly sad that Bessie Haynes Arnold remembered it vividly 54 years later at the age of 92. The sudden snowslide that took his life on January 9, 1916, apparently occurred in a very strange place, in the narrow and steep-sided defile north and west of Cleopatra Terrace. Joe McDonald, 25, was an unusually popular officer whose engaging personality had won the admiration of everyone at Fort Yellowstone. Raised at Havre, Montana, he was a West Point graduate with two brothers and a father, all in the military. MacDonald had been at his post for a little less than a year. On Sunday afternoon, January 9th, MacDonald went skiing with Captain and medical doctor Jacob M. Coffin, a Lieutenant Patterson, and 12-year-old John Sparrenberger. As the party passed in single file about 3:45 p.m. below a cliff near Cleopatra Terrace, the avalanche occurred. Joe stated that he wanted to turn back, and Coffin replied, "Don't be a quitter," just as Joe shouted his last words, "Look what's coming." The two accounts differ as to what happened next. One says that Captain Coffin was able to extricate himself, pulled the young boy out by the hand, and then worked with him to free Patterson. A later version says that the snowslide buried everyone but Patterson. Patterson then located the young boy by a faint sound under the snow and went to help Captain Coffin, whose shouts could be heard where he had been able to tunnel an opening above his head. Coffin was rescued, but the three could not find Joe MacDonald. They rushed to the fort, and scores of soldiers ran to the spot to find the buried man. 45 minutes after the avalanche, the shovelers located MacDonald. Teenager Marguerite Lindsley remembered that it took an entire troop of soldiers almost an hour to dig him out from a depth of 6 feet because the snow was deep and icy and very hard packed. Conveyed to the hospital, MacDonald died 2 hours later, never regaining consciousness. Bessie Arnold was so saddened by the affair that she pasted several newspaper clippings about it into her diary with these notes. Joe MacDonald was with us playing cards the night before he died. Showed us the diamond engagement ring he had purchased for his fiancée. We women waited at the McLaurins till Lieutenant McLaurin came from the hospital to tell us that Joe had not recovered. He was gone. The Mammoth area is not noted for great amounts of snow, so the MacDonald incident points up the danger of skiing below vertical cliffs, even relatively small ones. An unknown man froze to death on Hell-Roaring Creek, about 1.5 miles inside the park north boundary sometime in January, February, March, or April of 1920. His body was found April 21, 1920, by U.S. Forest Service Ranger W.R. Johns. Park Rangers Wynn and Haar buried the man in a grave located on the right, west bank of Hell-Roaring Creek, near where he was found. Due to the severe weather at the time, it was deemed impractical to move the body, and it was buried in a grave marked with stakes at the head and foot, and with a blaze mark cut on a nearby tree. This unknown man was 5 feet and 5 inches tall and 120 pounds, age about 40, and had long black hair and a black mustache. Park officials thought him to be a foreigner whose feet had apparently been frozen, leaving him badly crippled. Superintendent Albright noted that the finding of his body probably explained a report made by C.O. Davis of Gardner, Montana, to park rangers on January 31st that he had seen the bloody tracks of a man leading into the park while trapping north of the park line on Hell-Roaring Creek. Davis stated that he knew the man had been living for about a month at the U.S. Forest Service cabin on Hell-Roaring Creek because the man consumed all of the rations in the cabin. More recent years in Yellowstone brought an inevitable tragedy involving snowmobiles. Remarkably, only one man died in the freezing incident involving 16 snowmobilers on Beartooth Pass, outside of the park to the northeast, but he was a well-known Montanan and someone important in the history of Yellowstone National Park. He was Hugh D. Galusha Jr., 51, who had been lawyer and accountant to the famous Frank and Jack Haynes family of Yellowstone photographers. His journal article, entitled Yellowstone Years, remains today one of the most important historical writings on the renowned Haynes family. Hugh Galusha had spent years supporting and defending the grand old park. The tale of his tragic trip has become perhaps the premier cautionary story of winter in Yellowstone, even though its location was technically outside the park. A party of 16 people, which included Park Assistant Superintendent Vern Hennessey and one woman, left Red Lodge on Saturday afternoon, January 30th, 1971, driving snowmobiles over Beartooth Pass in an attempt to reach Cook City and then tour Yellowstone. Neither of those plans worked out. One Cook City resident later called the decision to make the trip very poor judgment on account of approaching bad weather, plus a lack of experience by some persons with their snowmobiles. "We've had people make it over the pass uneventfully in 4 hours," he said, "but it's a bad place." Another town resident affirmed that the trip never should have begun in such weather. Hugh Galusha seemed no worse for the wear after he hit a snow ridge at nearly 10,000 feet and spilled himself and snowmobile over the guardrail. Together, they lodged 20 feet down against a fir tree, with Hugh lightly reproving himself while others roped and towed them back up. The blizzard struck them at twilight. Freezing rain at Red Lodge became hard-packed ice and snow at the higher elevations, and the elevation at the west summit was 10,360 feet. High winds blowing the freezing rain, said the newspaper later, quickly coated all exposed parts of the machines with ice. Carburetors and the machine's tracks simply became inoperable. The party was soon fighting winds of 70 miles per hour, with some gusts to near 90, which combined with sub-zero temperatures to produce a wind chill temperature of 80 below zero. "You couldn't really stand up there," said party member D. Street. At one point, the wind snapped a windshield off a snowmobile, and those standing there watched it spiral into the darkening cloudiness, presumably into a canyon somewhere. No one had to tell them that gusts able to break off a machine's windshield could easily kill them. One by one, the snowmobiles sputtered and stopped after crossing the west summit, so party members began doubling up on the few that worked. In the high winds and blowing snow, those soon gave out too. Now they were trapped on the summit in a blinding blizzard, and it was already dark. Even if the snowmobiles had suddenly worked, turning around and going down the almost vertical slopes without being able to see was so dangerous as to be hopeless. Writer Jim Klobuchar described it well. "Somewhere in the impenetrable night, the canyon walls fell away thousands of feet. Everything back toward Red Lodge was essentially vertical. They decided to try to walk west toward the closed but shelter-offering top-of-the-world store. Vern Hennessey encouraged all to eat what snacks and supplies they had, which was not much. Many were experienced in mountain survival, but some were not, and those included 2 members of the Minnesota Vikings football team, Jim Marshall and Paul Dixon. The parties split into several groups and hiked in the dark the rest of the evening in knee-deep snow while wearing the thick, heavy snowmobile suits that slowed their movements and greatly fatigued them, but kept them at least somewhat warm. All experienced the terror of watching their strength deteriorate in the face of cold, wind, hunger, and thirst. They fought the deepening lethargy in their bodies and the creeping disorganization in their minds. Cold, wind, and hunger made their bodies begin to shut down. Dehydration stole their heat. Fatigue muddled their minds. At times they did not know whether to cry, pray, or retch, so they did all three. Many stopped to rest about 2 a.m., and they built snow caves. Marshall, Dixon, Street, Bobby Wapples, and Marilyn Wapples did not stop, instead hiking all night and somehow building a fire. 2 others reached the top of the world store, but most did not. Minnesota newspaperman Klobuchar, in one of the other parties, said some members spent the night literally sleeping in each other's arms and getting up every 45 minutes to get blood circulating and to keep warm. In another snow cave near Long Lake, to which he had walked many miles alone, guide Vern Wapples arose early. He continued walking to a mountain ranch to call local guide Ralph Huckabee, who rescued 10 people at Top of the World on Sunday with a large, wide-tracked snow machine. Wapples later partially blamed himself for allowing the group to split up, thus depriving many of the knowledge of how to build a good snow cave. He possessed the knowledge and knew that a snow cave properly built could raise the temperature to 25 degrees Fahrenheit, enough for life. Hugh D. Galusha died of exposure about 6:45 a.m. Sunday morning in a poorly built snow cave near the summit with Bob LaVisca and Monty Later. Later, 39, was an experienced mountaineer from St. Anthony, Idaho, and a longtime Yellowstone guide. Jim Klobuchar, whose moving and information-packed account of this tragedy was published in his book, Where the Wind Blows Bittersweet, wrote that Galusha's heart and deepest urges were in the sweep of the prairie and the mountain wilderness. Yellowstone was a spiritual trust of his. He loved the country where he died, and he understood people who got there for the pure joy of it, because he was one of them. 21 years after those terrors on Beartooth Pass, a park researcher died in an avalanche. Gregory Felsian, 26, of Bellbrook, Ohio, was a mountain lion researcher conducting independent research for the Wildlife Research Institute at the University of Idaho. Mountain lions are few in Yellowstone, but Felsian knew that there were some 20 to 35 of the big cats in the northern part of the greater Yellowstone ecosystem. He had been tracking one large radio-collared male in particular. Felsian was one of the best of field researchers. His friend, Dr. Bob Crabtree, says, "I never knew anyone as good as he was in the backcountry." Ironically, Felsian had told Crabtree, "If I ever have to die, I want it to be here in Yellowstone, tracking cats." Felsian enjoyed traveling alone in Yellowstone's backcountry, something that is not encouraged. He decided to snowshoe into the base of Mount Norris in the Lamar portion of the park to follow his big cat by radio transmitter. For someone experienced in the backcountry, Felsian's actions on this day were not prudent. The day Felsian chose, Saturday, February 22, 1992, was not a good one for snow conditions. Park employees Diane Illa and Roy Rankin were skiing on the nearby Lamar River Trail to Calfee Creek that day. Diane remembers remarking to Roy that the snow seemed avalanche-prone. They both noticed that the snow made loud, slumping noises and would ripple and collapse for 50 to 100 feet ahead of them with every plant of their skis. Diane, who had been in Yellowstone for nearly 15 years, had not seen that phenomenon before. Greg Felsian stopped on his snowshoes near the base of Mount Norris in a very steep drainage, wondering where his big cougar was. Whether he knew what was coming and tried to run away from it, or whether he was buried by surprise, we will never know. The avalanche, 100 yards long, 10 yards wide, and 5 feet deep, was upon him before he knew it. He must have made feeble or perhaps even valiant last efforts to escape it. But Felsian was dead. 7 rescue workers found his body not completely covered by snow. Eerily, his mother had dreamed only 2 nights earlier that her son would be killed in an avalanche. Exactly 1 year later, an avalanche killed a snowmobiler. On February 22, 1993, 17-year-old Robbie Rudy, a teenager from Cut Bank, Montana, died in an avalanche on Two Top Mountain, 4 miles southwest of West Yellowstone, Montana, and just outside the park. While snowmobiling in the Cornice Gateway area at about 11 a.m., he got off his machine and walked onto a cornice to admire the view. He was unaware that he was walking out over nothing but the sky below, all of it hidden by a crusty but thin layer of snow. The resulting avalanche was 300 yards wide and a quarter of a mile long and could be seen from the town of West Yellowstone. Rudy was found face up, lying in snow about 50 inches deep. In 1999, an elderly park visitor strangely froze to death in late May. He was Paul Hudson, age 66, of Orlando, Florida, who died on May 26th. Hudson and his wife Phyllis arrived that day at Artist Point, elevation more than 7,000 feet, late in the afternoon. They hiked up the Artist Point Trail, but how far is not known, and around 5 p.m. they were hiking back to their car. Phyllis Hudson was a short distance ahead of her husband and noted that he stopped to talk with some other park visitors. She slowed her pace to allow him to catch up, but when she arrived at the parking area, he was no longer behind her. She turned back to look for him and enlisted the aid of others when she could not locate him. Contacted by cell phone, NPS rangers searched until midnight without success and resumed the search at daylight. At 8:30 a.m., one of their dog teams located his body near Point Sublime, about a mile to the east. Perhaps Mr. Hudson became confused as to his directions and walked east into the woods rather than west back to the parking lot. He died of exposure due to hypothermia. A recent death from freezing exposure occurred north of Gardner, Montana, in the Big Creek area. James E. Burns, 62, of Gardner, crashed his truck very early on December 8, 2009, somehow got wet in Big Creek, and tried to walk through the night to a residence. He was found dead from exposure the following morning, a mile and a half from his vehicle. That evening, the Livingston Enterprise ran the story of his death right next to its main headline about the temperature having reached 23 below zero. Before we chronicle one final avalanche death in Yellowstone National Park, it is well to note that we do not have complete statistics or stories for the avalanches and freezings that have occurred in the Cook City, Montana area outside of the park. There have been many of these, including the deaths in separate avalanches on December 31, 2011, of well-known wilderness advocate David Lee Gallard, 44, of Bozeman, Montana, and Jody Ray Verhasselt, 46, of Sidney, Montana. Gallard was killed while climbing near the base of Pilot Peak in the Hayden Creek drainage, and Verhasselt died while snowmobiling in an avalanche in the Fisher Creek drainage north of Cook City that was 300 to 400 feet wide and 600 to 800 feet long. These avalanches were the first two of that winter and occurred not long after 3 feet of heavy, dense snow fell on the Cook City area's extremely weak snowpack. Official warnings had been issued the previous day, stating that snow conditions in all of southwest Montana were highly unstable. For employees of Yellowstone National Park, no death was sadder than that of park geologist Rick Hutchinson, who died in an avalanche while cross-country skiing in early 1997. So sad was it to this author personally that I put off chronicling it until the very last bit of writing for this book. Roderick A. Rick Hutchinson, originally from Iowa, arrived in Yellowstone in 1970 and within 3 years ascended to the position of geothermal specialist. It was a prestigious job because it involved studying and interpreting the park's geysers, hot springs, mud pots, and steam vents, the spectacular geologic features that Congress had sought to protect by establishing Yellowstone National Park in 1872. I was a step-on bus tour guide in the early 1970s who held a tremendous interest in the park's thermal features, and I immediately strove to make friends with Rick. I saw him as a person who could help me learn about those features, for he seemed as enthralled by them as I was. For the next 20 years or so, as I worked in numerous Yellowstone jobs, I shadowed Rick around the geyser basins, peppering him with questions and probably making a nuisance of myself in my zeal to learn about the geysers. At times, I was fortunate enough to hike into the backcountry with him to observe remote thermal features, such as Rainbow Springs and Hot Spring Basin Group on Mirror Plateau. Rick was a gentle soul who could be depended upon to be seen wearing his trademark plaid shirt with NPS green jeans. He wore this outfit virtually everywhere he went, and I became so used to it that after a while I did not even notice it. By the 1990s, park geologist Rick Hutchinson was one of perhaps two foremost authorities on Yellowstone's geysers and hot springs. His knowledge of those features bordered on encyclopedic, and for it he was known and sought after by scientists around the world. Married to Jennifer Whipple, the park botanist, Rick seemed to have the happiest of lives. The winter of 1996 and 1997 began no differently from any other time in the park for Rick. On Saturday, March 1st, 1997, he began one of his winter ski trips into a backcountry thermal area, intending to spend his 50th birthday, March 5th, engaged in the activity he loved most. It was Hutchinson's 21st winter trip into Heart Lake. Rick Hutchinson and his ski mate, fellow geologist Diane Dustman, 37, of Jamaica Plain, Massachusetts, snowmobiled many miles to the Heart Lake trailhead in the southern part of the park, and then cross-country skied the 8 miles into Heart Lake Geyser Basin, where they were planning on studying the features there. Diane, who was employed by Boston Dynamics in Cambridge, had an MBA as well as a geology degree and had worked with Rick on several computer projects involving Yellowstone's geothermal features. As Rick's official VIP, volunteer in park, she was a trusted assistant who had taken a month off to help Hutchinson in one of the Earth's great geologic places. When they arrived at Heart Lake Patrol Cabin, Rick Hutchinson unlocked the door, and the two of them took off their packs and built a fire in the stove. As the cabin warmed, they put together a meal and planned their next few days of observing and monitoring spectacular thermal features such as Columbia Spring, Rustic Geyser, and the 5 hot spring groups up Witch Creek. They spent March 2nd monitoring thermal features in the area and staying warm in the cabin. On Monday morning, March 3rd, the two again set out on skis. About 8 a.m., Rick took a few moments to comply with the usual procedure for NPS staff traveling in the backcountry. The NPS is an agency that is rightfully and constantly concerned about the safety of its employees. By radio, he called the Mammoth Communications Center and checked in with them. He arranged to meet 2 other rangers halfway between Heart Lake and the trailhead on Tuesday morning. Then, Rick and Diane began skiing northwest up Witch Creek and along the east side of Factory Hill to explore the 5 different groups of thermal features in the area. At the northeast side of the big hill, a small avalanche must have frightened them momentarily, for their ski tracks showed that they skied into it or near it and out of it. The time was between 9 and 10 a.m. The huge avalanche rushing down the northeast face of Factory Hill from 800 feet above them, at least 60 yards wide, 200 yards long, and 4 to 12 feet deep, must have been a complete surprise to them. The following morning, Hutchinson did not check in by radio. Nor did the 2 rangers skiing into Heart Lake encounter Rick and Diane during the 8 miles to the lake. Descending Paycheck Pass, the rangers twice reported collapsing and whomping of snow. They observed recent avalanche debris at the base of Factory Hill at about 2:30 p.m. and saw ski tracks, but skied on to Heart Lake Patrol Cabin to see whether Rick and Diane were there. At the cabin, the rangers found most of Rick's and Diane's personal items, with other evidence that the two had last been there on Monday. Now on rescue alert, the rangers called headquarters by radio to report what they had found and began a cursory ski and search in the area. They returned to the avalanche debris zone to look more carefully at it. Most disturbing was their observation of ski tracks going in and out of the first avalanche and entering but not exiting the second avalanche. The weather was deteriorating by this time, so they decided to continue the search at first light the following morning with others that they knew would be coming to the scene. The search resumed on Wednesday morning. The overhead team and ground searchers, consisting of more than 30 people, began to arrive by helicopter. Now, dangerous avalanche conditions prevented access to the site where they had seen the last ski tracks. Ranger Rennie Jackson from Grand Teton National Park set explosives to decrease avalanche danger, and 4 search dog teams arrived to aid the search. That afternoon, probe teams, directed by Site Commander Les Inafuku, began walking and skiing over the site. They searched unsuccessfully until dark and abandoned the hill that night. Helicopters landed carrying more personnel and 1 additional dog team. On Thursday, March 6th, around 50 people were involved, 15 for overhead support, 34 ground searchers, 5 to 8 dog teams, and the helicopter. They covered the base of Factory Hill and searched for the entire day. At 4:30 p.m., they found a ski pole belonging to Rick Hutchinson, and shortly after that found his body with a probe line. He was lying under 4 feet of snow. The helicopter evacuated Hutchinson's body the following morning, and the entire team resumed the search. At around 11:40 a.m., the team found Diane Dustman's body about 50 feet upslope of where Hutchinson had been located. She was lying under 7 feet of snow. Investigators believed that Rick and Diane triggered the avalanche when they skied across the toe of the avalanche area. The starting zone of the avalanche, 800 feet up, measured 40 degrees in slope, while at the toe, where the two had been buried, it was only 16 degrees. Once again, skiing at the base of a hill, even in an area that seemed relatively flat, had proven fatal. 2 weeks later, I opened a letter from Jeff Coachling of Boston. He wrote that a year and a half earlier, he had received a birthday gift from a friend of his that was a copy of this very book, Death in Yellowstone. His friend had visited Yellowstone on a cross-country drive and had fallen completely in love with the place. The two of them discussed the book, said Coachling, and his friend returned to the park for a longer vacation and then made plans to do so again. The story has a sad ending, wrote Coachling. My friend's name was Diane Dustman. Instantly, my eyes filled with tears. Hardly able to read any more, I made plans to place Jeff Coachling's letter in the park archives. I'm still in shock over the loss, he continued. It helps a little to know that Diane was having the time of her life, skiing in a beautiful area. Only a few days after the park's terrible loss, Park Superintendent Mike Finley issued the following statement. Before Finley officially released it, the statement was read aloud over the park radio system to park employees by Assistant Superintendent Marvin Jensen. For more than a quarter of a century, Rick Hutchinson has been a Yellowstone institution, one of those rare, authentic experts who can be counted on to help the many people, visitors, and researchers alike who come and go in a place like Yellowstone. It was almost as if he was a part of the park itself, a gentle presence that had always been here and would go on forever. Nobody loved Yellowstone more, or was more wholly devoted to embracing its spirit and caring for its wonders. Rick touched many lives here and will not be forgotten. The NPS held Rick Hutchinson's memorial service at Old Faithful Lodge some days later. As a final salute to him, the entire park staff, including Superintendent Finley, wore plaid shirts along with our green NPS jeans. I cried like a baby.